which appears, even if it is not, more more of an unfolding rather than dramatic events, and that is the advancement of China. So that has happened in respect, of course, on trade. What we saw in many ways as the trade story has also been the tech story. And it's had its dramatic moments. DeepSeek was one. But I would argue that the changes impelled by China are as consequential as the shifts in the American position. In fact, one is to some extent influenced by the other. If one were to turn our attention to Europe, I think again here the change in the last year has been very sharp. 5 years ago, I think Europe probably had the best geopolitical situation. It had worked out the ideal triangulation between the United States, Russia, and China. Today, every side of that triangle is under stress. So from, and perhaps there's a lesson in it, sometimes very intricate hedging. From the best of all worlds, you can end up as the most difficult of all worlds. But again, I want to stress here that there are very important tech aspects to Europe's predicament, and in fact to our own interaction with Europe. And this year, just a month ago, we had 21 European commissioners visiting us. I think if you correlate the intensity today of India-EU relations, there is, I think, clearly factoring in both of their predicament as well as of the way India looks at possibilities which have opened up after that. A word about East Asia as well. I think in many ways, Japan particularly, South Korea to some extent, have also sought through the tech world means of a geopolitical comeback. And the salience of Taiwan, of course, doesn't need to be even mentioned. Now, in all of this, where is India? And you had an opportunity in this visit. I hope your conversations in the last 2 days have enhanced it, and the coming 2 days even more so, to acquaint yourself and to debate and discuss what is happening in our part of the world. Some of it is better known, DPI, for example. Some of it is in the making. I mean, the priority now given after many decades to semiconductors is an example. I think the space advancements are very interesting, not just for what they have achieved, but the manner in which the space industry and the space ecosystem itself is changing. I would say that to some degree for drones as well. The startup culture is deepening. The number of GCCs in this country is growing. And of course, when it comes to the AI era, I think where India is concerned, it's not just the scale of the data which would be generated, but in many ways the diversity of the data which would make it somewhat unique. So that's the way I would say geographically the landscape looks. A few words about some issues dealing with the current tech policy challenges we look at. Again, I think we are stating the obvious today when we say that tech has made trade much more national security sensitive. So we had almost an autonomous discussion about reliable and resilient supply chains, and one about trusted and transparent digital existence. And I think today the two have really fused together, and that fusion will become deeper. And it will make the traditional model of partnerships much more difficult to take forward. So the orthodox ideas that, we hedge on everybody and get the best out of everything is not going to be that easy. It's a point I made last year as well, and I think events have only shown that there's a even greater complexity on that. The other point I would make is the revival of interest, certainly, hopefully of industry as well, on the nuclear side. And the connection, again, which all of you are familiar, between the AI growth and the interest in nuclear energy. Talent, the availability and flow of talent, I think in many ways will be the Achilles heel for industries in many countries. And certainly for us in the foreign policy side, that has acquired today much greater salience. Many of our discussions with international partners today revolve around, the smooth flow of talent, just as they do about making GCCs easier to function in this country. Natural resources is the other increasingly important factor. I think many choices and priorities are going to be made in terms of natural resources directly relevant to this age and time. So, I would just end with that note, that adage about data being the new oil. I think today we are grappling with who are the consumers, what will be the mode of consumption, where are the refineries for that new oil, and finally, what is going to be the trade in that particular commodity. And I'm really pleased that the organizers of GTS have chosen to take an optimistic view of this churn which is underway. This was completely their decision, but I do want to say that it reflects in many ways the mood of the country and certainly the outlook of the government. So with those words, Rudra, I think perhaps we could go in for the conversation. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for setting the context and beyond. Perhaps I could just start with the two T's. In this world of two T's, in between the T's and beyond the T's, and given the theme of the summit, what do you see as the opportunity for India? You've often argued that in times of disruption, there is opportunity. So where's the opportunity for India today?
In which T?
In either, let's start with tech. We'll come to the other one.
I think there are opportunities conceptually of different kinds. One, that we are actually seeing leapfrogging possibilities. I mean, if we are going to follow a path which was linear and extrapolative in a way, I think that has its own limitations with which we would have always struggled, because we would have come at it perhaps not with the required efficiency to get the benefits of it. So when you have now new pathways, some of which are still not invented, I think there are great possibilities here in terms of growth of new sectors, of really creating value, and also the other part of it is bringing our strengths to bear, because at the end of the day, if a world is much more talent-centric and much more data-centric, I think that clearly is something which holds sambhavna for India. Now, again, it's not a given, because often when we get into these discussions, it's like, that's a slam dunk. That's surely going to happen. Nothing in life is surely going to happen. I mean, these are options. We will have to still have the right policies. in many ways make up for deficiencies of the past and try to really address it. In terms of the other T, to my view, to my mind, what it has done is it has focused our own minds on the need for actually correcting what I would call a certain skewed nature of our openness to the global economy. Many of us have argued for a long time that our more complementary partners are actually in the West. I mean, these are areas, these are economies where real growth is possible. These are much more open, they are market economies, there's a certain contractual underpinning to everything you do. These are truly, not entirely, but much more competitive certainly than the economies to the east of us. I would argue that, we have today an opportunity to actually take the current situation and these three big negotiations we have underway with the United States, with the EU and with UK. I would say we could, if these really work out for us, let us say some in this year, we would be in a very different position. And I would again make the point, all three have a very high-tech content.
So just on that high-tech content, and this is some of the discussions we've been having over the last 2 days, and outside of the, let's call it the bigger T for the moment, India has created new policy architectures. There's the TTC process. There used to be the ISET. Now there's a brand new approach, trust through the Quad, etc. Over the last couple of years, if I can just ask you general reflections, how are these tech partnerships actually working out for India, which seems to be genuinely moving us in a multipolar way, but what's your reality check on the partnerships?
My reality check on the partnerships would be that you have to move both the regulatory system and the real economy in step with each other. That often we would have discussions, but if they are not followed through by actual projects, those discussions then don't have the seriousness that the other party would have given it. For me, it's not just a question of do you have an ISET or do you have a trust or do you have a TTC. It's also what is actually, are we seeing projects in India or collaborative efforts which match those discussions. I think that's been happening to a greater degree in the last few years. Lot of room for improvement. Much more that we expect in each of these areas. I mean, when we look in terms of the sunrise sectors, but we need them both. We again, unless we have, because the reality of export controls is back. Not just back, actually it's back with a bang. So if you don't have those conversations, but you don't have also that energy from the industry, you need them to feed on each other.
I just want to come to the US for a second. And the last couple of days, there's been intense discussions about how do you put substance into trust, whether it's on AI, biopharma, nuclear, defense, and a range of other issues. But I think almost every big tech company and their captains sitting here and otherwise have brought to the fore the point that is there a risk in investing too much in trust given that the other T hovers? So can trust be trusted?
Look, I think it can, because even where the other T is concerned, do recall that, within a month of the change in administration, we actually have conceptually an agreement that we will do a bilateral trade agreement, that we will find a fix which will work for both of us, because we have our concerns too. And it's not an open-ended process, because that's often the frustration of trade negotiations. We did 4 years of talking in the first Trump administration. they have their view of us, and frankly, we have our view of them. The bottom line is that a deal didn't get done. So if you look at the EU, I mean, often people say we've been negotiating for 23 years, which is not entirely true, because we had big blocks of time when nobody was even talking to somebody else. But they have tended to be very protracted processes. This time around, we are certainly geared up for a very high degree of, I would say, urgency. I mean, we see a window here. We want to seize that window. So our trade teams are ready. They're really charged up, and we have really. When I look at the trade teams, I mean, it's not my direct remit, but we have a lot to do with each other. I mean, these are people very much on top of the game, very I would say, ambitious about what they want to achieve. So we are trying to, in each case, to get the other side to kind of speed it up. Now, this is normally a complaint in the past which used to be made about us, that we were the guys slowing it down. So it's actually today the other way around, and I think that urgency we are trying to really communicate on all three accounts. My sense is probably in terms of the other parties' response, at least so far, the US has been fairly quick to respond to whatever has been tabled. But we'll now have to see after April 2nd how that picks up.
The other question that keeps coming up is that India has done an incredible amount in the policy architecture in the last 2 to 3 years to really jettison the new critical and emerging ecosystem. We have a semiconductor mission, we have a national AI mission, we have a big summit that the Prime Minister will be chairing early next year perhaps. There is a push on quantum, on critical minerals. Each of these have a national mission. The question is there a contradiction that you see between MAGA and Atmanirbharta, what some now have started calling MEGA?
No, I don't see a contradiction, because anybody who's been objective about the direction of the world would have seen the trend lines. This didn't come out of the blue. Okay? I mean, if you see the reactions in different societies to what was the state of the world, I mean, in UK, for example, it was expressed as Brexit almost a decade ago. In different developed economies, you can see it in terms of frustration with their quality of life, with their job opportunities. I mean, there are different aspects to it. There was a very different debate which was building under this complacency about globalization, which was the frustration about what it was doing to manufacturing. I mean, in this country, for example, I can tell you politically, there's very deep, I would say almost anger about the kind of dumping which has taken place and the impact which it has had on small and medium enterprises. And that was part of the reason why we were very cautious about joining RCEP. So the fact is, these trends were in the making. Some of us chose to not see it because of our own beliefs or our own interest or our own habits. So it hasn't come upon us suddenly, and the fact is, we now have to find ways of balancing it out. And I would argue that being in it for ourselves is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I think countries will find some equilibrium and will find partnerships and relationships rather than be, I would say, be pressurized by political correctness, saying, how can you not join that grouping? Because everybody else is joining the grouping. We've had arguments in this country that we should join something not because it's good for us, but because everybody else is doing it. So I think we need to have the courage and the honesty to say, yes, we are in it for ourselves. I will make that evaluation. I'll do that cost benefit. And even if it is going against the trend of the world, I will do what I feel is in my interest. And I think we are, when you take that kind of approach to global negotiations, it's possible to find meeting points. So I don't see that as necessarily a negative.
As we move to the AI summit, and I believe now the summit is going to be called the Impact Summit, which seems opportune. You mentioned the need for AI data centers, and then comes the question of energy. India, the government has now set out a very clear target, 100 gigawatts by Viksit Bharat, 2047. For that to happen, we possibly require a constitutional amendment and changes to other rules and regulations.
Not constitutional amendment. You need amendment of the law.
Amendment of the law, correct. Do you see that happening anytime soon?
Well, I think it's the declared position of the government that we need to relook at the liability law because clearly the current law has not instilled confidence in the international nuclear industry for nuclear projects to take place in this country. I mean, that's a fact of life. We've tried various options in the hope that somehow we could bridge that gap. And I think we've come to the conclusion that maybe now the liability law needs to be amended in a way in which, because at the end of the day, you know, what's the good of having a great initiative if it doesn't actually deliver results on the ground? And so what started off in 2005 as the opening of our pathway, if it has not produced the kind of outcomes which were envisaged 20 years ago, I think we should have the honesty to ask ourselves, okay, what is it which needs to be done differently? And I would say this government has the courage to ask that question. The second issue, which is autonomous of that, is when you look generally at the global nuclear industry, I would say in most cases there is a role for the private sector, and the state has certain designated responsibilities. I mean, it's a regulator, it's a licensor, deals with the safety, security, I mean the safeguards, whatever it is. But I think there is a question we need to ask ourselves whether we should not be opening it up to the private sector. And I can tell you just anecdotally that at least there seems to already have evoked a strong expression of interest from the private sector. So there are two independent issues, but I think on both the government has taken a view that it's prepared to look at it and move forward.
Let me ask you a deep question about a deep issue. There are a lot of developers in this room from different parts of the world, but also in India. And many of those from India have started fine-tuning various solutions on top of DeepSeek. And the question they keep asking is that, look, it's ostensibly open source. We can fine-tune it. We can use it for various applications. But obviously there is a concern that if the government of India takes a different view on one of our neighbors, it might put us in a bit of jeopardy. India banned TikTok back in 2020. Is there a likelihood of that happening anytime in the future?
I will be deeply evasive about answering that question.
Thank you,
The
Minister.
honest answer is, I don't think at this time there is any determination in this regard.
Thank you, Minister. What we did to kind of break this conversation in different ways, we wrote to about 30-40 people from around the world, key technologists, key thinkers on technology. We filtered some of those questions down, and I'm going to take three very quickly. The first question from Russell Waruba, who heads digital policy in Papua New Guinea. Russell?
Good morning, Honorable Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Thank you very much for your support to Papua New Guinea and the Pacific. Sir, my question to you is, we've heard a lot about the Quad and the Pacific. Could you tell us how the Quad could help island states like mine? Thank you, sir.
If I can take can I take three? Would that be okay, sir?
Sure.
The second, Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe.
Thank you very much, Rudra. I'm based in Brussels. I'm usually based in Brussels now, in the front row here.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'd like to ask you, what does Europe misunderstand about India?
Sorry, what does Europe misunderstand about India? And the third question is by Thorsten Benner, who's the co-founder of GPPI based in Berlin. Thorsten? Yep.
Thank you, Rudra. Dr. Jaishankar, faced with Chairman Xi and President Trump, Europe confronts the dual challenge of de-risking. And I'm just curious what Europeans could learn from the Indian experience of managing dependencies.
So,
These were the easy ones.
these were the easy ones, sir.
Okay. So the Quad and what can it do for Pacific island states? I think we have been trying to do some things. There have been actually achievements on the ground. A lot of things are still in the pipeline. In fact, just yesterday, day before yesterday, we announced Quad STEM fellowships for Pacific nations. So that's one example. But if I were to look at the bigger things we're trying to do, I would say there would be areas where individual Quad countries would be weighing in. There would be more collective coordinated activities. Areas like, say, connectivity to some degree, telecom, responding to natural disasters, early warning systems, even health issues. So there's a fairly broad agenda there. What we've been trying to do on a bilateral level is actually the agenda is not self-fulfilling. We need the partner also to show their interest and move things. Say in the case of Papua New Guinea, for example, we've committed, now this is as India, to a space application center. We would be keen to help in health response systems, or in fact in matters to do with IUU fishing. So what the Quad does is it offers a whole lot of choices on areas which are developmental priorities of Pacific Islands. And it's up to the island really to exercise those choices. But it does certainly strengthen your hand and in many cases give you very tested solutions, on weather forecasting, in issues like, say, dialysis, in 5G based on Open RAN. So that would be my broad answer. On what does Europe misunderstand about India? Look, I'm not sure I would use that word. There are gaps. I mean, I'm not being diplomatic about it. Often we tend to see a degree of judgmentalism based on Europe's own situation. So to the extent Europe has had the good fortune of having a certain strategic comfort for multiple decades. For a continent which saw so much violence and bloodshed, then you've had really 70, 80 years. Yes, there have been some issues. Yugoslavia was one. What's happening right now in Ukraine is another. But by and large, Europe has enjoyed a period of peace, prosperity, stability, security, and complacency, which came out of it. So now Europe is compelled by global developments to perhaps conceptualize its own interests more sharply and then see how it can secure that optimally. So some of our debates is a region which is very secure finds it very hard to understand another which is going through very difficult challenges. So whether it is on an issue like terrorism, whether it is even on matters like, territorial, I would say, integrity and sanctity of borders. We have not always had the kind of understanding and support that we expected out of Europe. So I think today the strategic reawakening of Europe has created the basis for much more serious conversations on many more subjects, especially matters relating to security and strategy. And also the economics and I would say the demographics are bringing us together. That when I look, for example, at a country like Germany, when Chancellor Schulz was here in October, a lot of our conversations with him and his team actually revolved around, skilled mobility of skilled talent to support German industry and German tech. So there are strong convergences. I think those convergences will grow with the passage of time. And certainly when we speak of a multipolar world, for us it's very important that Europe is a pole and thinks of itself as a pole. So for that reason, I'm actually somewhat optimistic of the turn of events. On the US and China, look, our experiences are very different. Some of it flows from what I said about Europe, that we've actually seen both extremes. For the first few decades after independence, very sharp contestation between US and China and getting caught in the middle of it. And then even worse, deep collaboration between US and China and being at the wrong end of it. So, neither situation for us. So it's kind of like a Goldilocks problem, So you want ideally a kind of an optimal situation, but they're not going to oblige the rest of the world. I think we are clearly heading for a period of sharp competition and contestation. And, different countries need to plan for it. That planning is going to be much harder. It's going to be much harder because in the past we could insulate sectors saying, this doesn't matter, this is only trade. It's not political, it's not defense, it's not sensitive. I think what is our definition of what is sensitive has expanded. Nothing is only trade anymore. No investments are as purely, nothing is purely business anymore. Everything is also personal. So that world makes it much more complicated really to navigate this, but navigate it we must. I think this is actually going to be the predicament for the world, which is to do a more difficult journey with many more obstacles in a much more challenging kind of topography.
We've got 10 minutes, 3 more questions. So I'm going to ask you to keep it very quick. Carlos Montes, professor at Cambridge University. Carlos?
Yeah, the screen disappeared, so I need to get my...
I think you'll need to be a bit quicker.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for your thoughtful... Thank you so much for your, thoughtful comments. The Prime Minister shared with me his pride in how India leads with technology that puts people first, which is very unusual in the world. And he pointed to UPI as a transformative example. And from your perspective, what are the key steps to ensure that Indian society maximizes this technology's potential, driving prosperity at home and abroad, particularly in these difficult times, and enabling India to fulfill its historic role as Vishwa Guru, a true teacher to the world?
Very quickly, Lisa Curtis, CNAS in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. It's very enlightening to get your perspective. The transatlantic partnership is being shaken like never before. Do you think China will seek to exploit this increasing divide between the Trump administration and Europe?
And perhaps the best question for the last, one of our young ambassadors from the Kautilya School of Public Policy. Please go ahead. Just go ahead.
Can you hold up the mic closer? Yeah.
There's no need to be nervous. You can just ask the question.
Sir, I want to ask about with emerging technologies now a key determinant of global power. How India will navigate the delicate balance between strategic tech alliances and maintenance of technological sovereignty. Do you also see a role for Indian academia in this process?
Okay, so you got a question on DPI, Transatlantic Alliance, China, and India.
Yeah. Okay. Look, on the, you referred to the UPI, but that's one example, a very important, successful one, but still one example. I would actually make the point that in the last decade, there has been at a societal level an enormous embrace of digital technology in this country. Now, we in fact assume it's happened all over the world. And as a frequent traveler, I have to say that is not exactly the case. When you go around the world, I'm very surprised how much more conservative many other countries and societies and people are about the application of technologies of digital technology, particularly to their daily lives. Cashless transactions are one very good example. Okay, if you look at our just raw numbers, the numbers are huge. And the transactions may be small, but to me the important point is if you have a large number of small transactions, that means it is actually seeped all the way down. So, when we look today, not just at, say, business or even the social side, I look even at governance. A lot of what we have been able to do, we would not be able to do if it wasn't built on a digital backbone. If we are today, let us say, we have a health system which covers about half our population today, it would be inconceivable. We wouldn't know who the beneficiaries, who the eligible people would be. If we have, we built 40 million houses, which means at 5 a house, about 200 million people have got houses. We wouldn't know who are the 40 million people who deserve that house, who are eligible for that house. So what it has done is, it has created, and there are a lot of other services. You could say your passport has got easier, your income tax filing has got easier, your driving license has got easier. But pretty much every walk of life, when I see the ease and the confidence and the agility and the creativity with which people today are applying this to the daily problems, to the governance, to policy issues, to their transactions, I think it's actually something we should be very proud of. Now, how can it impact the world? To some extent through examples. Because one of the advantages of putting some of this in a global south construct is other nations. There are a lot of nations who believe that if it works in India, it will work for them. They believe that the conditions are similar and therefore these are replicable or transposable experiences. They may not believe it of the same technology or the same experience if it was happening in some other region at a very different level of development. So, there is I would say, an exemplar impact as well. But here again, it's, it doesn't happen by itself. That it needs leadership, it needs policies, it needs constant exhortation, motivation, marketing, call it what you will. It has to be very activist for it to reach that level of penetration and that degree of acceptance. And that, to my mind, going back to your first question, that actually readies the society for a different growth possibility ahead. I mean, it's not just a question of having a different pathway. The mindset and the capability and the instincts of people have to be differently prepared for a different pathway to be exploited. And that, to my mind, is the churning and change in India, which makes this today a possibility. On the transatlantic and would China exploit it? Look, it is a competitive world. It is a multipolar world. Every gap, every opportunity will be used by every player. No player is going to constrain themselves out of respect for, the fine feelings of somebody else. So if something shows up, I think as a general principle, after all, it doesn't have to be China. I mean, tomorrow if two other countries have gaps between them, whether it is Europe or United States would exploit it equally cheerfully. So, I mean, we have to get real about this world and move out of both the political correctness that, different people should have different standards of behavior and operations in the international polity, as well as a realization that the thinking of countries about their interests have changed. In some ways it had, it was there inside of us, we just didn't say it. In some cases it has genuinely changed. So it's, and I'm not, again, I don't want to give you a kind of a vision of an anarchic Hobbesian world. I think there will be equilibriums. What we are probably going to see, instead of a overarching world order, which is very convenient for anybody in the political science, international relations business, we are actually going to see regional aggregates, regional balances. So there will be a US-Europe balance. There will be a China-US balance. There will be a China-Europe balance. There will be an India balance. So it's these multiple balances which would be more autonomous of each other, whose aggregate and interplay would actually determine what the global order is likely to be. And the last issue on the, the strategic interests and the tech sovereignty. There is a, it's a, there is an interplay there, because I mean, again, if you need to have that tech capability which has aspects of sovereignty built into it, which will make us a player. We cannot, a country of this scale and this size and this history and that ambition, we have to think of ourselves as a player and design our policies accordingly. And to do that, we need to get the alliances and the understandings right in different domains, certainly in the tech domain. So there will be some give and take, because when you work with other countries, sovereignty is always, to some degree, is a card you put on the table in return for some gain. So you work out what is an ideal degree of sort of cost and benefit out there. I think that would apply to the tech world as well. But I think it's very important, therefore, to be judicious, because the nature of the business is so profound. The consequences are so far-reaching. This is not just about trading. You can always not buy from the earlier supplier. That kind of rapid changes and options won't happen in this world. I think it's a far more, I would say, linked world or a interdependent, interpenetrative world. So, and yes, I certainly, as research, innovation, GCCs, designing pick up in this country, I think Indian academia, which again there is a general feeling that, there should be more resources and greater attention given to R&D and innovation in this country. I think clearly they will have a greater role to play.
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you for your time, generosity, and we look forward over the next 2 days to connecting these linked worlds in different technological ways. Thank you very much and for your support, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for a powerful opening conversation that provides the context and sets the stage for our next session. Our first panel of the day, Can Politics Meet Opportunity? The Future of Technology Partnerships. Please welcome Samir Saran, Observer Research Foundation, Nivruti Rai, Managing Director and CEO, Invest India, Ashley Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs and Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Thorsten Benner, Co-founder and Director, Global Public Policy Institute. This session will be moderated by Lindsay Ford, Senior Fellow, ORF America. Can I have the video, please?
Can I please request everyone to remain seated? We're just starting with the next session, and we would request the panelists for the next session to please join us on stage. Thorsten, Samir, Nivruti. Can I please request everyone to remain seated? Can I please request the panelists for the next session to be on stage? Thorsten, if you could please join us. Thorsten, sorry, please. Thank you. And request everyone to please be seated.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. This is perhaps a very apt topic to kick us off in the first panel, given everything going on in the world. Can politics meet opportunity when it comes to technology partnerships? And we have a fantastic panel of experts here to talk with us on this topic today. I think certainly if you had looked back 7-10 years ago, many technologists, certainly leading technologists in the United States, would have told you that what they were doing was beyond, maybe above, geopolitics. That wasn't what technological innovation was about in the United States. That story has certainly changed. We have seen that consistently, I think, across 2 administrations now in the United States. So whether that started with the conversation about Huawei in the first Trump administration, up through new developments in the Biden administration, the CHIPS Act, conversation about AI diffusion, technology has become far more central to the way that governments are thinking about exercising their national power at a moment of contestation. And yet at the same time, I think that geopolitical contestation has also created some interesting opportunities and developments when it comes to technological innovation. Certainly in the European theater, there is no doubt that the tragedy of the war that is going on in Ukraine right now has nonetheless created tremendous advancements and new ways of thinking about defense technology that will have an impact across the European theater, but more broadly and globally as well. The fact that countries are now thinking about technology alliances and partnerships, whether that is, as we heard here, ISAT trust between the United States and India, more broadly, biopharmaceutical alliances and partnerships, that has much more become a way that governments are doing business. But what does that mean? At a moment, of course, when we see global tariffs going up and ongoing trade war between the United States and China, are we at a moment in which technological innovation comes back on shore to national governments? And does that undo what I think has been a trend toward both friendshoring, but also when it comes to technology, multilateralism in the last few years? So we're going to turn to our experts here to ask some of these questions. And Ashley, I'm going to start with you because obviously what is going on with the United States is the question that is on everyone's mind. And certainly I think what that means for U.S. technology partnerships. The U.S.-India tech partnership was central, I think, to the relationship over the last 4 years. What should we expect in terms of how this administration thinks about technology partnerships? And will you see where maybe the story of the last 4 years was folks like Micron, folks like Apple investing here in India, that what this administration will be looking for is folks like Tata, folks like Mahindra investing in the United States?
Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Lindsay. I'm going to try and take a crack at that question, though I must confess that if I knew the answer to that, I could retire right away because I'd be the world's greatest stock picker. It's very hard to try and divine with precision what this administration will do. But I think there are two trends that are sort of competing for attention. One is a strong streak of techno-nationalism that exists in this administration that wants to preserve and protect US technological dominance and wants to bring back a variety of capabilities that it believes have been lost to the rest of the world back to the United States. On the other hand, I think there is also a recognition that there will be limits to how successfully and how completely this process can actually be brought to fruition. So there are two tendencies which are at odds with one another. How this will play out, I think, will really be determined by the mix of personalities within the policy-making space and the prominence of certain personalities vis-a-vis others. And the jury is still out on that one. But what does this mean specifically for India? I'm actually quite optimistic about our ability to sustain the technological partnership with India for two reasons. First, simply the logic of the market. India happens to have an enormously talented pool of manpower that corporate America simply cannot do without. And many of the things that we've seen happen in the last 10 years, the rise of global capability centers, the collaborations that have occurred between US business and Indian business, have really not been triggered so much by state action. They've been responses to the incentives provided by the marketplace. I don't see India's manpower advantages disappearing. I don't see the United States able to sharply increase the size of its manpower pool within the next 5 to 10 years, which takes us naturally to a partnership with India that will be sustaining. Second, the United States increasingly is thinking of geopolitical competition, and China is, of course, front and center in this competition. And even though our policies towards India and the rest of the world may be quite ragged in terms of how we respond to the China competition, India figures very prominently as a partner of the United States in that vision. And so I think at least on the US-India relationship, it is actually possible to be more optimistic than maybe the understanding the broader trends in US technology policy itself.
Great, thanks very much. Thorsten, I'm going to turn to you, where perhaps the current feeling in Europe is a little different than it seems here in Delhi. And just want to ask you your perspective, both as the transatlantic alliance is perhaps in a bit of a rougher moment. Do you see more potential for collaboration on the technology front between Europe and India? And how do you think our European friends will approach technology partnerships with this administration?
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, Rudra and Shruti. This is a fantastic forum, and I'm glad to be part of it. And I think we can learn from the spirit, in a sense, because Dr. Jaishankar talked about our predicament as Europeans, and I think we need to turn our predicament into sambhavna, because we have no other choice, and get into action and rethinking things, and rethinking collaboration and diversifying what we started to talk about. And of course, India is one obvious focus on this. And I think the thinking on this has started. Look at the coalition treaty in my country that has just been concluded, that talks about deepening the strategic partnership with India, and who would have thought a while ago that it talks about specifically deepening defense cooperation and clean energy and overall energy partnerships. So I think that's important. Last year we had a focus on India strategy paper. On the European Union, we talked about the College of Commissioners, and Hervé Delphin, the ambassador, is here, the visit, and I think we need to, there's good intentions and there's some things happening, but we need to fill it with life and excitement. The External Affairs Minister mentioned the Trade and Technology Council. I think we need to make sure that it's not just a box-ticking exercise. Nobody, I think, in the US and the EU administrations is really excited about the EU-US TTC when you actually go to it and conclude it, because I think we somehow have failed to make it exciting. I think the jury on the EU-India TTC is still out. There's so much cooperation potential in areas on clean tech, on bio and pharma, and lots of other areas. Defense, we already talked about, and I think the proof will be to, first of all, do real mutual learning on how we deal with our dependencies on China and China's technology lead, and de-risking our supply chains, because I do think that's a predicament India and the European Union does share, and then do concrete initiatives. ISET, or which called Trust now, did this defense tech accelerator. Why don't we, we need to do similar things on the EU-India front, and I think then it can be, and I think then maybe the foreign affairs, the external affairs minister will be even more excited about the prospect of the TTC. And I think you talked about the spirit. I think we will only be successful. Over breakfast we talked about the Indian 1991 moment spirit. I think we need that in Europe for sure right now, because our business model, at least as Germany, I can say, in this competition of systems with Xi's authoritarian state capitalism and Trump's MAGA tech oligarchy capitalism, our traditional business model is broke. It doesn't work anymore. We need to totally rethink and reform also domestically. I do think that spirit we need in Europe. J.D. Vance wasn't even half wrong in his Paris speech on our attitude toward artificial intelligence, for example, in terms of slightly pivoting in that field. And I think you can even have that 1991 spirit reincarnated here in India, because things do take work, as the foreign affairs minister said, on rethinking nuclear regulation to actually enable a nuclear renaissance here in this country. And that's, I think, only one area, because we need to change both in order to conclude this trade agreement that we both want to conclude, but that we won't conclude if we don't do domestic reforms that actually sometimes also hurt.
Thanks so much, Thorsten. Nivruti, I want to come to you next. Get some perspective from the private sector. One of the things that came out in Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to the United States was an agreement for the United States and India to work together on an artificial intelligence roadmap. I think something that both sides are quite excited about, but nonetheless a lot of issues that will have to be worked through to make that real. So can you give me a little bit of perspective? What are some of, I think, the big questions or perhaps answers that the private sector will be looking for out of that roadmap to make AI collaboration between the US and India easier? And then as you look forward to trust, or this next generation of technology partnership between the US and India, there's certainly been momentum, but what are some of the key reforms, regulatory issues that need to be addressed here in Delhi, but also in the United States to make some of that vision more real?
Thank you very much. And, like all the guests here, I'm very honored to be here. Thanks, Rudra and Carnegie. Firstly, what is interesting is I work in a public-private organization, and having spent my 30 years of life in private sector, I now am part of the government, and I understand the challenges and opportunities in a very different way. So I can say that outside, I have many of my friends smiling at me. From outside, it was very easy to, oh, government is slow. Oh, they don't do this. Oh, I could have done this fast. When you come inside the government and you look at the cost of the alpha beta errors, it's huge. It's your country, it's humanity that's at stake, not my company. So I have a very different appreciation and understanding. And I can tell you, a deep-seek moment can happen in any industry. What is a deep-seek moment? We have recently started using words which identify with companies. You Google. So I'm saying there's going to be deep-seeking many industries. And for that, I feel the only way things can happen is collaboration. And oftentimes our Prime Minister says, Abhi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Time is now and time is right. And I like to explain it in a different way. Time is right now because convergence of technology is happening. We are working on 1 nanometer compute, which is 1 by 10,000 of a hair. So compute has become cheap. Power is very important, and power, we are looking at renewable and generating more power, etc. So I really feel on top, the third vector that gets added is the geopolitics, and tariff is part of it. So I feel convergence of technology should happen, partnership should happen, and that's what AI is going to enable. 20% of the world data is in India. Our Prime Minister says there's no way India can be out of the picture when AI is being discussed. So I can start with a little bit of context, and then I'll tell you what answer. So, there was a time, long time back in India when I was growing up, there were 3 important things, which was roti, kapda, makan, which is food, house, and clothes to wear. And now we believe the 3 critical requirements for any country, company is technology, power, and infrastructure. Technology like AI is going to make a difference. And they have many components, subcomponents, raw materials that will be required. So we will have to partner on all of those. The second thing is power. India is very hot on building half of its power from renewable. Today, we are looking at 40%. By 2030, we will have 350 gigawatts of solar, 500 gigawatts of renewable. I also want to tell you, countries like US, I will also add Europe. If you look at building a solar module, it costs United States and Europe pretty similar, like 25 cents per watt module. Let me tell you what China builds it with. China builds it with 15 cents per watt. And also let me tell you, they sell at 9 cents per watt, and that is what's called dumping. If an opportunity like this exists to enable generation of manufacturing of modules at the similar rate, why shouldn't India and US partner? Because there is a need of power. How will you run AI? How will you run all of the digitalization if there's no power? So I really truly feel that there are strengths that India has the ability for in terms of resources and scale, and there are strengths that US has in terms of capital and technology, and both of us have a democratic vision that we are working for. So in terms of AI, I think power is important. The second thing is the ability for compute. Compute has become very, very critical, and all of us have lived COVID, when I know in my previous company's experience that $100,000 Mercedes was sitting because of lack of availability of $1 microcontroller. And similarly, if you're talking AI, you need the GPUs, you need the compute. And just to tell you, because I'm from inside of the government, I can tell you, for an average GPU, one GPU to run for 1 hour, India is 1/3 of the world because of the government support and subsidizing. So if we want to run data centers, we have to look at India as an opportunity. India has 2 to 3% of data centers, but 20% of the data. So for investment, data, I can tell you, I'm in Invest India. What we have enabled over the last 2 years when I have been there, 30% of foreign direct investment is coming in the energy space, which is one critical requirement for any technology. So I talked about power, I talked about compute, and we have to look at partnership between India and US to enable deep seeking many industries, because hardware is not the solution alone. Hardware plus software, which India has 5 million of, can be disrupting many industries. I was recently in Amsterdam working to bring ASML's investment into India, and ASML is saying, why do I need to go to India? I said, similar to building computational lithography. Computational lithography is AI and software. So I'm just saying 5 million software, 1 million engineering graduates each year. India has a lot to offer to partner with US to come up with a common vision that we both have as countries, which is global good, combined minds across oceans, and protecting the interests of humanity across generations. Lastly is data protection and IP protection. I personally feel with so much IP leak happening, an ARM moment happened in China, but an ARM moment has never happened in India. For people, because I'm assuming there's Chatham House rules, ARM architecture, no? Oh, okay. Okay, so India IP leak, I thought it was closed door. I assumed closed door. Okay. Okay, my assumption was closed door means Chatham House. Okay, so I'm not going to give you the details, but I can tell you any microprocessor architecture leak has not happened in India. So IP sharing infrastructure can enable a lot of innovation between India and US, and data sharing. So Rudra and I have often talked about building a trusted corridor between India and US, literally a tunnel of trust-based corridor where data, IP, information is shared, again, leveraging AI. And that, I think, is what our government is looking forward to discuss and enable. AI transforming many sectors and deep-seeking many industries.
Thank you, Nifruti. I appreciate it. Samir, I'm going to come to you last, but certainly not least here. As someone who has been watching the US-India partnership for many years, certainly I think when you look at the joint statement that came out of the Prime Minister's visit, quite frankly, more continuity than change when you read that statement, which might be surprising to some in a moment in which it seems like, you know, the world is on fire and things are changing faster than we can keep track of. So I just want to push you a little bit and say that joint statement made it perhaps seem like much will be the same here. But what should we actually expect may change and need to change as the United States thinks about the partnership with India? And how do you think India is going to approach its technology partnership with the United States differently at a moment in which it's certainly perhaps not the same government in how it thinks about international partnerships than it did a few months ago?
No, I think, Lindsay, you're right. And first of all, let me congratulate Rudra for putting this together. Wonderful, Rudra, for actually building this global platform out of India at a time when these platforms are needed to actually, you know, serve partnerships and opportunities that abound. So thank you to Carnegie and you and the MEA for investing in this conversation. And thank you for not making it Chatham House, because, you know, under Chatham House rules, no one shares secrets. They always do it when the camera is on, otherwise there's no fun. So if you want the innards of discussions to come out, turn on the camera. I always say that, you know, spectacles are what people like today in policy and politics. It's really a different world. So 2 quick points. I think on the India-US, you're right. I am stunned by the consensus on India in the United States, because we don't have that even in India about India. So US has more confidence and congruence in its appreciation, assessment and engagement with India than we have with ourselves. So well done to the US. But it's not going to be the same. It is certainly not going to be the same. I think there's going to be very clear departures from the past. Number one, the Trump transactionalism is going to demand performance from India. Biden was lazy in his implementation. Trump is going to be extractive in the implementation. You will have to see India do more to keep up with the expectations from the White House, which is not a bad thing for India, by the way, because we love being lazy ourselves, right? Because we've been there for 3,000 years, so we can wait for another 3,000, right? So we love that self-assessment. So I think a little bit of continuity and a little bit of transactionalism could just be that right mix for us to do more. And let me give you 2 particular ideas that were popping out for me when I was reading the joint statement, and especially on the defense tech side, right? One was, of course, the reference, oblique reference to future fighters and the jets and the aviation space. But I think that's overstated. I was particularly interested in the undersea platforms, and I think that is where the future lies if we really want to ramp up our relationship. Because till now, America has not parted with those crown jewels. And if they are willing to, and by the way, Trump, I think, is going to be more willing than anyone else, and could be fueling India's strategic capabilities, deterrence capabilities, maritime domain awareness capabilities, giving us some of those critical platforms, you could completely change the texture of trust that till now has been deployed more frequently than actually been visible in engagements. Because we have still not seen some of America's most strategic technologies being available for India. We have seen market technologies being procured through commercial deals. Let's be honest here. I think that could be this moment when we actually operationalize the civil nuclear agreement by sharing some of these crown jewels that America has still not shared, even with Australia, for example. AUKUS is the big departure, right? It's the first time the Americans are thinking about a nuclear submarine with Australia. And believe you me, AUKUS began with Australia, it is going to end with India. Because Australia does not have the market capabilities to support a whole new line of production. So eventually AUKUS 2.0 is really about India, and I hope that Trump is really about catalyzing that kind of transformation in relationships, something that Ashley was working in the early 2000s to achieve. So that's the first part. The second is that if you look at AI and some of these more emerging, some of these new sectors of technology, they have a curious texture. Very fast moving, deep seeking all the time, if I can use your verb, deep seeking all the time, and yet the lock-ins are very long. So there is a fast evolving space which tempts you to buy into the latest offering that's available on the racks, And yet, once you decide to go in a particular direction, the lock-ins are intergenerational. You will decide today where you want to be on the technology spectrum. Is it going to be more towards the authoritarian closed spaces? Is it more towards the open market-based economy spaces? So you are locking yourself up to onto the future now, even though the change is happening at such rapid pace that you're never going to be able to get the right choice or the right decision on making that choice. So it's a very interesting space, very difficult to choose, and the lock-ins are huge, and therefore Europeans don't decide, right? So in many ways the Europeans, and you mentioned Huawei in your opening context-setting remarks. Let me just tell you, we've been talking about Huawei forever. They are in 170 countries, including all of Europe, and they serve 3 billion people. So we can keep talking about politics and geopolitics and opportunities and markets, but market has taken a call that Huawei works. And you've not been able to put together any coalition that has been able to dissuade even your transatlantic cousins that Huawei might be injurious for health, right? So I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that because of the very attractive nature of innovation and the fast-paced change that is always upon us all the time, we are locking ourselves into unusually complicated situations. Policymakers don't buy equipment. Corporations do. And the lock-in happens at that level. Conversations happen at a different level. And unless we can bring truly, and that's very difficult for democracies like US and India, unless we can use a whole of nation approach where we actually have more intimate conversations with our private sector, where we are able to share our concerns with them more freely, you are not going to see a market-based approach. And therefore India is not going to be it's not going to be able to exert market muscle, because Indian market will be splintered between using hardware and compute capacities that China is going to make available very soon to the whole world, and it's going to compete with the best coming from the United States, where DeepSeek has given hope to all others that the assumptions of West Coast were flawed. You don't need too much money, you don't need too much branding, and you don't need too much noise to create something significant and substantial. So I think we have to really rethink our relationship in that context. America should be hoping that the next 5 DeepSeeks happen in India and not in China. And they should be trying to find ways of enabling those new deep-seeking moments coming in trusted geographies. I like that corridor. I like that trusted corridor. We call it the green energy corridor in climate, in the climate conversations as well. Can we have a green energy corridor? We should have a technology corridor that extends from the US to India to Indonesia via the UAE. And if we can build that corridor, that ramps up. That's my final point is on the EU. I think since Thorsten is here, I have to take a dig at EU. Look,
I'll take a dig at EU.
But look, EU is a very strategic actor, and I think you reduce their agency at your own peril. There is no geography in the world that took energy from Russia, took the Chinese markets and security for America and prospered. No other country in the world was able to be fueled by 3 warring factions at any given length of time. The Europeans are wicked. And if you think that they are benign and they are lazy and they are not in the game, you do it at your own peril. They have outlasted all of us. They colonized us, they liberated themselves, and they still regulate us. It's a fact. So do not try to brush away the importance of the EU. They are wicked folks. I know it from personal experience. Now, here is a thought. There are if you do game theory, there are 2 possibilities. EU can go to Beijing, which they are planning to, and decide to leverage it as a negotiating tool with the Americans. Very good. It helps the India-US relationship. Or the EU could decide that, cousins can be rotten, but they are still family, and we need to stick with the transatlantic relationship. And it still works for India. But we need to keep EU close to us. India and EU is a standalone relationship, and it has it should not be affected by what happens between the EU and the US. In fact, we've been asking in New Delhi that EU now create an independent corridor to India, which does not have to go through DC. And I think that is something that we hope also emerges from this friction between the cousins, in this particular Trump moment the world is experiencing.
Great. Thanks, Samir. Okay,
So, a couple quick questions here, and you have all certainly given us lots of fodder to work with. So, Thorsten, I'm going to come to you next. Since this conversation about EU and India it was brought up by Samir, and my question is this. I have heard you and Samir say, hey, EU, India, there's a lot of opportunity here. And yet, there was also a mention of, we're not totally convinced that Europe is as serious about China as we are here in India. Maybe something that the United States has also at times had questions about. And perhaps on Europe's side, some questions about the relationship that India has with Russia and what that might mean for technology relationships. So, can the EU-India partnership get over perhaps those questions about each other's geopolitical leanings in order to seize this moment?
I think it can. I don't think that's a huge obstacle. I mean, you have a conversation in this country also about the relationship with China. And you have the same domestic politics playing out with access to cheap goods and access to capital. And, I read the op-ed, I read the op-ed pages in the past days, and it's no different from back home, I find. You took this decisive action here on Huawei, which benefited our players, and I commend you for that. And I think that's excellent. We should learn from that. But for the rest, it's a bit similar, and I think the Russia bit, I think we can absolutely manage. I don't think India has the grand plan to actually share military technology with Russia. That wouldn't help, your quest for underwater technology from the US either. So I think we can totally manage because we have vibrant debates on China. We have to get serious about de-risking from China as Europeans, and we have to get serious about dealing with this impending China Shock 2.0, which hits the core of German, critical industrial capabilities and Europeans, and we haven't gotten halfway serious about it. So that we have to do. By the way, Samir, I wouldn't take a dig at your dig at Europe. That's fine. But, since I'm not party to this thing, I don't think Biden's people were lazy. If you look at and Tarun is somewhere around, I think he was quite demanding, and the American semiconductor industry will certainly attest to him being demanding. And you ending up in tier 2 of the AI diffusion rule actually says that they have standards. And they're not lazy in terms of determining their own kind of security requirements. I didn't have that impression from interacting with these folks.
No, the lazy was only in terms of their expectation from India, not from themselves. So you're right. I think the Biden folks did what they believed was useful for the US. I was talking about the bilateral relationship. They were gentler, kinder, and Lindsay, this is not a comment on the fantastic work you guys did. But on the Russia relationship, let me just tell you, since we are in a technology summit, so here it is. You have this, at that time, cutting edge hypersonic missile technology co-created by Russia and India. The BrahMos missile system is being sold to Philippines to be deployed against threats from China, which is the ally of Russia, and in some convoluted way, American defense budgets underwrite Philippines' purchase of Russian equipment via India. So, look, we are all in bed together. And Thorsten comes from a geography that has benefited most from Indian refining of Russian oil. Germany is the largest procurer of Indian refined Russian produce. So India and Germany are also playing together on this. So we are on the same side.
Thank you. Ashley Nivrude, I want to come to you in the last few minutes we have here with questions. Ashley, we heard Samir talk about in the joint statement, there was a mention of potential 5th gen technology from the United States coming here to India, something that I think probably a lot of people were caught by surprise by, something people wouldn't have anticipated being possible. Undersea cooperation. These are some of the most closely held technologies by the United States. So let me ask you this. Do you think we have come to a moment in the US-India relationship where that kind of cooperation on the highest end defense technology is possible? And if it is, and the Trump administration made the decision to release that technology, what are they going to expect in return? Nivruti, question for you is this. As we talk about things that are necessary to continue to move technology partnerships further along, one that is clear has to do with the human capital. The United States has benefited tremendously from Indian human capital and ingenuity. Do you have concerns that given where we are seeing the immigration conversation go in the United States, you may see Indian entrepreneurs, Indian students pulling back from a willingness to study or work in the United States and perhaps go to other places instead? So Ashley, let me come to you first.
So thanks, Lindsay. Let me say two things. I think the bias in the Trump administration is to sell, sell, and sell. And given that bias, it is very likely that there will be much greater technology acquisition opportunities for India and for the rest of the world. Now, what it does to a certain conception of global order is an entirely different question. Because for 70 years now, we tried to help our friends while at the same time maintaining a proliferation regime that was linked to a certain conception of order. Now, if we end up in a situation where the price of helping our friends is to simultaneously gut the regime, I'm not quite sure long-term US interests are advanced, nor am I sure that the interests of our friends are advanced. What is even worse is I'm not sure the administration has the discipline to understand the issues involved. And so time will tell whether net-net we come out ahead. Let me make a second point because it goes to the issue that Samir and in a different way Nivruti raised, which is it is in America's interest that the next 5 deep seeks emerge from India rather than China. There's no question about that. But it's the mechanism by which we try and stimulate the rise of these deep seeks that is at issue. I do not believe that a sustainable path for the US-India relationship is through state action and state subsidies. Those are very good to jumpstart a process. But if we have to keep it sustainable, we need to really have market transformations in both countries that essentially permit innovation to respond to the pressures of the marketplace. Because you cannot have a sustainable relationship if at every step of the moment, the state has to intervene in order to produce an effect. And I think, because this is the question you asked, what is it that we need to do, right? I think we need to really pay attention to institutional transformation in both countries going forward. And if we can't do that, people like you will constantly have to be overworked to produce the wins that we are now all touting.
I agree. Nifredi, I'm going to give you the final word here.
Yes. So before I answer, I have to say that, DeepSeek has become, talk of the town, and I'm myself using it as a verb. But let me tell you, that's how technology happens. I have lived 30 years in semiconductor industry. I do want technology to become cheaper, more affordable, and, whatever constraint you have, you build. I'll tell you from a chip perspective, if I was told to do all of the routing in, a certain size, I do it. If they say, oh no, half it, I figure out innovation to do it. And then they say, you have to make it cheaper. I figure out, multi-chip module and try to do. So DeepSeek is a natural transition of technology, and it will happen in countries which are resource constrained. And I think India will DeepSeek many industries. So I'm completely agreeing with both the gentlemen on my sides. I also want to completely agree with Ashley. Now, since I'm in government, I feel incentives are a crutch. All the policies are enablers. So government can layer out, but who has to drive on it? It's the private sector. So I am saying, if we have identified this technology is important, and I completely agree with you, I think, underwater in this space, I was recently trying to draw, trade bottlenecks. Everybody's looking at the Trump moment. What are the bottlenecks? What are the alternate routes? What is happening in the Arctic Ocean? So I'm trying to build all of that, and suddenly I'm thinking, besides naval, let me look at space. I found out 12,000 satellites, 6,000 are US. saying that's great, Sputnik came from Russia as an innovation, but look at where United States is, and look at where ISRO is. Look at what NASA and ISRO are trying to do as a partnership. So government is an enabler. So if as industries we decide that this is important and identify the strength of the industry of United States and India, and by the way, I can list down besides resources, the wealth of offerings that India has. And to enable, you talked about immigration and enablement. I personally think Trump is a very smart, business-savvy president, and he knows that between India and United States, and let me tell you a number which will actually shock you, 70% of semiconductor design happens between India and US. So yes, 90% of technology comes from Taiwan and South Korea, but designers are here. Another statistic I'll tell you, 20% AI resources are here, 35% in United States. So if we combine, then that trust corridor will not just enable technology and IP to work, it will enable people to work. So I view as opportunity to be created through business, enablement to happen through government, and motivation through our people. And I don't believe India is lazy. Walk down the streets of New Delhi. I love the QR codes and the chaiwalas who sell tea with the digital infrastructure that has been built. It's magical to see the aspiration. So Dream India is, I believe, something to watch out for and something to partner with. India has always been non-partisan from World War I to World War II. We'll still be non-partisan, and we'll continue to look at growing ourselves, and through ourselves growing the world. So that's what I want to end with. Thank you.
Thank you, Nivriti. On that positive note, we will end this panel. I just ask you all to give thanks to our panelists.
Thank you all for a thought-provoking discussion on the future of technology partnerships. May I ask everyone to please stay seated for the next session? We now have the pleasure of having Mr. Nandan Nilekani, Chairman and Co-founder, Infosys, and Founding Chairman, UADI Aadhaar, for a keynote address titled AI, a Reality Check. Sir, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Maybe I'll wait for people to settle down. Yeah, so I thought today I'll briefly talk about, do a reality check on AI, because I think, the hype levels are unprecedented, and, hype and technology have always gone together. When the cloud came out, they said this was the greatest thing since sliced bread. 5 years back, when the crypto bros told us that they'll solve world peace and world hunger with crypto, and that, I don't know where that went. And now, of course, AI is going to change everything for everybody. So I think the hype cycle is reached unprecedented levels. But the reality is that we are facing challenges to build AI at scale and make it work for everyone. And I think the many public information on how products are getting delayed. It's taking much more time. It's much more complicated. Internal politics plays a part. So all the things that we know about institutions, individuals, egos, also applies to the world of AI. And therefore, to actually make this stuff work at scale and useful to everyone is turning out to be far more difficult than we thought. Now, there are the usual issues. How do you make the user experience seamless? What are the infrastructure we need? How do you govern these things? How do you manage the complexity? These are things that we have dealt with in every field, and we are dealing with them at AI at scale. Now, one of the key differences between previous tech revolutions or advances has been, for the first time, we intend to place trust in non-human intelligence for decision making. Now, we didn't do that earlier because earlier technology was deterministic, predictable. Now we are essentially expecting the machine to make decisions. And that's a huge leap of confidence, a huge leap of faith in the ability of technology to take us forward. We also know that we are far more forgiving of human error, but much less forgiving of machine error. To give an example, few 100,000 people die on the roads due to car accidents, and we take that as a given. But if one person is killed by an autonomous car, the provider of that has to go back to the drawing board for 2 years. In other words, because the bar we have of expectations of machines is at a different level than of human beings, this becomes actually very difficult when you try to adopt at scale. So adopting AI at scale is hard work and will continue to be so. Now it's even harder in the enterprise. In the consumer world, you can adopt AI at scale because somebody can launch a chat bot which everybody uses, and once in a while, if the chat bot hallucinates or makes a mistake, you're willing to live with it. You're willing to live with the fact that the consumer chat bot has occasional mistakes. After all you're doing is editing your article, getting a menu planning or whatever. But enterprises have to make sure that they don't give wrong answers, because enterprises are putting their brand behind an offering. And if they provide AI at scale, and that AI at scale even has 1 or 2% error in the way it gives answers, then that affects the brand itself. And that's one of the reasons why it's taking so long, because we don't have the guardrails to ensure that we have absolutely no machine error in these kind of things. At the same time, the expectations are huge. Every board today is saying, I want this done by tomorrow morning. They're calling up the CIO is calling up the vendors. You have all that stuff going on. And we really need to have, so it's an unrealistic expectation. So in general, enterprise AI is much harder and will take a long time. But the most difficult actually is implementing AI in the public sector, because public sector has structural constraints, it has ministries, it has departments, everybody is territorial, so data is not shared. And if data is the lifeblood of AI, we have to find a way to bring all AI together, irrespective of which part of the government it comes from. So actually, public sector is the most difficult. And also because public trust is so important, ethical concerns are so important, you don't want to have bias, and the bureaucrat signing off on the AI wants a clear commitment there'll be no blowback on him or her because the AI does something wrong. So it's really even more difficult in the public sector. So essentially my point is that there's a lot to be done if you really want to make all this AI stuff work. And all transitions we know are painful. But this is not a new animal. This has happened before in every industry. Every industry, when it comes, it goes through these kind of challenges, whether it's automobiles, PCs, internet, cloud. So all of them go through the difference this time are a couple of things. One is the hype is at a different level. So everybody is talking about it. Second, everybody thinks that he'll get some, talking about AI, or delivering AI, or all that is going to give some pixie dust or something. So everybody is talking about AI. So the whole thing is much more hyperventilating, but fundamentally the challenges of implementation are the same like anywhere else. And we have to make sure habits change. We have to change the workflow in enterprises or in governments so that our AI is part of it. We have to do a lot of upgradation, but the fundamentals still matter. So I just want to clarify one reality check, that AI doesn't mean it's going to be easier to do. It's going to take the same effort, if not more effort, and because you're trusting the machine to give decisions, more responsibility to make sure that it works. And this is something which is much more complicated than we think. Now, we know that adoption cycles are reducing globally. Electricity took 60 years. It was, 1880s and all that. We had the current wars. but it's only till 1920 that Netflix was used properly. Each cycle of technology takes less years. And in general, it has taken so many more time to get adopted in India. Interestingly, this time around, while we expect AI adoption also to take 10-15 years, our belief is that in India it can happen much faster. So because of India's situation today and the technological sophistication that we have been able to accomplish in the last 15 years or so, it is going to be much faster. Therefore, the gap between the global developments and AI in India is going to be very short. And this is because of the transformation that we have done in India. If you look at what's been happening in India in the last 10-15 years, when smartphones began, as you remember, Steve Jobs launched the iPhone in 2007, Google launched Android in 2008. So the initial use of phones in India was communication and entertainment and dominated by Western companies. So you had, Google, YouTube, or Facebook, or you had, WhatsApp or whatever. So that was the first era. But around 2015-16, with the rise of India's digital infrastructure, arrival of Aadhaar, UPI, and so on, India's thing became more sophisticated and led to payments and transactions becoming a bigger part of the internet world, which is, by the way, much bigger than anywhere else because of the unique infrastructure that we have. And that led to the rise. And the second thing that happened was the balance moved from just the global tech companies to actually homegrown tech companies financed by venture capital. So you have a company like Meesho, which has over 100, 200 million users, many of them first-time buyers, many of them first-time sellers, selling commerce in every nook and corner of the country. Or you have PhonePe, which belongs predominantly to Walmart, which has 48% of payment transactions in India. These companies did not exist. They came out of this digital infrastructure we had. Or PhysicsWala, which is a teacher, a talented teacher, Alak Pandey, who created a multi-billion-dollar company by using YouTube to teach, and then he sold classes, he used UPI to pay, and he's built a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. So that's what happened, and we had this whole payment and transaction revolution. And then we had the rise of all these gig economy companies, Zepto, two 22-year-olds delivering stuff for billions of dollars worth of goods in quick commerce. You have Rapido, which has the bike taxis. Rapido in Hyderabad is as big as the public transport system. You have Urban Company, which delivers people to repair your house, repair your air conditioning, give you a massage, all that at scale. They have really large base. So all these guys have created all these companies, and now we are going to see, as the number of users in India go to about 900 million, the phone is going to be the basis for reimagining work. And that is really what is required to get where we want in terms of jobs and so on, where people will discover jobs on the phone, they will get their credentials on the phone, they will get their benefits on the phone, and that's the future that we see. So India has had a digital transformation, and as Minister Jaishankar said, the acceptance of technology in India by Indians is very high. They're willing to accept. The reason is that what they have is so bad that this is much better for them. And so they absolutely no hang-ups about accepting it. They're not having long, convoluted debates and so on about what's good for them, and they just take the stuff and move on. Now, this whole thing we did was called DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, and we believe that that is going to be the basis for using AI. So when we look at implementing AI at scale in India, it's built on an existing foundation of digital transformation that has happened for a decade. What are those, and with the current thing we have, the predominant languages of the phone are English and Hindi. The UI, the user interface is a touch screen which you key in, and you have static knowledge available. And even with that, we have reached more than 500 million users. Today, WhatsApp in India has more than 600 million users. PhonePe has about 350 to 400 million users. UPI has 400 million users. So even with all that, we have reached these numbers. As the penetration of phones goes up and we reach 1 billion phones, what is it going to take the billion people to use this? First, language will move from just Hindi and English to every major Indian language. And that will make it much more accessible. We're already seeing evidence of that. I'll talk about it. Second, the UI from keyboard and touch will go to voice and video. So you'll talk to the computer in a language of your choice. It becomes so much more accessible. And third, because of generative AI and the reasoning capability of AI, you will go from static knowledge to dynamic contextual information that is at your fingertips at the time you need it. So these are the three things that will drive, we believe, the AI adoption to 1 billion people. Now, we believe that this will lead to India becoming the AI use capital of the world. So I don't want to get into, maybe later we'll talk about, Priyanka will talk about DeepSeek and all that. But I can assure you that whatever be a DeepSeek or not, India will be placed where this stuff gets used. Stuff gets used at scale of 1 billion people, like we have shown before with Aadhaar, with UPI. And an example of that is how we have created the data for languages. Today, people like AI for Bharat have created open source AI models for Indian language, covering all the 22 major Indian languages and continuously reducing cost of operation. Because you want to make AI work in India, you have to charge 1 rupee per inference. You can't do it by charging those exorbitant prices that you're seeing elsewhere. And this is also about data. These guys have gone out and collected data. This is not building models by scraping the internet and somebody else's IP. This is about going out and collecting data. They have collected 18,000 hours of spoken Indian language across the length and breadth of the country in all its variations and nuances, using a whole army of people going around collecting data. So AI is about data, and data has to be the right data for your context. And these are the kind of infrastructure which are creating low-cost population scale AI. An example is in learning, where this is being applied for education now in 4 or 5 states, 6,000 labs, and it's about learning to read and write. We all know the challenge in India. We had the USER report for many years showing there's no improvement in education, but now we think with these AI tools we can actually make learning better. And this is again a key difference in the way we think about AI in this country, which is how do we use AI to make lives better? It is not how do we use AI to make things so convenient that you lose your skills. It's not about dumbing down people. It's about actually using this to improve the capacity, capability, and potential of human beings, and therefore, how do we use AI to make lives better? And that's a continuous theme in all the AI work in India. Another one which is coming up now in multiple states is the Open Agri Network, which allows farmers to get access to information in the language of their choice and all kinds of information, weather cycles, crop cycles, etc. And this again is getting rolled out right now. Again, another case of building AI at scale to help farmers improve their productivity and their markets and so on. And so what you're seeing is sort of a AI and DPI. So AI makes DPI better. For example, in the Aadhaar system, they use AI for liveness testing. When you do Aadhaar authentication with a face, they make sure they're not using a photograph, there's a real human being there. All that is done with AI. When we do transliteration in AI, in the data of AI, they use transliteration, they use generative AI to reduce the errors. In UPI, which does 18 billion payments a month, they're using AI to have voice payments. So you can see that the digital infrastructure we have is getting loaded with more AI and making DPI better. And a great example of that is what the government has built as a DPI, which is Bhashini. I don't know, is Amitabh here? I don't know. So Amitabh and Abhishek have done a great job of building Bhashini, which is essentially an API-based platform for Indian languages. They have a large number of models there. The most popular ones are from AI for Bharat. This system is already today doing 300 million inferences a month. Okay? It is doing it in 36 languages and 22 languages in voice. And the way it provides a standard protocol for Indian language translation in which are then used by multiple applications. So My Aadhaar is the application, the chatbot for Aadhaar resolution. PM Kisan E-Mitra is a chatbot for farmers to know whether they got the money. The similar one is there for Narega payments. So all these are actually today being used by ordinary people in a language of their choice to get a service that they want. And this will only get better because as the data from these interactions improves the models, as the models become better in terms of reasoning and so on, this will only become better for people. So this is the cycle. So when you develop these kind of public systems, it's not about delivering a solution, it's delivering an infrastructure which keeps improving. And so that's how the AI in India is improving. So I think my point is that it's not a slam dunk. It's not that some magic will happen tomorrow morning and we'll all be, coasting along, getting our UBI payments or whatever. It's about focusing on individual transactions, individual narrow use cases, making them work at scale. We'll be doing that. It's about creating an evolvable iterative model of improvement. So you improve data, improve AI models with data from collection, synthetic data as well as AI from the usage so that you keep improving things. And it is about making sure it's safe, secure, unbiased, responsible, and there are a whole set of techniques to do that. And obviously, we have to make this at 1 rupee per inference. Otherwise, this is not going to fly. So we think that AI is not easy. It's not some Kool-Aid. It's about doing it properly. But India will be uniquely placed because of its history, and it will combine DPI and AI to create a whole new way of doing things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that deeply insightful keynote. We now continue the conversation. AI, where are we and where can we go? In conversation with Nandan, we have Yanka Otel, Director, Asia Program and Senior Policy Fellow, European Council on Foreign Relations. Yanka, over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the inspiring presentation. That was very exciting already. And before we get into DeepSeek and more conversations about DPI, how DPI can be used for the Global South and how it can be used for climate, there's one question that kind of, while you were talking, struck me quite a bit. You were saying we want to make sure that we use AI to make life better. That's pretty counterintuitive, because at the moment, AI has been used mostly to make some people richer. So this is something where, how do you explain this logic? And maybe adjacent to that, a question, there's a lot of enthusiasm here about the adoption of technology. You said, because everything else has been so much worse, this is great, we'll use this. What would be a breaking point for India to cap that enthusiasm? What would be a technological development that might bring this to a screeching halt because there's an endangering of data, there is a great fear about a real corruption of the entire system?
You're from Europe, right?
I am, yes, I can't help it. The skeptics always come from Europe.
Yeah. So, I think, obviously there are these risks, and the risks are well known. I mean, security is a big risk, data privacy is a big risk. With AI, of course, the world coming to an end is a big risk, according to these guys. So there are lots of risks. But I think we have to manage the risks. There will be some episodes, something that set us back. But at the end of the day, the incredible benefit that people are getting from this technology far subsumes the risks. And that's the reality, I think. The minister was also saying that today you have a lady sitting on a street with a street vendor with a cart. She's selling vegetables. She's using UPI payments. And then she's using the data from those payments to get access to credit. So for her, it's life-changing. So I think that's what will keep it going. And your first question was...
So it's just the question of whether sort of the logic, the underlying logic here is not to get rich because the state has played a lot of the role in underlying this.
State has played a role of creating minimal guardrails and technologies. But the rest of it is actually market innovation. If you look at what's happening in the DPI world today, There are many companies. I'll give you examples of those companies like PhonePe and all these guys. All these guys use the infrastructure, but they're private companies. And the market value of companies created on top of India's digital infrastructure is $150 billion. So it's not small. So the idea is create rails which everybody uses and then allow markets to compete. So it's not a government thing in that sense.
No, but the rails do cost money and they do cost capital. And at the moment, if we want to talk about adoption also in the Global South, capital for precisely those investments is not necessarily available with other actors, particularly the United States, pulling back.
No, actually, the money is not the bottleneck. I mean, the money to build DPI globally will just cost a few $1 billion. It's not much. You want to fix global $1 billion. You want to fix global climate, you need $5 trillion. So compared to all that, if you want to create digital infrastructure for the globe, it'll cost $10 billion. It's not much at all.
And there's no hardware needed before?
No, you need hardware. You have to buy the hardware, but you have to buy it, or you can use the cloud or whatever. So I don't think it's a technology problem, because the technology has been demonstrated. Much of this technology is available as open source with no strings attached, so there's no sovereignty issue. It is really political will, understanding how tech can be transformational. That is where that's where we have to think about it, and not get seduced by some AI and this and that. These are all good things, but AI is like talking about the penthouse when you don't have a foundation. So I think we need to build a foundation in these countries.
Well, we're talking about price. Let's go to DeepSeek, because this has been on everybody's mind. How much has this shaken the tech ecosystem here? You're one of the godfathers of the Indian tech ecosystem. What was your first thought when you saw this coming out?
No, I think DeepSeek has done a service to the world. I think they've demonstrated that you can do frugal innovation, that even if you're constrained in capital or constrained in the quality of your chips, if you design it and innovate well, you can create a comparable AI to other people who spend billions of dollars. So I think they have demonstrated that. And the second thing that DeepSeek has done is they have published what they have done. So they've been very, in general, the AI world typically has been open about its achievements. I mean, even the Transformer came out of a paper from Google in 2017. But I think DeepSeek has, in that spirit, has published all the techniques they used. So ultimately, what it's saying is models will be commodities. Anybody can build a model. It's not a big deal. All the knowledge is out there. It's the data which makes a difference. So you got to change the focus. How do we gather the data from the direct raw data, not from some internet scraping? How do we use synthetic data? How do we build use cases which then give more data to solve, and so on? So it's a data issue. I'm not really concerned about the models. Anybody can build models.
But are you worried about DeepSeek as such? Sorry to be the European again here, but the Italians have banned DeepSeek already. Your own finance ministry has said, not using on government devices, please. So what is the risk that is behind it if this is the basis, a foundational model for more applications?
I don't care whether you use DeepSeek or not. All I'm saying is that what DeepSeek has done is accelerated the commoditization of models. So you don't use DeepSeek, use something else.
But do you think that India will have the next 5 DeepSeek moments as it was discussed here?
Well, I don't know what is a DeepSeek moment. There will be models from here, and the Indian AI mission has already launched a plan for more Indians to build AI models. Already many people have launched small models, 2 billion parameter, 7 billion parameter. Now it's a question of scaling it up. As part of the AI mission, they have also struck a deal to get GPU capacity in the country. So I think all the right things are done. All I'm saying is we should not lose sleep because somebody hasn't built a model. The models will be built. It's not a big deal. The real challenge, as I explained in my talk, is how do we make this work? How do you make it work for 1 billion people? How do you make sure it's accurate? How do you make sure there's no bias? How do you make sure that it doesn't goof off? That is the problem. So we'll focus on those things. Tomorrow, if some new model comes, we'll just replace the old one with a new one. Not a big deal.
I like your optimism, and I like also that you say it's not a big deal. It gives us, consoles us in Europe as well, since we're sort of behind on that one as well. We're not quite sure. Maybe a quick question on sort of the Global South perspective here, because there's a lot of participants from Global South countries here in the room, and this is obviously the great India story, right? The DPI story is the great India story. But what is it that Global South countries really need right now? What is it that India can offer? And is this something where India will also sort of get out of its shell a little bit and go into the world and actually promote this more actively? What would be the collaboration partners for that?
Well, I'm not in the government, so I can't speak for that. But I think there is a lot to learn from the Indian example. First is, how do you use tech in an inclusive way? How do you get everyone to participate? You know, when we give 1.4 billion Indians an Aadhaar, when we have 750 million Aadhaar-linked bank accounts, when we have billion smartphones, we've actually taken this technology to everyone right down to the last point. That is something which everyone can learn from. That is not just for a small elite, but it's a very inclusive way of doing things. So there's a whole set of learnings there. The second thing is, most of the global south has a very high degree of informalization. So formalization is just a few people, and the rest of the people are outside the system. And tech done well can actually accelerate formalization, which is what is happening in India today. Formalization in turn means more people enter the economic system, they improve their productivity, they earn money, they pay taxes. So the whole virtuous cycle that the West took 150 years can be accelerated into 20, 30 years. And many more things, and then the way we think about AI for learning, the huge challenge in many of these countries is just children are not learning. If we can now make learning better, that will have a huge impact on the human capital. So I can think of a dozen things which will benefit, and they're not that expensive compared to all the other costs the world is going through.
You're going around the world a lot talking about this. Where are the places where you find the adaptation most sort of imminent? Where do you see the biggest strides forward at the moment?
I think certainly in Africa, in fact, we have the gentleman here from Morocco who's talking about what they've done in Morocco and many other countries, South Africa, Kenya, and so on, in the Philippines and in South America and so on, all that. And interestingly, lo and behold, yesterday I had a meeting with a Western European country.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there's a lot that can be done. I'm from Berlin, where a lot of the digitalization is still kind of very far behind.
Yes. So I think the big change I see today is there's now finally acknowledgement that in India, actually, it's a whole new way of doing things. It's much more participative, it's much more open, it's much more open source, and more countries are now looking at it, including what are developed countries.
And do you think that from that perspective, sort of, what are the other use cases? And I would like to sort of tilt the conversation a little bit for our stretch here to the climate conversation.
Sure.
Because there's something that is very dear to my heart, but I know also dear to your heart, to have a conversation about that. And we're at a time where the climate conversation has obviously, is not making the top of the priority list, although arguably it probably still should, despite everything that's going on at the moment. But there's obviously a huge need in having conversations about what do new solutions for the climate problems look like. Technology is one of the areas that we look towards and say, maybe that can solve us, maybe that can save us, maybe that can help us. How do you see the combination of DPI, AI, and climate come together? What would be the best use cases from your perspective?
Sure, I think that's a great question. And first of all, I think many of the challenges in climate today, one is of course the political policy, lack of carbon tax, those kind of things, are also just the sheer complexity of implementation. Today, everywhere in the world, it takes years to get permission to do anything, to build a solar plant, to lay the transmission line. So the interconnect backlog around the world is huge. It's not a tech problem. It's a problem that our policy framework. See, what happened what's happening is today we are in the age of electricity, right? Because more and more we're going to go to electricity for a variety of reasons and less on fossil fuels. In the Western world, electricity consumption was pretty much static for 100 years. And the technology did not change for 150 years. The last time the grid had technology was in 1880, when Tesla, Edison, and Westinghouse fought whether it should be AC or DC, right? After that, it's been the same stuff. So when you have a static system which is not growing, suddenly you're made it extremely dynamic and growing at 5%. You're not able to cope. So a lot of it is nothing to do with technology. It's to do with whether we can actually grow, build more transformers, put the cables, get it going, get the permissions, etc. So I think that part is required in climate, irrespective of that. But the other thing is that the nature of electricity is changing from a large single producer of energy, like a nuclear plant or a big gas-fired plant, to a situation where every home has energy in it. Every home has a EV which has a battery. Every home has a rooftop solar. Every home has many more electric devices, heat pumps and ACs and so on. So you're going from a sort of a mainframe kind of world to an internet kind of world where everyone is a producer, consumer, buyer, seller, or storer of energy. This requires a whole new way of thinking about the grid and a way of connecting. And that's where DPI comes in. My point is that you can have a DPI approach to creating tomorrow's grid by creating protocols which allow all these guys to talk to each other seamlessly, which is what, by the way, the paper that we have published called the Digital Energy Grid, which explains how this could happen. So this is a classic example of how climate, because energy transition is required for climate. Energy transition can be accelerated by making the grid much more, interoperable. For that, you need a protocol. That's a DPI. And then once you do that, the data collection becomes so simpler that provides the AI to do many things. So I think that's the climate, energy, DPI, AI connection.
So walk me through this. I'm a 25-year-old entrepreneur from Europe. I want to make money off of that idea. How would I make a business out of this?
Well, it depends. You look at a specific thing. For example, somebody may say, I want to be in the business of peer-to-peer trading. I want to create a small smart grid in my village and actually produce solar energy, buy it and sell it. And if I have surplus energy, I sell it to the grid. So somebody can build a solution for that. Or somebody can say, how do I create a interoperable charging app so that instead of today, there'll be 10 charging networks and each will have their own app. Well, you actually need to have a way to make it interoperable, like we did UPI in India. So how do you make it interoperable? So there's the market for that, and so on. I mean, there's a whole market for creating distributed cloud storage. So what's going to happen is, many times, for example, once the EV life is over, that battery is still useful not to make the EV travel, but as a stationary storage for electricity. Somebody could get second-hand batteries, because sustainability, all that stuff, create a network of second-hand batteries which becomes storage, so when there's surplus energy, it can be stored there. Remember that at the rate we are going, the combined capacity of storage of EVs batteries is 6 times what it will be on the grid. So we have to leverage that distributed capacity. So how do you create a cloud storage for that? So I don't want to get into
there are endless opportunities, you're basically saying that.
But you have to agree to work on a single global, or at least a protocol. Now, think about it, let's do a mind game. Let's go back 30 years, 40 years, whatever. In 1995, why did the internet take off so fast? It was because long before that, they had built the protocols for the internet. They had built, the way to send emails, or the way to do a website, and so on, right? And then you could just build on that. But the new world of energy doesn't have those protocols. So you're going to do, if you don't do it properly, you'll also have these point solutions. So if you can use this properly and create a unifying protocol for the world, then it'll accelerate and you'll get all that you want.
Where do you see this as a really live debate here in India at the moment? Because I think this is where there's often a question about collaboration between Europe, the West more broadly, and India on climate questions. There's always a bit of a bad sentiment because the conversations at the COP aren't going so well and things like that. Yeah. Is that an area where you see a real area for collaboration between Europe and India as well?
Absolutely. I mean, look, if you're arguing about who pays how much money, or if you're arguing saying stop using coal, that's not going to go very far. But if you're saying let's look at how to use digital transformation as a way of accelerating the energy transition, which in turn will benefit the climate, that's a very positive conversation that we can have.
I would like to sort of walk you a little bit back to the year 2016, where you said in many interviews before that was sort of the crucial year for India's digital journey. This is now more than 10 years ago.
9 years ago. 9 years ago.
So it's almost 10 years ago, exactly. Almost 10 years ago now. So if you have the anniversary next year, what will it be that you look back on and will be saying, what enabled it? What enabled 2016, made it so possible? And what is your advice for every single other Global South country going through that evolution, how they can create their own 2016 in 2025?
So first I'll tell you what happened in 2016. April 4th, 2016, Aadhaar reached 1 billion people. April 11, 2016, UPI was launched. September 2nd, 2016, the architecture for account aggregator was launched by the RBI, which is the basis of democratizing data. September 5th, 2016, Reliance Jio was launched, which changed the mobile business. November 8, 2016 was the withdrawal of currency notes, also known as demonetization. And December 30th, 2016, the PM launched the BHIM app. So in the space of 9 months, this thing happened. But for this to happen, things had to have happened before. It's not that one morning we got up and all this happened. It was all developing over the previous few years. So I think the message is that you have to have the patience to build the basic foundational blocks to take this forward. It may take years, but if you do it well, then events will happen, events will conspire to take all these blocks and get them to scale up. So I think there's hope for everyone. And this time we can do it much faster, because we know what we have to do. That time we didn't know what we were doing. Now we know what we're doing, so we can do it faster.
You've also said that India will have 1 million startups in just 10 years.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
So where do you see, what's the area in which you will have most startups?
In everything. I mean, there's no one area. All startups will be solving some problem or the other. The important thing, there'll be 1 million of them. Like, to give you again, in 2015, we had about a few thousand startups. Today, we have 150,000 startups. So assuming a 20% CAGR, we're looking at 1 million startups by 2035. And it's a virtuous cycle. Startups beget more startups. It's like nuclear fission or whatever. So let's see what happens. There's a startup, bunch of very smart guys. They create a successful company. They go IPO. All those guys have stock options. They all make millions. They all become startup guys. Suddenly one startup begets 100 more startups. So that cycle, that virtuous cycle is now in full play, which is why I think there'll be 1 million. Now, which problems they will solve is for them, but they will solve problems in climate, in energy, in fintech, in space. I mean, India's space story is actually a fabulous success story. I mean, 10 years back, India was essentially a public sector success space story. ISRO was doing everything. But this government, Mr. Jaishankar and his colleagues, Prime Minister Modi came out with the space policy, which allowed private sector to do space. That has now led to hundreds of space startups. And today we have startups like Skyroot in Hyderabad, which is building a 3D rocket for launching. They're going to be launching, every 2-3 months they're going to be launching. So there'll be one of the few places outside the US where there'll be launches. There's a company like Pixel, which is launching hyperspectral satellites, which there are 3 of them flying now, beaming data down. So suddenly the space industry has taken off. And these guys are benefiting from the infrastructure of ISRO. So they use the rocket launching in Kerala, where they have the launching pad for ISRO. And they use the labs of ISRO for testing. So there's a good synergy between the private startups and the existing system. So who would have thought? I mean, I never thought 10 years back that space would be a big thing, but now there are 200 startups. So I don't know where it's going to come from.
Where does the capital come from? Do you think mainly from India, or do you think from the outside?
Both. I mean, the global capital will come, but Indian capital, see, only 5% of Indian assets are in equity right now. So that's going to go up. And we also have systematic investment plans where people invest a small amount of money in capital markets. That today is now $3 billion a month. So we're getting $36 billion a year into our capital markets through technology, because you just press a button and it sets it up. In 2 minutes you can set it up. You're welcome. I'll show it to you sometime. So the thing is that capital will come from outside and from India.
I think that's an important sort of note, because I think there's a lot of skepticism at the moment whether capital will dry up for certain developments, because we're all now in defense production and we're all investing in other things and no one's investing in those things anymore. But there's no skepticism on your part here.
No, look, I mean, I think India's challenge, while I know this is all about geopolitics and all that stuff, India's challenges are internal. In a sense, what we have to do to get our thing going is internal. It's not, we have to deal with all the external issues, of course. I mean, nobody's saying no, but a lot of things, improving ease of doing business, making benefits universal, making credential universal, getting the startup guys going, it's really within the country.
So while we're coming to a close, I started as the skeptical European, and you almost have me convinced to embrace the sort of Indian enthusiasm.
What else do I need to do to change you?
What this is my question is sort of, what is your piece of advice for all those skeptical Europeans out there to just get a little bit more Indian about themselves?
Develop a bias for action.
That's a tricky one for a German. Thank you so much, Nandan Nilekani, for this conversation. It's been a huge pleasure. Thank you for Carnegie India for organizing everything, and I hope that all of you can enjoy the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yanka. Great fun. Super. You did a great job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Yanka, for an engaging and forward-looking conversation on AI's present and future in India. Could I ask the room to please settle down? Could I ask the audience to please settle down for the next session? We're beginning in a minute. In a couple of minutes. Could I ask the audience to please settle down? We're beginning our next session very shortly. Could the audience please settle down? We're beginning with the next session. Up next, we have a keynote session titled Sambhavna, the state of geopolitics of technology. For this, I have the honor of welcoming Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman, Hero Enterprise. So please. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. It's a hard act to follow, to come in after two high-powered speakers here.
Tomorrow.
The subject of this session says Sambhavna. Sambhavna is what is possible. I think it'll be interesting also to talk about what is probable here right now.
Do you know him from before? The ambassador?
The world today is going through an interesting set of changes. Geopolitics is like a game of chess, where each of the pieces are arguing with the other who actually invented this game. And tariff, apparently, I'm told, has become the most used words on the search engines over the last couple of weeks. But while there is active conversation and dialogue on tariffs and what they might do, there is a series of other races ongoing at this moment. One, of course, is the race to build and figure out a way to manage AI quantum computing, technology in general has started a new race across the globe. We have seen the world argue, the world literally actually create wars over land, then oil, then water. And now that all of that seems to be happening at the same time, while the tech seems to have overtaken most everything else. India itself is now considered amongst the leading nations as far as contribution to the GitHub in AI is confirmed. We have, however, spent much less than many other countries. If you see, since 2013, India has spent shy of $12 billion, US has spent well over 450 million, China has spent over 100 billion in the very same time. We also have some way to catch up on the research front. But the contribution India is making now is actually growing rapidly. And we've done this a few times in the recent past, which tells us there is a possibility to leapfrog. We did this when the telecom revolution happened in India. From a nation which had only a few 100,000 telephone connections to one which provided first the most expensive and then the lowest priced wireless telephony in the world. Today, we have over 1 billion phone connections, with close to 1 billion of them being smart devices. We have over 1 billion people with digital identities. Most of them also have digital bank accounts. So we're sitting actually at the cusp of a possibility to leverage these along with the new leap in technology that we are likely to take. It positions India not just amongst the big economies, but certainly amongst those who wants to and will be sitting on the top table. India's growth, however, unlike many others, is not seen as a threat, and nor does India want to be in a position where it puts down others. India's attempt is to create an image and a position for itself where it plays an active role and part in the global value chain, whether it is manufacturing or services or in the new technology world. We see ourselves as an increasing provider, not just of services, but also of talent and of intelligence. At this moment, India has a large number of its citizens living and working overseas, many of them in the world of technology. Many of the top tech firms, and this is no secret for all of you, have CEOs which went from India. A large part of the workforce also has been provided by India. India now wants to play the role of being an active player in geopolitics. India wants also to tap into its historical strength of its culture, of its cultural ability to use India's wisdom, India's culture, India's arts, alongside the move that we are making in technology and STEM. We have demonstrated this in many ways. In fact, Nandan, who was here just a minute ago, was a key player in creating the infrastructure which allowed us to do a lot of this. India's UPI, the payment interface system, the India stack, which is one of the most unique systems in the world, which allows multiple layers of services to ride in full security in an open system. I think it's also important for us to note that the question now on technology and AI is also going to be about how it actually gets governed. What kind of guardrails get set out? I was in California a little while ago, and in most of the conversations we had, the two things that came up was cybersecurity and where AI will take us. Both of these are important conversations, but at this moment, not quite fully defined. I think, therefore, it is critical and important that geopolitics does play a role in this, that countries do talk to each other. At this moment, the system that we have put to protect data is different in each part of the world. Europe has a completely unique outlook to it, where individuals control everything. In China, they have control, but the state wants the final word. In the US, we are looking at it through institutions. India, too, introduced its own act in 2023. I think this is another important conversation that we need to have as we discuss trade, because the world, it appears, took a complete about turn from the decades of the attempt to build a global village. Of late, it appears it's almost tearing itself apart, with countries saying, my country first, my people first, my jobs first, which is fair to some extent, but at the same time, it does tend to damage the fabric of globalization that was being built. It appears to leave those behind which were getting left behind already. So I think it is important that technology becomes the enabler in building this bridge which will allow those not to be left behind. At the same time, the conversation and concern about where AI is going is an important and a critical one, which is why conversations like the GTS actually play an important critical role in this. I hope in these few days, while all of you are here, we are able to come to some good understanding, at least to share ideas and views on where each one of us stands. Because at this moment, it also appears we were not quite listening. I think that's important too. As we build the new globe for ourselves and our future generations, while trade conversations will happen, I think it's more important that the very art of conversation is brought back into global dialogue. As a nation, India has played a reasonably neutral role of late. On the one hand, we have been able to buy oil from Russia while the war is going on. At the same time, we are actually having an active conversation with Ukraine as well. And this has been India's stand, that we would like to find solutions through conversations and dialogue. And the time of wars is long past. It still, however, appears we don't quite all agree on this, and which is why this is another conversation which is a critical one. For us to talk about possibilities, they are immense at this moment because of the way we have connected through technologies. The boundaries, the political boundaries that we have built for ourselves are somewhat imaginary once you start looking at technology. Because no matter what boundary you put, technology will travel, information will travel, data will move about. And therefore, it makes perfect sense for us to have a much more open conversation and create a set of possibilities which make for a healthier, happier, more educated, and more accessible world. I hope this is not just the world of possibilities for us, but truly a probability for a future that we see in the not too distant future. I do know that for all of us at this current moment, the conversation about world trade is a critical one because it has caused waves around the world. And there are plenty of views about what it will do and where it will finally land. Nobody knows where it will finally land, but one thing is certain, it has changed the way we all looked at each other, the way we looked at trade, the way we looked at global relations. I hope that by the time this settles down in the next few months, we have a clearer view of how and where we stand in the Committee of Nations, and that as people, we will use technology as a tool and not just be driven by technology. Because the rapid change that is taking place is actually an amazing machine at this moment. We could get driven by it, or we could use it as the most amazing facilitator for us. And I certainly hope it is the latter. Good luck and all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful remarks on the state of geopolitics of tech, which sets the stage for our next session, the panel discussion on Sambhavna, the state of geopolitics of technology. May I please welcome to the stage Debjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow, Niti Aayog, Tarun Chhabra, former Deputy Assistant to the President and Coordinator for Technology and National Security, U.S. National Security Council, Brendan Dowling, Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology, Government of Australia, John Simonson, Senior Director, Prime Minister's Office, Sweden, Anthony Cook, Corporate Vice President and Deputy General Counsel, Microsoft, Sebastian Niles, President and Chief Legal Officer, Salesforce. Moderating this panel is Srinath Raghavan, Non-Resident Senior Fellow, Carnegie, India. Can I have video, please? Video, please. Srinath, floor is all yours.
Thanks, Sahib, and good afternoon. Welcome to this conversation that we're going to have on geopolitics of technology. Now, I think it's fair to say that technology and geopolitics as two ideas were pretty much joined in the hip. I mean, if you go back to the origins of thinking about the world in geopolitical terms, to the turn of the 20th century, the entire idea of thinking of politics operating at the global scale was because of technological development around that time, right? So technology and geopolitics run pretty much through together. But at the same time, technology also brings the globe together in other ways that we understand as globalization, right? So on the one hand, technology sort of connects, it flattens out the globe, as we say, but it also creates differentials in terms of power, capability, which then drives competition. So technology is central both to globalization and to geopolitics, to competition and to cooperation. And I think it's also fair to say that competition and cooperation are not kind of mutually exclusive categories here. If you want to compete with someone, you have to cooperate with others. So those are the kinds of broad themes that we really want to explore. Over the last 8 to 10 years, the geopolitics of technology has become a lot more competitive, partly because of the advent and upsurge of new technologies. We've already spoken this morning about things like AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, cybersecurity, and so on. We also know that there are very distinct regulatory sort of systems and environments coming into place in different geographies to help develop and manage the state of affairs. We've spoken about the sort of role of the state and society and what the balance between these things is in terms of thinking. So for this particular session, what we really want to sort of focus on are questions around how countries in the current geopolitical sort of situation are balancing out technological competition with other policies, particularly around trade, which are essential to build resilience, particularly in supply chains and so on. This is not just a story of the states. We also want to understand how multinational corporations are navigating geopolitical tensions and a fragmented regulatory scheme. In a nutshell, I think what we want to understand really are what are the opportunities as much as vulnerabilities for critical tech in such a time of geopolitical flux. Sambhavna, which is the title of both this panel but also of this edition of the GTS, is about possibilities. But etymologically in Sanskrit, Sambhavna also means coming together, particularly in terms of a meeting of minds. So what we're hoping really is to pick some of the wonderful minds we have around this panel to try and develop some perspective on what really are the opportunities in this landscape. So thank you so much for joining us here today. Tarun, if I may, can I begin with you to give us a sense of one of the sort of main axes of the geopolitics of technology has been the US-China competition. You were very sort of centrally located in the Biden administration, had a ringside view of many of these developments, shaped many of the policies and so on. I just want to get a sense from you on when you look a little backwards, how do you see what was accomplished in that time? And going forward, where do you think the trend lines are pointing in this landscape of geopolitics of technology?
Thank you very much, Srinath. So I think there are a few trends that are likely to be enduring that characterize not just US-China competition in technology, but really the broader global dynamic that implicates all of us. The first I would note has to do with cybersecurity. So I think we tried to make public as much as possible some of the growing risks that we saw coming from China in cyberspace, particularly when it came to threats to our critical infrastructure and those of our friends around the world. And I think we've talked a lot about generally classes of infrastructure that we have thought about. If you think about your water and electricity and so on. But an area that we focused on that has not been, I think, focused on enough is the broader world of the Internet of Things, which could become a broader vector for cybersecurity risks. So if you think about, connected vehicles, whether they're electric or not, or you think about cloud services, or you think about industrial robotics, if this world of IoT is getting daily software updates from untrusted vendors, that really introduced profound risks for all of us. And I think we have begun to get our heads around that, but we really need to come together and work on not just standards, because standards alone don't solve a problem with a trusted vendor, but really figure out ways in which we open up our markets to one another and create a trusted zone. Because those vulnerabilities are not going away, and to date it's really only the United States that's taken action in a number of these areas, and we really need to, I think, expand the sphere of friends and partners who are doing the same. I think the second area is just kind of the broader technology and trade dynamic, and Dr. Jaishankar this morning said it's very difficult to say, oh, this is non-sensitive trade and this is sensitive trade now. And I think what he was talking about was, in one dimension, this world of IoT, and that could extend, quite far into things that are in our daily lives. But he's also talking about the question, I think, of overcapacity, and that gets to not just questions about how many vehicles are coming in and so on, but it goes to the core of our national competitiveness as nations, right? To what degree can we sustain critical industries of the future with overcapacity coming online? And this is an issue that's been of concern not just for the United States, but many developing countries as well that also have ambitions to play in high technology and be advanced manufacturers as well. And then finally, I think the AI competition is very fierce. It's going to continue to be. It's going to pervade every aspect of, national security, economic competitiveness, our manufacturing base, and so on, especially as more and more capable models come online. I think that means, more focus on the hardware underlying, the silicon underlying frontier artificial intelligence, the power, as was referred to earlier today as well, and then whether we can come to any sort of understandings about ways in which advanced AI, advanced agents, right, could pose risks to all of us. Is it possible to come to some understanding of those risks and try to work on them together?
Thanks, Tarun. I'm sure we'll pick up some of those points when we get around next. Jon, if I could turn to you next. The European Union and Europe more broadly and the United States have had quite distinctive paths towards regulating technology, thinking about how do we want to sort of promote innovation and use and so on. But the current geopolitical context, I think, has particularly been, the transatlantic relationships have been a major focal point of many of the changes that seem to be unfolding pretty rapidly, even as we meet here. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, how does this kind of geopolitical flux impinge upon Europe's approach towards thinking about technology, not just in the European context, but more globally as well?
Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing this. I think I would talk about a couple of things. The regulation and the approach that the EU uses in comparison to the US and why we have a certain approach, and also the need for speed. And relating to that, okay, how if technology develops so fast, okay, how does governance need to develop to certify that we accomplish the benefits that we strive for, but also to handling the risks? But my background, I was an entrepreneur for 15 years, and then 10 years ago I shifted into government. As an entrepreneur, you know that speed is basically everything. But in an EU context, both the businesses and the citizens, they don't tolerate too much of mistakes. So if things are not, in healthcare, for example, with data sharing or with integrity issues, our citizens are not so tolerant. In the US, you solve things with the judicial way, but we don't. We have a contract between the citizen and the government to protect us and do good things for us. So then that leads to that we need to regulate in a bit more advanced, so we can really ensure that the developments of AI or drones or automatic vehicles or machines in the forest or in the farming are run in a way and handled in a way that the citizens approve of. And as a consequence, then we end up with a lot of regulation. But then the trick is, and I think EU is actually on this pretty well, that you have to look at regulation as a dynamic matter. And when EU defines new regulation, many times they write into this regulation that it should be revised, for example, within a couple of years. So if you look at regulation as a cyclical process, you can curb a bit of the difficulties with over-regulation. So that's, I think, very, very important. And I think actually EU is better than many nations in Europe to handle that type of thinking. And another dimension is that it's so easy to regulate with very hard instruments, laws and regulations, but you have to look at the complete threshold of regulations, from soft regulations, industry, common understanding of problems, maybe industry agreements, up to standardization, and then to tough regulation. And you have to play on the whole ladder of regulation. And I think Europe could be much better to use the whole stack of different types of ways of regulating and normating different areas. So that's one thing then. But now when I talk to entrepreneurs and also companies and also the public sector healthcare providers, they actually see that they want to use tech in a very, very rapid manner. But it's actually the challenges, for example, with GDPR that really makes it difficult. So somehow the public sector has to facilitate a more rapid technology development. And how do we do that then? If you look up now, ramping up the EU defense production, for example, the companies are ready there, they have the finances, they have the customers, but to build all these new things requires a lot of permitting. And that's actually quite complex in Europe. To build a new power grid line or a new regiment or whatever is extremely complex. So a lot of these challenges with new technology or automatic drones for farming or in the forest industry falls back on the regulators and the governments to facilitate this more rapid development. So it actually goes to the politicians and the civil servant to enable a safe and rapid deployment of new technology. And that's the European approach, and that's what we're striving for. It will not be an easy path, but that's the approach we have to deploy.
Debjani, if I could bring you into the conversation now. We just heard from Nandan Nilekani a little while ago about, how he sees the development of AI in the context of India. But I'm just wondering from your vantage point, what really is the AI opportunity for India in this kind of a landscape, which is clearly both unpredictable, fragmented, but also perhaps throws up various kinds of opportunities.
Thanks, Sriram. I think if you ask all five of us to summarize what we think is the current situation, the global situation in AI, I think you'll get five very different answers. And I think we're at that stage where there's very little, frankly, understanding and agreement in terms of what is really happening and where this is going to go. The things that we do know is the pace of evolution is something we have never experienced before, the pace at which things are changing. What we do know is that the rules of competition are completely being rewritten. And they're pretty much being rewritten every time China comes up with a new model or someone comes up with something else, we all go back to the playbook to say, oh my God, how did this happen? What changed? So I still believe we're in very early days. And the competition and how this will play out and the rules especially are going to change pretty drastically over the next maybe few years. So I think this is the perfect time, rather than, of course you have to worry about today and what's happening today, but this is the perfect time to get into the art of possibility thinking and figure out where do you want to be tomorrow and how do you shape that future. And that's my day job at Niti Aayog, which is the Frontier Tech Hub. That's what we do. And as we look at the AI opportunities, the lens I'm applying to it is, what should this mean for us in the next 10 years? Where should India be in the next 10 years in order to not just count, but shape the trajectory of AI, both from an innovation perspective as well as from an application perspective. And we've been thinking through this for the last few months, many months, and there are three things that I think is a must-do for India to fully leverage the AI opportunity. First, we have to pick very strategic sectors and think of it from a supply chain perspective. Where do we want to disrupt? Where do we want to get more control? And we have to figure out how do we disrupt the rules of competition through R&D, R&D, and R&D. Really have to double down on R&D. And if I have to pick three areas that India should prioritize under this, the first one would be what I call life tech. This is AI, biology, sensors sort of coming together. And I think this is going to completely revolutionize the way we think of healthcare, the way we think of agriculture, environment, etc. I think it's going to be a way bigger opportunity than what we even know of AI by now. The second area would be advanced materials. All the news coming out of China pretty much daily and how they're disrupting, changing the lane as they call it in semicon, etc., etc. This is going to be critical for us, especially India's dependence on manufacturing sector and the need to grow that sector. Semicon. Catching up is going to be a very difficult strategy. But disruption, I think, is going to be the way to go forward in areas like semicon. And the way to disrupt is, I think one of the ways to disrupt is going to be metamaterials, to figure out what's next, right? And India has to invest in this. And the third area I would invest in is quantum computing and communications. I think this is going to be absolutely critical in terms of how it defines security, national security, and also compute. So that's my first block, which is strategy, prioritizing some 3 supply chains, and then figuring out through really world-class R&D disruption, how do we change the rules of competition. The second one for me is make renewable energy a strategic and competitive advantage for India. We have to be the source code for the most affordable and clean energy in the world. And how do we get there? And what do we have to do today? What do we have to invest in to ensure that we get there in the next 10 years? China is ahead of us, so again, we have to think of a disruptive strategy. But if there is one thing that will challenge the efficiency of controls, export controls, I think who has the energy and who controls the energy supply chain is going to be one of the key things that will challenge that. And I think we are on a good ground to think of a leapfrog strategy in this one. So this is another big opportunity for me. And the third one is we have to bring back human accountability and human focus in the game of AI. We are currently completely moving away from it. When you think of the tech framework, what we are seeing come out of a lot of big tech and West is technology is in the center. So yes, we want to race towards AGI, but none of these companies can today stand up and say what they really mean by AGI. And there are different versions of it. So if AGI is going to help us, great, then let's build it. But if it is not, and the historians, then why are we building? Why are we investing so much of our dollars into this? And I think you have to now figure out a framework which has the human and the planet's well-being at the center. And that's the human-centric model. And India, I think, is tremendously well-placed to drive that thinking. Everything we have done evolves around human centricity. So these are the 3 things I think India should prioritize and really focus on, not just to disrupt, but also to lead and shape the trajectory, the narrative, the standards that's going to define this.
Great, thanks. Brendan, if you could bring in an Australia sort of perspective to this discussion. You've been very closely involved in thinking about issues at the nexus of security and technology, particularly in terms of creating resilience across domains and so on. So I'm just wondering, again, I mean, does the current sort of geopolitical moment call for new ways of thinking about what that relationship amounted to? Are there continuities from what you've done in the past that you would like to sort of, press forward, taking others? What can other partners of Australia do in this domain?
I think your initial point about technology and global power always being connected is actually very spot on. But we convinced ourselves in the digital age that this time was different. And I think if we go back to the late 90s and the 2000s, an air gap developed between geopolitics and policy making and technology and innovation. And I think in the technology industry, this idea gained a lot of currency that this was a new phase of human technology, this was a new phase of human interactions, and the old world ways of geopolitics and power didn't apply, and that the digital world was somehow inoculated from those new ways. And some of those, we'll recall some of those statements made by tech evangelists at the time have really not stood up well to scrutiny 25 years later. But on the government side, I think we also failed. We bought into the idea that tech was too complicated, was too technical, moved too fast, and that as policymakers, as bureaucracies, we couldn't possibly develop suitable policy and governance and regulation for this new world of digital technology. I think for the last 5 to 10 years, we've been trying to correct that mistake and recognise that actually technology is a domain in which the old world trends play out just as much. Technology is a domain where the public interest is at stake, and governments therefore have an obligation to their people to act in the national and public interest in the way technology is deployed and developed. In Australia, I think the approach we've taken for about 8 years now is to better intertwine the policy-making process with the technology development deployment process. A lot of the time that means working in partnership with major technology players, but sometimes it means imposing legislation and regulation to say that we need to create requirements and mandates on the technology industry that better reflect the geopolitical circumstances. For anyone who doubts how relevant technology is to geopolitics, you only have to look at how Russia has used cyber tools as a part of its campaign against Ukraine. You only have to look at the way North Korea has effectively funded its ballistics and nuclear missiles, nuclear warfare program through the theft of cryptocurrency. In Australia, 10 million Australians had their sensitive information accessed by cyber criminals operating out of Russia. And in the Pacific, we've seen some of the smallest nations in the world, nations with only tens of thousands of people, hit by cyber attacks emanating globally. So technology and geopolitics are deeply intertwined. I think for this audience, that's an obvious point, it's axiomatic, but when you take that out into broader policy-making circles, it's actually not accepted. And policymakers who talk about geopolitics don't talk about technology, and those who talk about technology don't talk about geopolitics. So that gap is real and it remains. What comes next, I think this is a time where we will make very consequential decisions. We have to make decisions about if we're introducing foundational tech to our nations, if that is a vector for a foreign attack, foreign interference, foreign disruption, then it is well within, and it is in fact an expectation of governments that we will put limitations on to better protect our people. I think Tarun's point around IoT is incredibly compelling. IoT, industrial IoT, is throughout every aspect of our societies, and yet is a point of vulnerability. We are allowing states that would misuse that access, that technology power, into every aspect of our lives and our economy. So it's incumbent on us to be more active in engaging in the technology and geopolitics conversation. It's an international partnership that we have to engage in. Australia has not only invested in building up our national resilience, but we've made it one of our major foreign policy priorities to build the stability and security of the region on a foundation of secure, trusted technology. This is something that is increasingly going to be part of all of our toolkits and is a priority for us.
Thanks. Sebastian, if we could turn the focus a little bit towards the industry and business outlook, not just on what is happening by way of geopolitical sort of flux, but I think there are competing imperatives in place that, on the one hand, you need global technology development, but there are pressures towards localization, nationalization, regionalization of these kinds of things. So from a business vantage point, how do you sort of balance these imperatives of, on the one hand, needing to sort of do things across different geographies, but then having particular sort of pressures in particular areas?
No, thank you. He's given me the easy question, you could tell. Look, it was a real honor to be part of this conversation at a very defining moment and a real inflection point, not only for technology and where agentic AI and other solutions are evolving, but obviously in terms of global dynamics. I think I'd start in answering your question, though, to share a little bit the vantage point, right? Sort of that, I come at this, that we come at this. I help lead Salesforce as president and chief legal officer. We're a global technology platform that serves, across sectors, across countries, across governments, and the like. And this includes our agentic AI platform, Agentforce, that is really kind of driving, across a whole set of different, cases and contexts, really the vision of humans and digital labor, right? Humans with agents and AI coming together to try to drive and define different sets of stakeholder, success, closing capacity gaps, transforming, enterprises and outcomes, and the like. And so with that, geopolitics, right, is not theoretical, right? It's a reality that all of our customers are grappling with, every day. And we often kind of operate as trusted advisors to these different industries, and governments and contexts. With that, I would note this is both energizing and very hard work, right? And sort of why, right? Well, anyone sort of here listening, today, whether you're in the room, right, sort of, or, globally on the live stream, what is it that every country wants, right? Every country wants resilience, right, and success, right, for their peoples. Every company, right, wants to innovate responsibly and transform, right, effectively and fundamentally. And what does every citizen want? Every citizen wants to know that they will not be left behind. I think I'm encouraged, actually around some of these issues right now, because these conversations, right, are now happening across borders, across sectors. And the fundamental opportunity will remain that if we put trust, inclusion, and impact at the center of how and where we not just deploy technology, but define the future around AI, and impact, we can do something really remarkable working together, whether that's private and public sector collaboration, whether it's industries, right, sort of working across to sort of serve the needs of their constituents and their stakeholders, and governments doing the same. And what is it that's going to be remarkable? Well, you will be deploying technology, not sort of like AI for AI's sake, but to drive the real outcomes that make a difference, so that you have technology that's not just powerful, but principled. And so how do you navigate this sort of new kind of evolving environment? It actually comes down to the fundamentals, right? Which is, for Salesforce, we have our 5 core values that drive how we think about this: trust, customer success, innovation, equality, and sustainability. And when we work with governments, customers, and sort of other contexts across this, it's, well, how do we help each other succeed? How do we help customers succeed? How do we promote interoperability? Right? How do we, yes, have a global vision, global platform, global priorities, but also really respect regional and local, differences, and needs? Because whether it's, having cross-border, right, data flows, whether it's figuring out, that the reality is, look, everyone wants to be self-reliant, but to be really successful, we all know you can't be isolated. And to solve the problems that are before us and also seize what's been noted, this intersection, right, of national competitiveness, right, of public trust, of global opportunity and risks, it's all intersecting, and it's either aligning or colliding, right? And technology plays a fundamental role in this, but the policies and standards that we choose to implement, or that we refrain from implementing because we want to have the right common sense context that drive responsible innovation, but actually drive with that bias for responsible action comment that you heard earlier, I think that really has to be the imperative. And we need to move forward on this, yes, with speed, yes, with scale, but really in trust.
Anthony, if I could sort of focus the same question a little bit more on the AI side of things, and talk a little bit about how the AI economy is evolving across geographies. I'm particularly interested to understand from your vantage point, what do you see as the sort of principal opportunities for collaboration in an environment like this?
Yeah, firstly, it's wonderful to be here. I think this is a really important moment, as has been said, and I think the AI moment in particular, I think, is incredibly important, because in some senses, the gap that Brendan was referring to that opened up in relation to, I think, policy making and technology has been really found probably its highest focus in AI, partly because the development of AI has largely sat, unlike a lot of other technologies, primarily with the private sector. And as a consequence, the sort of some of the ethos that I think pervaded some technology companies in the in the earlier 2000s related to, we should self-regulate, has, come into this focus where actually governments recognise that if the technology is, one, going to be innovated in the most ways that meet some of the requirements that we've heard across the panel about, doing so in ways that will respect security interests. They will respect domestic, interests from whether they're like in the European Union that are sort of starting from a values-based protection perspective. Those are things where I think the dialogue has moved, and so companies are now having to realise, in order to build the very trust that Sebastian was talking about, the notion that you can simply say, leave us, and we'll do what we want to do, and we can proceed without the interaction and engagement with government is just not acceptable. And so then I think you see that conversation evolving very differently in different places around the world. in some places, and the EU has been, at the forefront of this in the sense of the AI Act there, remembering that the AI Act really originated before the generative AI moment, in a sense. And so the Europeans were progressing down a path of setting out the framework for engagement, and a dialogue with industry very much about that. But as the AI moment came, the recognition that there was a safety-first approach in looking at sort of a risk categorization of AI and how we would start to engage in doing that. And I think one of the things that's been very interesting in the regulation as it's come out is some of the focus on codes of conduct that are then being developed, in much closer relationship with industry to inform, both so that industry understands what's coming, as well as informing the way in which the regulation is going to unfold. And so I do think, as you look around the world, the way in which that sort of dynamic between the government and players in the IT industry are forming is evolving in different ways. I think if you look in Asia, there is a sort of predominant innovation first step being taken, but very much, I think, informed, and India is a great example, and some of the organisations that have been on stage already, where that dialogue between public and private to inform the decision making and to inform the way that regulation is going to be pushed forward, to identify where there are public interests that the technology should be focused on, I think are going to be very important. The final thing that I would probably say is, as you then think about, from our perspective, and you look at this, the geopolitical intersection, if you like, with technology, one of the things that's very important to Microsoft, in fact, it's part of our mission, is how do you empower organizations? And I do think that, one of the things that we think about very much is, as you look at the technology layers, and particularly in AI, you look at both what the foundation levels are, you look at the building of models, you look at then the application layer is, how do you make sure that you're building partnerships across all of those levels? Because ultimately politics is always local, and so you have to work out the ways in which you can engage with local partners across the different levels of the IT infrastructure. And one of the things that we've thought a lot about is, how do you make sure that open source thrives on our platform? How do you make sure that we have models so that people can go to market and they can choose the way that they are able to do that without constraining them to a particular marketplace definition? And I think those are very important steps if you're going to move beyond sort of proprietary solutions and companies defining regulation for themselves, and you really want to provide an open environment where people can then come in, build the solutions they need to, leverage the technology and the innovation that's on the platform, and yet meet some of the final needs. And the final thing I would say is on this conversation at the moment, I think, around the importance of local and sort of domestic interests, and therefore the sovereign conversation, is, I think, the one that's just so important, because we're seeing, this is a pressure that's arising primarily, as a consequence and in response to some of the US activity over the last sort of, particularly the last 3 to 4 months, but reflecting a little bit, even on the last administration as well. And I think one of the things that's very important in that dialogue is, how are there going to be partnerships between local players and global providers in order to build the sort of the trust that we're talking about, to make sure that the benefits that everybody sees from the technology are not going to be stamped out by a move to sort of pure isolationism in the way that technology operates, which I don't think we'll see the full fruition of what it offers.
Tarun, if I could pick you up on exactly this point, right? I mean, my understanding is that one of the things that you were very focused on while in office was, how do you build partnerships in order to sort of create resilience around critical technology and so on. But does the current turn, towards kind of more widespread tariffs, a sense that partners have to prove their worth, etc., create new kinds of challenges for how this, business of ensuring resilience of critical supplies, etc., is going to be done?
So you're right about our approach. Our approach was to deepen partnerships with countries like India, with Japan and Korea, the European Union, Vietnam, and other partners. And part of that is, a recognition that, China has scale. China has tremendous scale. China's, and not approaching, in most cases, the world in that kind of spirit of partnership necessarily. It's a very different approach. And we saw a tremendous opportunity to capitalize on both leader-level interest in technology as a strategic issue, but also just the public imagination, right, and interest in technology improving the lives of all citizens. And so that was a major focus in the administration. Now, going forward, I still remain optimistic in the spirit of this gathering that where things could go is over the next few months you end up with negotiations happening, taking advantage of the approach that I think Dr. Jaishankar laid out today, which is an opportunity to reset the trade relationship between the United States and India, and then at the end of it we can continue to deepen some of these partnerships as the administration has laid out the intention of doing with trust. As a U.S.-India initiative, and that we just continue to recognize the systemic challenge that China continues to pose, and we already see that now with the relative tariff rates, and we also see that in the way that China is responding, right, which is, I think, kind of further trying to embark on this path of dual circulation, right, which is try to make the rest of the world more dependent on China, but make itself less dependent on others, and weaponizing supply chains like critical minerals and so on. So I still have some optimism that is the general direction we can continue to go.
Devjani, on the China sort of point, you pointed out that China is well ahead of India in the renewable sort of energy technology space. Now, my understanding is that China is not just ahead of India, but ahead of practically the rest of the world, and then by a very considerable distance in certain kind of areas of this thing. Now, there is clearly a global imperative in the context of climate change for wanting a quick kind of transition towards alternatives as part of an energy mix and so on. Given that imperative, how easy or difficult is it going to be to resist what China has to offer, especially at the scale at which things seem to be offering? So when you say that India wants to leapfrog, I mean, what time scale are we really conceiving that we can make such a move because the rest of the world needs to do some of that stuff? And if the Chinese are going to make that available, and as Tarun says, they're happy to sort of have this kind of dual circulation model where you increase dependency in certain ways in order to benefit your own domestic, suppliers and so on. What really is the time frame within which India needs to act, and how are we going to get our act together?
Two good things, right? One, the demand for energy is never going to stop. It's going to continue to grow. So, you haven't missed the bus if you if you need to take a few years to get your strategy and playbook right? Because the demand for energy is just going to grow and grow and grow. So, and the other good thing is this is an infinite game that we are playing. The tech game is there are no goalposts. There's no finishing line. So for me, it's not so important in terms of where you are in the race right now. What is much more important is what are you doing to get ahead, right? At least the work that we are doing to futurecast India and where it needs to be, we're taking a 10-year horizon, because the kind of foundational changes that is required to do a lot of things is not going to happen in a year or 2 years. There are three ways to look at it. There's enough incremental changes you can make on what exists today, the current ways, the current strengths, to get some advantage. And then comes the breakthroughs, right? And in breakthroughs, there's, we are categorizing it in what are the breakthroughs we must get in the next 5 years? What are the breakthroughs you must get in the next 10 years? So I think that's how you have to really look at this game. I think fundamentally, Shriram, it ultimately comes down to what will it take us and how long will it take us to make India a world-class research and development hub. Ultimately, no matter how you cut it, no matter which layers you peel, it'll come back to R&D, and I think that was the deep-seek realization for the world, right? It wasn't about, I don't believe the amount that was called out, but still, I think what was clear is this is not about deep pockets, this is not about legacy, this is about pure R&D and R&D brilliance. I mean, Google came out with distillation techniques, but DeepSeek showed us what it can do. Right? So this was really about the brilliance of R&D. And I think that's what we have to build in India. And whether it takes us 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, so be it. But we have to build it really well, because once you have that foundation, then the opportunities are pretty much endless. And again, as I said, the timing is not that important. Everything we have today is just going to grow, and it's going to grow more complex. Yeah.
Yeah, and my impression is that the government is already trying to catalyze investment in R&D through various kinds of schemes. I mean, they put a huge outlay, unprecedented, right?
That's what I said, break down the framework, right? There's one which is what do we have today and how do we put it to work in the most efficient way. And that's where ministries like, departments like DST, etc. are doing a fabulous job, ANRF, coming out with these initiatives. That's what will strengthen the base today. But I think it's also important to figure out what are the breakthroughs that are needed, which may take a little bit more time, but we have time and we have to figure out what are those, right? But if I may, I just want to add to the point about partnerships on AI, and you talked about, and Tarun, you talked about. You know, one of the big things that came out of US just before the administration change was the AI Diffusion Act, right? And I don't know if you'll call it about partnerships, but even if it is pretty much breaking down partners by trust, right? In terms of who you trust and how much, and therefore. And I think these are things which we have to do immediately. Like, we are the only Quad country in Tier 2. Why? And I think the administration change opens the door to go back and renegotiate some of these to figure out what is needed to create a win-win situation, right? So partnerships are going to be very important, but it has to be partnerships that are win-win, that's important to both sides and on equal footing. So I think that's what we have to really start looking at.
Got it. You know, before we open up to questions from the floor, I just wanted to pick up, you know, perhaps Jan and Brendan, you could come in on this, on sort of, you know, frontier technology for military applications. I mean, Jan, you spoke about startups in the context of Europe, catalyzed obviously by the Ukraine war, but there has been a tremendous growth. But at the same time, you need a regulatory framework. You also need some kind of an export strategy, because at the end of the day, and then to whom do you export? What kinds of countries are you willing to partner with? I mean, is there already some thinking along those lines? And Brendan, perhaps you could talk a little bit on the cybersecurity sort of dimension of this as well. I mean, how do we think about partnerships, you know, in a geopolitical sense when we are wanting to sort of sell, share these technologies and so on? Jan, do you want to get us started? Yeah.
Maybe I could start a bit. Yeah. This is about export focus and de-risking and collaboration. As an entrepreneur, you know, you always have to bring in the best solutions. You have to do the best things, otherwise you will not be successful on the global marketplace. So somehow that is a compromise. And de-risking, if you want to do that, it costs money, and the governments have to be aware of that. I mentioned to some people that of the rare earth metals, there are 17 of those, and 10 of those were discovered in Sweden. And up in the northern parts of Sweden, there's residue from iron ore with a lot of rare earth metals. But it costs money to start exploring and processing those. But it's possible. But de-risking that area costs money. And then we have to have models to handle that somehow. So how do we do that? It's not so easy. One thing I was thinking about as well is this with, you were talking about trust and responsibility. One curious thing in Sweden is that the most trusted public entity is the tax agency. And that might be pretty counterintuitive, but it depends. They have built, it's actually a small story, where three stonemasons that were cutting stone, and a merchant passed by, and the first stonecutter said, "I'm cutting square stones." And the second stonemason said, I work here to provide for my family. And the third stonecutter said, I'm building a temple. And the thing is that you have to apply these three perspectives. The first perspective, inside our perspective, running technology as a very efficient way of doing your stuff. The second perspective is, okay, do good things for your citizens, for the community and for the companies. So you have to have an outside-in perspective on yourself. And why tax agency is so popular is they have built that trust, and now you can do income declarations with one push button in Sweden. And now they're moving on to this holistic approach, building the temple. And then you really have to look at the holistic perspective. Okay, how do we share data? How do we share data to counter criminality, for example? So then you have to move into that perspective. But the problem is then, okay, how do we govern agencies or companies so they apply the inside-out perspective, the outside-in perspective, and the holistic perspective at the same time? And that's a big challenge, but that is very much required to get the technology development and implementation to run very, very rapidly, to have that holistic approach somehow.
Thank you. Look, I think the era of ubiquitous digital technologies, the cyber era that we live in, is materially different for our national security. The front line of defence against cyber attacks, whether it's nation state, whether it's non-state actors in Australia, who's at that front line? It's Microsoft. You know, we saw with the CrowdStrike technical outage. I apologise for bringing that up. I hope I don't trigger you, Anthony. 1% of Microsoft devices affected globally, and that shut down huge amounts of functioning. If Microsoft was to fail at its mission of protecting and continuing our economic activity, our infrastructure functioning, that would lead to Australian society stopping to function like that. So our old ideas of how we approach national security, government-to-government conversations are no longer adequate in a situation where the private sector is actually at the front line of our national security. So we need to get much more deeper, much more intimate in our relationships with the private sector. We need to open up from a government perspective about the type of information that enables private sector companies, infrastructure operators to do their job at protecting their systems. And we also need the private sector to be open with government about the type of threats that they're seeing and what they're doing to protect it. I also think the digital age has changed the notion of international partnerships. We need to work with a much broader range of partners. Part of what I've been doing in India this week is looking at how we can really enhance our strategic technology work with India. India is a major technology power. It produces technology on which the Indo-Pacific region depends. We need a strong partnership with India so that we have that technology being built in a secure and safe manner. We also recognise India is a regional power, so sharing information about the cyber threats that we're both facing is crucial. And we need, as a global community, a broader global community, not just the EU, not just the Five Eyes, to stand up and say what is acceptable in cyberspace, that attacks on civilian critical infrastructure are not acceptable, and that we stand up as a global community to say there are rules, international law applies in cyberspace, and we need to hold those rules firm. So for me, the partnerships, the private sector approach needs to be substantially different to previous eras.
If I may quickly just on this point, look, so I think if we're sort of speaking frankly and taking a global view, countries around the world still have varying views on what is the role of the private sector. What is the role of business? What's the role of capitalism? We can kind of go on and on around it. I think, though, fundamentally going forward, business needs to increasingly just embrace that business needs to find a way at scale to earn the trust of, right, all these different countries, right, all these different sort of citizenries, and really figure out how to do that, partnering with the right, set of governments, and demonstrate that the purpose of business is to solve problems, right? Problems of people, problems of planet, problems of other businesses, problems of countries. And that has to be part of the solution so that you have, right, trust first, enterprise grade, enterprise ready, systems that are both going to deliver the security, right, and safety that's needed, but also fundamentally drive the innovation that is fundamental to solving all of the problems that have existed for a very, very long time. These things have to come together if you want to close all these different set of digital divides. And the digital divides of the future will not just be about access, but as was noted, it's going to be about trust.
Okay, I think we can take a couple of questions from the floor. I think we had a question right here in the front. Sorry, can you get the mic here? Okay, to that gentleman, and then here.
Thank you.
We'll take two questions at a time, and then.
Yeah, question to Devjani about making India an R&D hub. When I did my PhD around 5 years back, you can correct me if I'm wrong, most of the PhDs with Indian universities are on esoteric subjects, public policy, history, international relations. We don't have an MTech in metallurgy, semiconductor design. How is it the update on this? How is it going to change? So maybe we will have our own engine which can drive a fighter aircraft. We don't have one. Which can drive a ship. We don't have one. Which can drive a battlefield tank. We don't have one. So what is the update on this, please?
As Professor of History and International Relations, I'm very interested to see what you have to say. Sorry, can we just get the mic here, please? We have one more question, and then the lady in front, please. Yeah. And then we can maybe take one more question and then answer all three.
My name is Heli Dirma-Klaar, and I am a cyber expert from Estonia. So one of the topics that was not really discussed at this panel is resource called talent. In Europe, many countries haven't digitalized properly because they also lack the talent, and we are short of 500,000 to 1 million IT cyber experts in Europe, and probably the number is even bigger in other tech areas. So we know that India doesn't have that problem, and therefore India probably will be the global winner in the future because Chinese population will decrease over the years as there are those statistics. So I'm just wondering, probably it doesn't concern the Microsoft or large companies in this world because you always find the talent. But I think when we are talking about especially maybe European-India cooperation and the talent and the US immigration policy might affect the US competitiveness in this field in long run. And my question to Indian participants here is that what is India the talent, and in order to maybe, I don't know, make sure that all these universities exist in all, you will have the STEMs prioritized here. So.
I think we can take one last question from the gentleman there, and then.
Thank you. My question really is about the geopolitics. If today geopolitics actually is characterized by deepening distrust, and technology actually is seen both as an instrument of strategic power and of commercial power, how do we expect, the entire panel, the trajectory of technology is going to grow? I mean, the best example was given by Ms. Ghosh about the Biden administration's policy, where India is in tier 2 and Canada actually is in tier 1. So seeing the volatility of the relations, what kind of trajectory we are expecting? Forget about the global governance, regulation, so on and so forth, the trajectory of the growth of technology. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we have all of 30 seconds to answer these questions. So Devjani, I'm going to turn to you for the fronts.
I'll take 1 second for R&D because I think that's a very, very important question. I'll tell you how we are looking at it, and from a Niti Frontier Tech Hub perspective. I think what is needed is not change but transformation of that sector. And when you know this better than me, when you're thinking of transformation, you have to start with the future. You can't transform something seeing what is today and what are the shortcomings. That's the gap analysis you anyway have to do. So the approach we are taking is, and I think the paper we just released on the learnings from China, because drastic learnings from China that we need to look at. Accountability and execution, flawless execution are two. But one of the things we are trying to do is 10-year R&D vision. What is the goal we want for ourselves? And then what are the reforms that are required to make that happen? So that's the approach we are taking. Wish us luck. Maybe with us, we'll see how that goes. But it has to be forward-looking.
Because I think the R&D approach that's being taken in India is super thoughtful, and I think it's creating this acceleration. I think though that one of the other things to not lose sight of in that is when you have a technology like a general purpose tech AI, the economic benefit is going to come in across the whole of society. And so really remembering that yes, the R&D to build it here is important, But perhaps where all the economic value is going to come is in how is it distributed, which comes to the talent point and the education point, and it also becomes to where India has a great strength in how is an application level built on top of the platform in order to actually relieve or recognize the economic benefit.
Yeah, sure. Tarun, do you want to take the last question, which is about the broad sort of thing, and perhaps talk a little bit about India and the tiering of technology partnerships and so on?
Yeah. So just on talent, I think, we actually took as many actions as we could take within the limits of our authority to expand access to high skilled talent, actually, and but further action is required by the Congress, and I think the new administration will have to determine whether, and you saw some of these debates kind of appear during the transition about high skilled talent coming to the United States. I think the process on leading to the diffusion rule took a few years off of my life, but I won't share, my personal views on it now as a private citizen I won't get into, but I think a lot of you could probably guess what they are, about what direction we should go with respect to China and with India. But I will say, I think the most important thing is to understand what the motivation was, which was really to prevent the offshoring of critical training infrastructure to countries that really have unlimited money and energy, and could really foment just the rapid offshoring of across U.S. companies if unchecked. And then second, to address the China problem, both remote access to compute and trafficking in chips. And beyond that, I think we were very keen to make sure that what we put forth would not actually stifle partnerships with key countries as a practical matter.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for being such a wonderful panel. I think it was a fascinating discussion. Saib, back to you.
Thank you all for a rich and indeed wide-ranging session. I'd like to request all panelists to come to the front of the stage for a group photograph. Please. The photographs. Thank you. We now break for lunch. Lunch is served in the courtyard and in the Green Cafe. Please join us back here at 2:15 p.m. as we resume with a session on India-EU technology cooperation. Thank you.
We've also thought carefully about how the summit feels itself, how people engage. Whether it's flexible formats for discussion or a wide range of food options, we hope you'll notice the effort we have put into creating this environment that's open, comfortable, and engaging for everyone. Before we begin, just a few housekeeping notes. For the in-person audience, please take your seats 10 minutes before the beginning of each session. During Q&A segments, we ask that you raise your hands and a member of our team will bring a mic to you. Please keep your mobile phones, tablets and laptops on silent mode to avoid any disruptions. We encourage you to use social media platforms to drive the conversation forward. Please use the hashtag Global Tech Summit and follow us at Carnegie India on X, LinkedIn, YouTube and Facebook. If you need any assistance or have any questions, our staff wearing summit badges are always available to help. With that, I'm delighted to officially open GTS 2025. Let's begin with an opening video. Video, please.
This event has been an outcome of a productive partnership between the Ministry of External Affairs and Carnegie India. It is aimed at addressing an issue that is increasingly central to international relations, the role and impact of technology.
In 2016, the year that we were founded, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the current External Affairs Minister, had this idea where he said, look, we require some kind of a policy bridge that connects technologists, diplomats, venture capitalists, academics and experts all under one roof.
AI applications can open new vulnerabilities in nuclear command and control and communications.
Time is right now because convergence of technology is happening. We are working on 1 nanometer compute, which is 1 by 10,000 of a hair. So compute has become cheap. Power is very important, and power we are looking at renewable and generating more power, etc. So I really feel on top, the third vector that gets added is the geopolitics, and tariff is part of it. So I feel convergence of technology should happen, partnership should happen, and that's what AI is going to enable. 20% of the world data is in India. Our Prime Minister said,
भाई तुम भी बैठ जाओ, चेयर पे बैठ जाओ एक आधे। अच्छा एक बार बैठ जाओ, एक फ्रेमिंग सेट कर लेते फिर करते रहो। भैया आप फ्री हो, बैठो, कैमरा पे बैठ जाओ। सर माइक वाले सर यहाँ आइए, बैठ जाइए ना चेयर पे, 5 मिनट बैठ जाओ, 5 मिनट का काम है। कैमरा ऑपरेटिंग पे जो थे ना 5 लोग वो वही रहेंगे, ऑपरेट करने वाले 5 लोग वही, 4 लोग या जो भी है। विमल लाइट ऑन करो, पैनल के लिए लाइट ऑन करो और पोडियम के लिए एक आप बैठ जाओ ना उस चेयर पे। फ्रेमिंग सेट करनी है कैमरा की। हिमांशु लाइव डाल दो स्क्रीन पे। हाँ नहीं तीनों पे डाल दो आप। एक जन यहाँ पे पोडियम पे आके खड़ा रहो। पहले मुझे पोडियम फ्रेम देखना है। सेट है। पोडियम के लिए हमेशा यही फ्रेम रहेगा, याद रखना। क्या लाइव निकल जाएगा ना, अपना सेंटर नहीं डालने वाले अपन अभी। लाइव साइड्स में डालेंगे, साइड्स में डालेंगे, सिर्फ साइड्स में, नो सेंटर। हिमांशु सिर्फ सेंटर के लिए ना एक काम करके रखो, लाइव को थोड़ा ऊपर खींच लो, पोजीशन वाइज ऊपर ले लो। हिमांशु सेंटर वाला जो लाइव है ना पोजीशन वाइज ऊपर ले लो। क्या? हाँ वो ठीक है, पोजीशन वाइज ऊपर लो ना। कैमरा वहीं पे रखो भाई, पोडियम पे। गाइस मेरा ही क्यों सुनेंगे कोई, अपने से कोई नहीं चेंज करेगा। और ऊपर हिमांशु, और कैमरा सेट करके होल्ड कीजिए ना प्लीज। हाँ अभी थोड़ा ऊपर खींच लो इसको, बस नीचे नीचे। हाँ अभी राइट की तरफ इसको लेना, बंदा सेंटर होना चाहिए। कैमरामैन नहीं करेंगे, आप करेंगे। कैमरा की यही फ्रेम है फाइनल। हाँ ये फाइनल फ्रेम है, हमेशा यही फ्रेम चाहिए मेरे को, याद रखना। पोडियम के लिए यही फ्रेम। कोई बोलता है तो मैंने अभी ऊपर करवा दिया। हाँ भाई सामने देखो आप प्लीज। हाँ बस, यस दिस इज फाइन। थोड़ा ऊपर ले सकते हैं हिमांशु, और वो 2 लोगो जो कट रहे हैं ना उतना वो निकल जाए, बस 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 बस, दिस इज फाइन। लॉक थोड़ा सा और ऊपर चलेगा। बस 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 डन। गाइस ये फ्रेम याद रखना प्लीज। मैं वापस अभी जब लाइव चेक करूंगा, कोई भी लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग पे बगैर पोडियम
whom I have been interacting in the TTC framework and many other things. If you look at it, we have a long tradition of cooperating or collaborating with EU since 2001. And of course in 2004 we had a science and technology framework. And that has been going on. So if you look at our trade with EU is also no small, it's almost 140 billion euro if I'm not wrong, and it is perhaps one of the largest. So we have economic interdependence, we have shared values in our governance, and we have common interests. And science and technology and innovation, they really form the core of any country's economy. So it's very natural that India and Europe should do this on a much more accelerated pace and on a bigger scale. So the TTC, which we will talk about, has come. It is a framework which has come about 2 years back after our Honorable Prime Minister met the President of EU. So under that, few things are happening, but there is a scope to do much more.
Great. We will come to the scope and the ambition of the TTC, but same question to you, Mr. Srivastava. So for a long time in Delhi, we saw a very strong partnership with the member states, but with the EU, it really needed a driving force, and it feels like trade and tech cooperation has given it this new life and sort of new drive pumped in the relationship, as we saw with the EU Commission President's visit to Delhi, a historic visit with almost the entire College of Commissioners. So from your perspective, again, like, why is the EU an important partner, and do you see the shift with the focus on trade and tech? Has it accelerated the EU-India relationship?
Yeah, thank you, Garima. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first of all thank Carnegie for having me here in this very important session. And I must say that this Global Technology Summit is very timely, and in the present context when we see this tech, including AI, cyber, big data, quantum computing, nanotechnologies, these are the big drivers of growth for future. I would start with giving a little broader context of India-EU relations. As we know, we have a strategic partnership for over 2 decades now. Our cooperation is ever expanding and deepening. You can take trade, investment, defense, security, or technology sectors, from strategic technologies, digital, green technologies, connectivity to mobility. Just to give, as sir has said, last year EU was our largest trading partner in goods. And even in the realm of mobility and education, there is a very strong cooperation. Indians are among the largest recipients of Erasmus scholarships and even EU blue cards. So having said this, I would now come to some of the, I don't want to bore you with the figures, but I will say this relationship has grown significantly in recent years. If we see, there has been a regular engagement at the highest political level. There is a commitment. We have seen in the historic visit of EU College of Commissioners to India, which was first ever, and there were some very forward-looking outcomes, and the two which easily comes to everyone's mind is the progress in TTC, which we will of course discuss in the next session, and also the directive from the top to make efforts to conclude the FTA by the end of this year. So I see a lot of positivity, a lot of forward movement, and a desire to further deepen this relationship. And whenever we talk of India-EU relationship, the trade, technology, building resilient supply chains forms the core of it. And in that context, as Professor Sood has already mentioned, there is a lot of complementarities. It is a mutually beneficial proposition. I mean, we have shared values, the two largest democracies, pluralistic societies, and the open market economies. Then, from Indian perspective, it's a fastest growing economy, big market. We have a large talent pool, I mean, a skilled manpower in diverse fields. It's in technology, it's in health, it's in professional services, which can very well complement the EU's demographic demands. On the EU side, there are niche technologies, resources, and of course, their lead in the standards, norm setting. So it's a quite a mutually beneficial proposition, and I see a great future for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll delve in deeper into each of the areas you've outlined, but let's get into the Trade and Technology Councils. As you mentioned, it was created when the EU Commission President first came to India, and we were all pleasantly surprised by the announcement of the TTC. It is truly unique. We only see it with the EU and US on the one hand, and EU and India on the other. Perhaps you can outline what you think have been the key achievements of the TTC so far, and from the Indian perspective, has it worked as a format, and what has worked rather well in the TTC?
Yeah, actually there are 3 working groups in TTC, and the first working group is the Digital and Strategic Technologies, and this covers many aspects, of course, and so in all these 3 verticals, different ministries are involved, and it is being led by, for example, the first one, Digital and Strategic Technologies, is, I think it's chaired by our Honorable Minister Ashwin Vaishnavji, and Secretary Mighty is leading that. So in that, there are many things which have happened in the last 1.5 years. So we have an understanding on interoperability of digital public infrastructure. How do we push it? How the e-signatures we can enable so that the cross-border trade is facilitated once we have this e-signatures. Then we have MOU which is in the making on 6G. So we have the Bharat 6G Alliance and the corresponding EU one, and on that again we have a MOU in the making, or it might have already happened. This is what is being discussed very recently. And the third one, which is again very important, is on combining high performance computing and AI. And there is a very specific program which have been launched, which is called Gyana, not banana, sorry, Gyana. It's not Banana Republic, Gnana. So I think it's from the word Gyan, I guess, but it has a nice acronym, and that has almost, I think, if I'm not wrong, 5 to 10 million euro committed on this. So these 3, so what I'm trying to say is these are specific programs which have been rolled out, and few things are in the making. So it's really action oriented as much as possible, and really see on the ground how we can do it. And the second vertical, second working group 2, is the green and clean energy, which I chair as a PSA, and it has again 3 sub verticals in that. So the first one is the waste to green hydrogen, and the second one is marine plastic litter, and the third one is the battery recycling. On this, we have moved quite ahead on all the 3 of them. There is an interesting message here which we wanted to share in the battery recycling. So the idea is how do you really connect the players on the ground in this? So what was recently done, 6 startups from India and 6 startups from Europe, they were brought together. 4 were selected from each side to visit each other. We called it a matchmaking event, and it really promoted the best practices in startups and also the possible cooperation and collaboration in the startups. So this was really, it was rolled out, and it had a tremendous response from the startups. I met all of them when they were in India, and this is something which is a lesson for other cooperations, how to really do it involving the real stakeholders. And the second thing which we did, which is again significant in this, there will be a coordinated call for proposals. So the Horizon Europe is on the one side, and on our side we have 3 ministries involved, and we have already committed $10 million each, 10 million euros, sorry, in each of these 3 programs, which means 30 million from Europe, 30 million from India. So it's really hard cash on the table, and there will be joint call for proposals. And this is again something to tell you how we can do on a practical level. So it's not only the policies and so on, but it's really going to the researchers and innovators on both sides to cooperate. So that has already been finalized, and for 2 of them, the call for proposal will be done this July. So, and the third one, battery recycling, will happen next year. And we also have Ideathon in marine plastic litter. Again, a tremendous response. We want to see how, again, marine plastic litter, which is quite a big nuisance, how we can handle it and use technology. So, another important thing happened very recently, EV charging standards. How the European standards can be looked at so that there is a ease of interoperability. So that event already happened just before the college visit. So on the third one, which is trade, investment and value chains, supply value chain, many value chains have been looked at. What is the process in energy value chain? What is the process? What are the processes in pharma? What are the processes in other technologies? How can it be strengthened? So again, here many things have happened, and in summary, all the 3 working groups in TTC have made substantial progress in the last 1.5 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the comprehensive overview. So standard stakeholders, supply chains here throughout all the 3 verticals. Mr. Srivastava, from the political perspective, what do you see as the key achievements of the TTC? Is it creating new habits of cooperation? Clearly we are having a much more intense dialogue from across the EU Commission. So what are the achievements from your perspective?
Yeah, I would add, sir has given a very broad, detailed perspective of the exact levels and areas of cooperation. As you know, TTC was formed. It's a key strategic, political, and economic initiative, which is led at this level. The 3 ministers from our side, External Affairs Ministers, Commerce and Industry, and Minister for IT, and 3 commissioners from the EU side. So idea was, when this was founded, to look at the synergy between the key sectors, which we, as Professor Sood has said, the 3 working groups, focused groups, which is the digital, green technology and trade, investment and resilient value chains, and to progress on it in a collaborative manner, because that's what strategic partnership is all about. So if we see at the progress, we have made good progress. The foundation has been laid. And I would like to add here one more thing, that when the College of Commissioners visited, TTC meeting took place, the second ministerial, but also every commissioner met their Indian counterpart ministers. So this was also an effort to broaden and diversify the areas of cooperation, and some of these actually were discussed maybe first or second time. It was not the regular topics of conversation between the two sides. So there is a progress, and if we take into account our collaboration with individual countries, whether it is France or UK or Germany, Italy, Netherlands, etc., I would say that tech collaboration is on a great, stronger footing now. But yes, we would like to see a little more, and I think two sides are working to see some big projects and initiatives on ground, more industry association and participation, greater mobility of professionals and talent both ways, and of course the other issues of aligning the regulatory standards and early conversations whenever the new technology comes and their implications are decided. So that's where we are.
Great. Professor Sood, Mr. Srivastava alluded to it. There is more that we can do, and we do have greater ambition for things. Maybe you can outline some of the impediments we faced and challenges, or ways of making sure that we unlock the potential of the TTC to do more. What would those areas be?
Yeah, I think in any cooperation, the trust is the key factor. So we have to make sure that there is a complete trust on either side, and so that there is a flawless flow of ideas and exchanges, as well as the action points. So trust has to be built up, and when there are regulatory frameworks from one side or the other, one has to also understand the other side viewpoint. There could be very regulatory frameworks from the EU side, but when it comes to India, we have to see what are our sensitivities, what is our take. So I would say that it's a dialogue which cannot be written in stone. We need to be nimble about it. We need to be accommodating about it. And that way we can build the trust in step by step. One thing which I find, we don't have to solve all regulatory problems between the two sides once for all and then do it. I think we should continue to do as we go along, few things at a time which are pretty clear, and we make example out of it. For example, in AI. For example, AI is on everyone's agenda, right? Now, can we have a global data framework for AI? Because we know that data is the key issue, and there are issues with privacy, the copyrights, all those very important issues. How do we enable this global data framework? Now, this will happen by understanding each other's regulatory framework. Europe has a AI safety thing put out, and our report is in the final form, will be also coming out very soon. As you know, we had put a draft report on MIT, had it on its website, and comments were sought from the public, and now it is being finalized. So this is something, again, one thing which one has to see, how do we see that our developers and deployers both understand the regulatory framework of each side and do it. So this is one example which I think we have to address sooner than later, because AI will not wait for all these regulatory frameworks to be hammered and then go about. We need to really move on very fast. So I guess other than that, we have to only see how do we put resources in place when we are talking of R&D cooperation leading to innovation and trade. We need to see that both the sides are clear what are the kind of support we can give, and also involve industry in a very major way. It cannot be from G to G. We have to bring G to G, B to G and all possible things, all tracks, which I understand will go a long way. In some of the verticals it's happening, I am not saying that, but probably it should be happening in a more structured manner also, so that industries and startups on both sides are as much engaged as government. Government is very well engaged actually. We need to see the same kind of, should I say, enthusiasm and anxiety both on both sides to be engaging. That I think is the key to the success of our cooperation.
So if I'm hearing it right, we need a EU-India trust framework also. But flexibility, speed and engaging industry. If I can stay with you on this question of how do we engage industry, where do we involve them more? I mean, in your role, you've also been closely involved in the US-India tech cooperation. What are the formats, particularly involvement of private sector, that could serve as an interesting example for our friends in Europe? And do you think there's some ways of translating some of that momentum and enthusiasm for the EU-India relationship?
Yeah, there also, as we speak, it's happening. It's not a done deal and everything is not laid out with but the point I'm saying is the players are very much there from the beginning. For example, in quantum, if we talk, because there is a quantum consortium on both sides which would like to cooperate. Now, as you know that in quantum technologies, private sector in US is a big player, much more bigger than the academic sector. Of course, India, it's not that much. We are more, the effort is more on government side, and the industry is now coming up with startups and so on. So that is something we can learn from that how these big technologies, we need to see that the industry participation is really sought, not really just, we should not leave it to chance or just simple diffusion, but actually it should be accelerated diffusion of industry involvement in any of this. A small step has been taken in the clean and green energy, because we brought startups, 4 from either side, to visit and really form the kind of links. And good news is that though the visit happened last year, they are now very practically engaged and taking it to a commercial level. And similarly, we can have platforms where the startups from EU and the startups from India both really can come together. And of course, the big industries is one thing. So I have a feeling we can start doing this in all our dialogues. And I'm sure, like quantum, AI is another area where, of course, private sector is extremely involved. Similarly, in semiconductors, again, which is a big area for us because we have started relatively late in semiconductor technology. But again, an area where Europe and India, can we really make a consortium in semiconductor technologies? May not be the CMOS immediately, but maybe the ones which are really coming up. For example, silicon carbide, gallium nitride, or other 2D materials, which are still pre-competitive. They are not fully competitive. CMOS is not pre-competitive. It's really a very mature technology. So I will think in a semiconductor technology, which is at the heart of almost all technologies. We need to see how Europe and India can involve the private players and the government support in a big way.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Srivastav, similar question for you. What can be done to unlock the potential of the TTC? You alluded to it as well, involvement of the private sector, speed, working on technologies as they come up. But what do we need to do in terms of maybe structures, formats, or other areas you'd like to mention?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, and I think Professor Sood has explained this in detail. But I look at it from slightly different perspective. If we look at the progress in, it's less than 2 years since the first meeting of TTC took place. And we also have to understand we are dealing with EU. It's not individual countries. So when we talk of industry participation, there are challenges. But having said this, if you look at the outcome document of this leaders' declaration of EU college visit, it is mentioned that there has to be focus on strict timelines, the big projects, and very closer and structured industry participation in all verticals. The TTC has led to, I would say, other than all these examples which Professor Sood has mentioned in AI, in MOU on semiconductors, in telecom, the supply chains, in the green technologies, especially in the working group 3, which is trade and resilient supply chains. If you look at, it has led to developing a greater trust. And some of the key market access issues which were lingering for a very, very long time, like EU plant products in India, Indian aquaculture industries in EU, or even EU's fast-tracking mechanism for organic products. These are all result of these TTC, which were very difficult. So I see the trust building up. But yes, there are still issues which two sides are closely working. I mean, we need to look at while making sure it's a forward-looking collaboration, and traditional or approaches do not become some sort of barriers. Like, I mean, I would like to mention CBAM, for example. It shouldn't act as a non-tariff barrier. But I'm happy that there are discussions taking place, negotiations are happening. So I would see overall there is a lot of comfort in the relationship. There is a commitment from the top. There is a cooperation across diverse sectors, and what is needed that we are now proceeding towards in a more collaborative and synergized manner these key verticals taking forward. So I think we are on the right track, and with the direction of the leadership and of course all stakeholders, it will progress to greater heights in future.
I mean, we got two very ambitious deliverables from the leaders' visit, particularly the conclusion, hope for the conclusion of the FTA by the end of the year. But since you mentioned the Trade and Investment Working Group, it would be interesting to see some of the economic security questions that are not covered in the FTA conversation included in this working group as well, where we could talk about market access and other critical issues. So I really hope that the TTC conversation continues. It continues at a fast pace, as you mentioned. It involves more stakeholders. And we see some key deliverables quickly. And I see that we have just 1 minute left. So I wanted to ask you, is there any big deliverables on the horizon that you would like to highlight? Any final words as we close this conversation? Professor Sood?
No, as mentioned, we are on a very good path, and some of the things which we have already chalked out in the very recently held TTC council meeting, we already have a job cut out for us, and we need to make sure that they are completed in the timeline we thought it would be. So we need to keep it action oriented so that we can take lessons and we can also get encouraged by this. So that's my take.
Yeah, I can't agree more, and I have already given my sort of assessment, but going forward, we are still looking for greater engagement at the high level, and of course deliverables not only in the trade technology domain but also in the wider areas. As I already mentioned, we are looking forward to a next early TTC meeting and of course the next India-EU summit. And I'm sure we will have a lot of deliverables, the concrete action points for the benefit of our two countries and peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for a deeply insightful conversation on the tech bridges between India and the EU. Just a small housekeeping note to keep phones on silent. Our next session is a panel titled Demystifying DeepSeek, the Future of AI. For this session, I have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage Piyush Goyal, Machine Learning Engineer, Vadvani AI, Amit Singhi, Director, IBM Research India and Chief Technology Officer, IBM India and South Asia, Shiko Gitao, Chief Executive Officer, Kala, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, Member, Union Public Service Commission, and Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director, Vivekananda International Foundation. The session will be moderated by Vrinda Kapoor, CEO, Third Eye Tech. Please, stage. Over to you, Vrinda.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Carnegie, for this wonderful forum every year. Really appreciate all of the effort that goes into getting it set up. And thank you, everybody, for taking the time to hear all of us speak on this very interesting and I think very timely topic. So just as a quick introduction, I think our panelists, most of them require no introduction, and I'll let each person give a short brief on their backgrounds. But to start and frame the theme of this conversation, I think this year has been a very interesting inflection point when it comes to AI. Two things: the annual AI Action Summit in Paris, where we saw this more open call from regulators. We've seen the US have a certain stance about AI. We're also seeing that a lot of large conglomerates are the ones creating the rule book for how AI proliferation is going to happen. And then we saw the rest of the world band together to say that we need to democratize access to technology, because the implications of AI for the more marginalized parts of our community are immense. Right? We've seen that in India when it comes to technology, the adoption of technology like we've seen in DPI. Right? So how do we ensure that technology and its benefits are made available to the most marginalized sections of our societies to uplift them? The second inflection point, I think, came at Davos when DeepSeek was formally announced. And it took the entire world by storm. I think it wiped out $2 trillion of market cap of listed companies overnight. So with those two framing conversations, I'd like to take a moment to introduce my panel. So we've got with us the ex-National Security Advisor of, the ex-Deputy National Security Advisor of India. We've got one of our phenomenal and foremost military leaders. We had representation from the Global South, from big US conglomerates, and from the Indian developer community that's working on getting targeted innovation out to the masses in the form which we require for social upliftment. So with that, I'd like to start with Mihir. If you could take a minute to just introduce yourself, but then also to give a little bit of context and framing for the way you'd like to see the next 45 minutes of the discussion play out.
Sure. Thank you, Carnegie, firstly, for having me here. And yeah, my name is Mihir. I am from Vadhvani AI. We build AI solutions for people who have been traditionally underserved by these great technologies out there. Anything from building solutions for farmers, for healthcare, all these different domains. For the past 2 years, I've been surrounded with these LLM models, all these big names that you see, and trying to use them to build solutions and get them in the hands of users, including all these provisions and regulations around how to get them behave as you expect them to behave. Yeah. So about DeepSeek, as a developer, we have seen so much frustration, honestly, in the sense that sometimes you're not allowed to use these models. Sometimes you want to use these models, but there are GPU problems, the compute issues, infrastructure not being available. Along with that, what I've seen is these new kinds of models have started bringing up questions that even developers didn't think about. For example, originally you would think the models might mess up, or maybe they may not give the right output or the right answer you're looking for because their training data was bad. But now you're also kind of looking at whether these models themselves have been trained with an agenda, let's say. We don't know whether that's true or not, but that kind of brings up that question, and it forces you to think about how to account for that while also innovating at the top. So that is what I would like this discussion to also kind of touch upon.
Hello everyone, Amit Singhi. I'm Director of IBM Research and also CTO of IBM India. I lead a team of really passionate researchers who are working in the areas of AI, quantum and semiconductors. Of course, from an IBM lens, for those who don't know much about IBM, we are really an enterprise IT company. We provide technology, infrastructure, technology, software, and consulting to the big enterprises of the world and governments of the world. So the lens we apply to it is what the lens our clients apply, which is, they're looking for, of course, all the benefits that generative AI promises, but to do it in a trusted way within the enterprise setting, which can be scaled up, which is a little different than the consumer setting that we often see out there. And so bringing the AI to the data, having the ability to work with small purpose-built models that give you the maximum ROI, give you the control you need, being able to ground it into your enterprise context is all extremely important to our clients and to IBM. And so DeepSeek was, sort of like a validation, I would say, more than anything, and more than a surprise to us that, you don't necessarily need that $1 billion to build a model. You actually can build these purpose-built things, and if you get the engineering right, you can make it happen. So looking forward to the conversation more.
Thank you very much. Does it work? It works? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, now it works. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Shiko Kitao. I'm the CEO of Kala. Kala is a digital innovation lab. We are headquartered in Nairobi and in DC. And we are ecosystem enabler for Africa's digital future. Our goal is to catalyze Africa's digital future. We do this in a number of ways. We do research, we build, we have a proper research, an AI research lab where we have researchers building and thinking what's next. We are working very closely in the policy space. Last week, we had the Global AI Summit on Africa, which was extremely successful. I'm really excited about that. We got to launch the AI Council for Africa, the AI Governance Toolkit for Africa, and a Talent Index for Africa. Just items to show where Africa is, to benchmark where Africa is. So I'm really excited about the work that we do. And why DeepSeek? I mean, DeepSeek was announced maybe a week before Davos. And then I went to Davos, everybody's speaking about about DeepSeek. It basically took over all the conversations. And the week after, we had a conversation amongst African players who are looking at how do we make AI work for the continent. I've been working in this space for a long, long time. And the one thing that constantly is thrown on my face is Africa cannot afford AI. Yeah? Because you don't have enough money for compute, you don't have enough talent, you don't have, our data sets are not digitized. And I'm a believer, I'm an optimist. How do we make this happen? And for me, DeepSeek was that aha moment, that you can do it with no resources at all. And I love the title. I didn't know what the motto of the session, this conference, Samban. I was told it's looking at the possibilities. And then I called it hope. And that's what DeepSeek actually gave to Africa. It allowed us to have hope that we can do it. And after that, the conversation around AI in Africa totally changed, totally honest. Like even the engineers in my team have been reading these papers and trying to see how can we build foundational models. The hope started happening. And for me, that is what I want to instill, even given the motto of this particular summit, is that you do not need. I saw today Milty, the former founder of OpenAI, is raising $2 billion. Don't need $2 billion, just need a couple of millions to be able to do this thing.
So I'm General Shukla, and by way of opening remarks, let me make 2 to 3 points. One is, let me try and outline my understanding of what the strategic contest is, the geopolitical drivers between DeepSeek's open source AI revolution and Silicon Valley's closed garden model. So that's the first thing. The second thing, in the Indian context, let me echo J.D. Vance at the Paris summit, where he said, I am not here to talk about AI safety, I am here to talk about the AI opportunity. So I believe, it's not that all concerns about AI must be thrown out of the window, but in the Indian context, we need innovation to be prioritized over regulation. Because if we don't do it, you just see how regulation will take over. So I'm personally, I really push for innovation to build the most powerful AI systems, Indian design, possibly with Indian manufactured chips. I know it's a tall order in Indic languages, but that's the point I would like to make. Exploit the opportunity full hog. And the third point really is that the challenge is not merely AI innovation, but it is also AI diffusion. How this technology proliferates, democratizes, and induction is in speed and in scale, not as an esoteric technology, but as a utilitarian tool of everyday use. So the first point about the geopolitical contest, let me say this, that now that DeepSeek open source AI models seem to be becoming as powerful as the proprietary American models, the challenge is this, that will the American models have the ability to monetize the technology as an exclusive product, or will it collapse? That is the first challenge. And this DeepSeek is remarkable for more than one reason. Firstly, the CEO of DeepSeek, he takes sustainable funding from its parent company, the Chinese hedge fund. So without any profitability pressures, he works on it for a while. Now it could be even state funding, knowing the Chinese, but he was allowed to work on this without any profitability pressures, allowing DeepSeek to focus on fundamental research. And of late, if you've seen, Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent have been flooding the market with powerful AI models in business and commerce. So you have research being complemented by business and commerce. So to me it appears there is deep strategy behind it. Jack Ma comes back from the oblivion riding on AI. His QN is challenging DeepSeek. So this complementarity is amazing. The QWB32B model of Jack Ma rivals DeepSeek's R1 reasoning models. So what is actually happening, that in my view, this model is extremely startup friendly. And we know what the Americans do. Rudra was saying, that the PLA is into it. Oh, PLA is into chips, into ship building, into DeepSeek. Out of the 211 authors of DeepSeek, 30 are from the PLA. That shouldn't surprise us any longer. But see, what is it doing and what are the Chinese doing? This is what we have to see with our startups. they not only give the startups the first orders, they hold their hand till commercial viability, if necessary, hold their hands to destroy adversary competition. So for them, it is strategic. So that's one point, and it seems to be working well, because you now have startups and researchers who are building upon these sophisticated AI technologies without massive capital expenditure. So it seems to be a very smart model. It's accelerated China's AI capabilities, and what they are doing now. Every week you see the number of models that are being churned out by DeepSeek. It's not only, it's now in the reasoning series and so on and so forth. So speed and scale flood the market, shift the balance before the American monopolies take over. So to me it appears there's, deep thinking about this. This DeepSeek's V3 model, it runs on these 20 tokens per second on a Mac laptop, $10,000. Which means it is attempting a major departure from data center requirements. So to me, it appears very sophisticated. The stealth launch strategy disrupts AI market expectations. And in the long term, Jake Sullivan said small yard, high fence, which means niche technologies will be kept with a few. The Chinese are saying small yard, big world. And how are they doing it? They are giving you this low cost AI and with capabilities distributed more widely. So the strategy is accelerate AI adoption at home, share the technology more freely with the global south, and therefore wield greater influence over how AI reshapes the world. Now, whether it works or not, the Americans may, the Americans are no pushovers. It's going to be a huge contest and a big challenge. But I marvel at the deep thinking behind DeepSeek. Is just that it didn't suddenly come up. It's this research, business, commerce, and just one last point. What is truly remarkable about this? Somebody said it's 1/20th of the cost. The R1 model, when you compare it with open AI models, O1, it is 5% of cost. And not only on rationed, old-fashioned GPUs, but the talent piece is what should worry us, because that drives algorithmic innovation. And as I said, of the 211 authors, 60% haven't stepped out of China. So the bright and the best and the bright, best and the brightest are at home. They have not American university returnees. And it was Vrinda who forwarded one paper to me. It's not only here, look at the Fantastic Four, they call them. So the CEO of DeepSeek, CEO of Unitary Robotics, CEO of ByteDance, CEO of DJI, all have been educated in China. Now for us the challenge is what? I don't know how we'll work on 10,000 GPUs, because Elon Musk's Colossus is 1 million GPUs. And he talks of 1 million GPUs so either you push the money, and if it is the talent, I wonder if Anirudh Suri is here. He's written a wonderful paper in Carnegie where he says one of the missing pieces is talent. So we have to either get behind talent or behind the money. That really is the big challenge. If I may make just one last point, about this diffusion, Vrinda. So the true winner of the AI race will be, of course, the ones who innovate well, but also those who diffuse it well, which means the country where government, businesses and ordinary people use AI at scale every day. What I think the Niti Aayog calls AI for all. But AI for all needs to be infused with AI competitiveness. And it's in AI competitiveness that we lack. And just look at the last point, or just 2 quick points. Look at the brute force of finance. So Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft and Meta this year, $300 billion. Alibaba, Baidu, ByteDance, Tencent, $50 billion. So with all what the Chinese do, it may be $100 billion. But they are working on talent and their innovation. Indian AI mission, $1.3 billion. I'm not demeaning it, but we have to step up the game. Otherwise, how is it going to happen? And the last point, action. Pete Hegseth, 3 months back, takes over and says, no more talk. So picks up 2 commands. Euro command, IPACOM. AI enablement of fleets and formations. So LLMs have been given to Microsoft. None of this L1 Jhagada and all that which goes on in our case. AI agents and Dural. And definite combat objectives. Enhance lethality, mission readiness, in terms of precision strike, OODA loop, and shrinking target engagement cycles. So look at what the world is doing. It's no longer talking, it's action. And here is so in sum, I would say this is once again a great opportunity. We are not very much there. It's a great challenge, but we have to really step up our game in light. We can adopt either model, DeepSeek or the other model, but get cracking. So innovation over regulation, please, because I know my country very well.
Thank you, sir. With that, over to you. Thank you, Rizal. Thank you for inviting me to this very important summit. Now, I must admit that till a few days ago, I had no knowledge about what DeepSeek means. Though I like the word DeepSeek because it's a very Vedantic concept that you seek within and deep. And I think that's what India should be doing. It may not have a DeepSeek model, but this is an opportunity to seek deep and see where we are. Now, one point that I wanted to understand, which I think I have understood, is that how DeepSeek differs from the LLMs is that it does away with the human supervision in terms of validating the models in the post-training phase. Now, many people have said that DeepSeek is $6 million and it is, it's an alternative to LLMs, etc. I think that's wrong. LLMs are still needed. If you don't have an LLM, then how are you going to train it for reasoning, for analytical purposes, etc.? So I think this thing about that LLMs are not necessary or have become less important is probably wrong. And also I think this 6 million, that very little investment was required, etc., that is also wrong, because that was probably the last bit of the development of DeepSeek, because before that they had developed what is it called, V3 or something, which is an LLM which required a huge computing power and which they had developed. It's only the last bit that computers were used for supervising and fine-tuning. That is where I think they made some saving. So let's not get away from the fact that big money will not be required. Having said that, of course, now it's open source, as it was said earlier, that the small developers, etc., can use it. But then some problems were pointed out, whether there'll be bias, whether that's accurate or no, and DeepSeek is still developing. It's okay in some code writing or in some mathematical things, but I think it will complement the LLMs and it will not replace them. So you'll require both. So let's not kid ourselves that less money will be required. Huge amount of money will be required, and billions of dollars, as was pointed out. The Americans are putting billions of dollars, and so are the Chinese. And the race in AI is only starting. It is not ending. In fact, probably Americans have an edge in this whole game, because they still have the computing power which the Chinese are still lacking. And it is also mentioned, and I think there is some truth in that, that the Chinese DeepSeek was built on chips, degraded chips, what is called H800, which is a degraded version of H100, which were made specially and smuggled into China and exported to China in 23 or so to circumvent those export controls, and they used those. They were still powerful, they were slightly degraded because the settings, etc., were a little different. So the chips will be required. And there was about 6 billion worth of chips that were imported or smuggled or whatever into China during the 22-23, circumventing the export controls. So it's a traditional thing. As we saw in the nuclear arms race, proliferation was happening, and NVIDIA is going to get into trouble because of this. But the point is that Americans still have an edge because they have the computing power. You are not getting away from computing. As far as the AI mission is concerned, India's AI mission, I think it is a good beginning, but it is anemic. 10,000 crores, 11,000 crores starting a few years ago has not happened. We cannot get away from the fact that we need not one but several LLM models, and that DeepSeek kind of models are startups, etc., looking at solutions and applications, but at the same time computing power. Where is that computing power? Our minister has said that we will get 18,000 GPUs, but 18,000? Excuse me, 18,000 is not enough. Probably it has not come. And where are you going to get it from? they have said some 10 companies. I think some of those 10 companies were in some consumer things, etc. So some people have gone and bid, we'll supply you so many GPUs, 10,000 GPUs. I don't know, maybe your semiconductor mission needs to be upgraded. My final point, please develop your AI the way you do it, but please get the defense and security into it. Otherwise, you are lost the AI race. You are lost the AI race because AI race has a huge implications, probably more worse than that, the nuclear implications, and you are losing it. So I think it's time to smell coffee. It's outside there. And you please rework your AI mission. Rework your AI mission, and there can be many things we can probably discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, all of our speakers, for really riveting comments. I'd really like to start back with you, Mihir. So, you guys have done a lot of work to drive AI for social good, right? Agriculture, healthcare, like we were saying earlier, the most marginalized sections of our society. Now, 3 points I want you to make. One is infrastructure, right? What is it going to take for you guys to unlock the kind of infrastructure barriers that are necessary in order to actually get to the kind of scaled adoption that we need? So that's the first. The second question I have is impact. What do we need to see in terms of impact, right? Does that mean that there is an improvement in farmer livelihood? Does that mean that there is an improvement in patient healthcare cycles? And the third thing I think we need to address, and let's do it all in a quick minute, is the ethical issues. And I think the ethical issue that you raised is the most important. Everything else, patient data, etc., is a secondary issue. But the ethical issue is how do we trust foreign models that could be trained with certain biases in mind? Over to you.
Okay, sure. I'll take up the infrastructure point first. So I believe we talk about a lot of upskilling as a topic quite a lot. And that upskilling doesn't only need to happen to the talent that is there in the country, but actually to the users. We don't really see how I would say, the users are not used to these kinds of technologies. You put an AI system in the hands of farmers, they will either not understand the capabilities that well, or they'll think of it as some supercomputer or some godlike thing which can answer anything the farmer can pose. Any other community can follow similarly. So I believe in terms of the infrastructure, why I'm bringing up the upskilling point is that if you don't have the users educated and using the models as they're supposed to, it's really difficult to actually use these models efficiently and make it worth the cost. So even if I take the smallest of compute and put the smallest of the models out there, I won't really make that much value out of it when compared to, let's say, an OpenAI or a Gemini call, which charges me per use. So if I make a single question to that model, I'm just being charged a fraction of cents. So I believe the infrastructure point really needs to look into the part of bringing up use cases and then educating the users to get those use cases become viable. What was the second question? Sorry, I missed.
So the second, I think the more important question is trust, right? The ethical issue on biases, inbuilt biases into models.
Right. Okay. I think one of the most important roles that now engineers would play, AI engineers, software engineers, everything, is to understand that they are not just developing code, they are not just building something for the objective of following the issue, but also being cognizant of the fact that these biases can exist, and then ensuring that these steps get the time that it requires. As developers, you kind of just get something to be done and you do it and you think it's over with. So you want to just quickly get things out there, you're done with the job and that's about it. But at this point, I feel that is what every developer out there needs to focus on, is you're using models which are going to be relied upon by the users. So it's kind of your job has kind of upgraded to account for these regulations, because in the end, there is no evaluation in these models which are so specific to your use case. So it's up to the developers to actually do something about it.
Amit, that takes me to my second question, which is to you. I think, you made some very interesting comments in your introduction on DeepSeek being sort of Hail Mary, where you could see efficiency along with performance, right? What importance do these kinds of models play in ensuring a more accessible and transparent AI future?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's all interlinked. You know, we're talking a lot about DeepSeek. In the world of AI, actually, Mihir might agree, it's kind of old news now. Because after that, a lot of more things have happened, you know, we should take hope from what DeepSeek did, because they did this service of showing if you are rigorous about your engineering, if you are resourceful, you can do something that others haven't done. But then lots more people are continuing to do that. And so that's where the power of open and transparency comes in, because you know, if we over-regulate, what will happen is we will constrain people from being open. But in this highly evolving field where 2 months and 3 months is old news, we need to be able to share a lot more. We need to be able to share our engineering practices. We need to be able to share the data that went in, right? So that's one thing that a lot of model developers don't do. Even if they put their model weights in the open, it won't be easy to go figure out what data actually went into the model. And we need to be able to share how we evaluated the model, what worked, what didn't work. Because only then will there be trust and transparency, and only then will we be able to move and develop AI both with the speed that's needed for benefiting our nation, but also with the understanding of how to use it without making things go wrong. So I think it's closely interconnected. We really believe that, you know, fostering an environment, especially in a country like India, where we have such a huge demand for AI, the potential is probably higher than any other country in the world. I think Nandan was making that case earlier too. But the challenges are also very unique because of the diversity and the data scarcity. You know, we don't have just a few dialects of Chinese to deal with. We have thousands of dialects, right, if you look beyond the 22 languages. And it's just not dialects because of the social and economic strata. You know, the same words being spoken in a hall versus out on the street, everything sounds different. And addressing that diversity challenge cannot be done just in a siloed approach. So I think an open approach and an ecosystem that encourages data providers, people who are collecting data, to be able to share it, encourages model developers to share their engineering and model best practices, creates, you know, qualification framework. One of the big needs we have in the country is, if you look at all these benchmarks that are used, you know, why did everyone get surprised by DeepSpeak? Because it was doing really well on reasoning and math. You know, not many people might recognize that it actually started doing worse on language, because in trying to make reasoning really good, they actually lost some of those horizontal skills, which we showed later how to recover it from our work. But all of that is not relevant when you're going to the farmer. Like, what benchmarks will tell you that this voice bot that I'm going to do surveys, say Bangalore police wants to do a survey in Bangalore, how will they know that this is going to work in the field? None of those benchmarks, reasoning and math benchmarks, are going to do it. So they don't even know if I'm going to use DeepSeek and fine tune it, is it even going to work? So I think the model is important, and compute and money, all that is important, I agree. But a much more holistic maturity about what it takes to build AI that's useful is even more important, because only then the money and the compute will be used effectively. Today, if you actually go and talk to a lot of the infrastructure providers who have actually procured GPUs in the hope of, you know, most of those are underutilized. So we're not there to the 18,000 GPUs, we're at few thousand. Even those are not even being used. So I think we need to develop this broader understanding of how to make AI useful. That, again, back to your point, Vrinda, is going to come when we have an ecosystem that actually incentivizes open and collaborative development.
No, Amit, I think that's fantastic. And you're absolutely right. We need to take and I keep going back to the DPI example, because it took a whole of country approach, and that's what really lifted it up from just being technology to being technology that's benefiting people. And that, I think, segues me very well into the next question I have for Shikho. I loved your point on how this was a moment of hope for Africa. Could you elaborate a little bit of the ground level implications of this development, DeepSeek being available to Africa, and especially in the construct of resource constraint, right?
Awesome, thank you. Can you hear me? So maybe I should just give you a few numbers. Yeah, I mean, earlier on you talked about only 1% of compute data centers being on the African continent. Let me bring it down. We only have one supercomputer on the African continent. That's 1.5 billion people. Yeah, and I hear he was talking about talent. We did a talent. I mentioned we did an AI talent index, and we did an AI talent evaluation from the globe. India is actually one of the biggest sources of talent to the US. And China, of course, but India is a big source of talent. Maybe that is a good incentive to get them back home. But in Africa, we only have Nigeria and Egypt that is producing talent, but it's also less than 1%. Yeah? So when you're given all these constraints, the one thing we don't have a challenge on is power, because you have lots of green energy. Kenya is more than 90% green energy, so is many of the other countries. So if we had compute, energy would not be a problem. So given these constraints, we have so many young people. We are a population of 1.5 billion, which in India is not a big number, but in 20 years we'll be a population of 2.5 billion. That's a big number, right? We need to start being creative. And having been thrown at that you don't have enough money, are we going to prioritize feeding a child or buying compute is the question I got all the time when I said let's invest on compute to get onto this AI conversation. What DeepSeek said is just we need to just double down on our talent. Our talent will hack the AI race. And that for me was the opening, the eye-opener, as he said, is that if you have people trained to think the right way, they will look at the problem given their constraints. And for me, and when I look at the things that some of our developers are doing, they're doing exactly that. There's a lot of edge computing that is happening right now. We have a distributed computing for AI startups that are happening right now. So we have an experiment at work where we have 10 universities and startups, all of them combining their idle compute to create computing capability for people who are running models. That only comes, an innovation that comes from the constraints that we have. But what DeepSeek gave us is like, if I can go and hustle NVIDIA to give me a couple of GPUs, I can be able to cluster it in a way that people are able to use it and run it and be able to make a difference. But I want to double down on something that he said. So one of the biggest arguments is, in this AI race, should we be running for the most powerful model? And DeepSeek told us no, yeah? Because they're churning out one every 3 days, yeah? There's a new, between Quen and DeepSeek, there's a model every 3 days that is coming out of China, which means that your powerful model means absolutely nothing. It's how powerful you're able to apply that model. And you have seen Google's narrative has stopped being, oh, we have the most powerful model, to we are applying our models to science research, to biological research. And you can start, the conversation is now changing. And that's why I love the theme of the Indian AI Summit to be AI Impact Summit, because now we are putting people to task in terms of like, okay, you have a model. What does it have to do with the price of coffee in Ghana? Can it change it? And that is what I love about what DeepSeek did to us. It disrupted our conversations and our focus to be on the right path towards humanity, as the minister said, to having a human-centered AI, not model-centered AI. Thank you.
I think that's fantastic. And I think, we've heard that time and again from Prime Minister Modi and his comments in the public forum, that AI needs to be evolved, or we need to think about the human centricity of AI. We need to think, Amit, to your point about how the adoption of AI changes the ground reality of people and how the users are able to actually make the most of this opportunity, right? That's going to drive the entire ecosystem. So, General Shukla, that gets me back to a point. I think what China has done over the last decade, and I think we need to go way back to look at this, maybe 2 decades. Every series of big companies or large, let's call them national champions, that comes out of China, comes out in waves. And it's an ecosystem that's fostered together, right? So you saw this with Huawei, Hikvision, and Omnivision, right? You're seeing this now with Cambridge Technologies, DeepSeek, and others. But what's happening is that there is a huge amount, there's almost like a state-guided framework which is working in advance to create companies up to a certain level of, let's call it a national champion, and then unleashing them at strategically significant points in global competition. What do we need to do in India to create that kind of a vision apparatus?
I think what we need to do is just to get common sense back. No, and I'm making a very serious point, because unconsciously we go on creating these, whole procedures and all that other stuff. So I'm making this principal point, say at least in the national security space, MOD, you cannot innovate unless you deregulate. That's the first point. So I'll tell you what. After this controversy started, after Mr. Goyal's statement, I forget which, but there was one startup, I saw a tweet in a very niche technology. He said that, when I'm talking of this technologies which is not available in the world, I'm told go to GEM. And on GEM you have to give the first certificate that this technology is not available anywhere. Now that process itself takes 6 months. So it is this kind of stuff, and the major issue is this, that we have to realize that the DPP and the processes that we created were created for, a monopsony market. One buyer, one seller, no choices, that kind of stuff. So HAL, no competition. A very cozy stuff, but 6 decades down the line, you will not be able to make the engine. You need competition. So it is this. And this will certainly not work in what are called technology commercial markets. So today, say, so good examples of, say, Ukraine. You fire a drone on Friday, and they have learnt it the hard way, and you find it's missing the target. You want the rocket motor to be redesigned. You do it over the weekend, metaphorically, and with additive printing, you print it Monday, it's back in theater. So innovation, is giving you technological outcomes which are just pipping these procurement cycles. So first and foremost, you need this whole cultural change. Then the second is, I think somebody was mentioning that you have to just first get on with it. You will discover the advantages of it. For example, why do, we all know that World War II was won on the back of steel and aluminium. Today's conflicts will be won on the back of chips and GPUs. But why are the services not saying that we need 60,000 GPUs? I mean, a service chief says, I need so many gun platforms. He doesn't talk of GPUs. He doesn't talk of chips, because it is not in our mindset. But were we to see what is happening? So one more example. When Ukraine began, an artillery shoot was taking 30 to 40 minutes. Then as they got AI going, they have now 2 AI engineers per battalion. Today an artillery shoot with these, what they call localized AI killing machines, are taking 5 minutes. The Indian military hasn't seen this happen. So it is not making these calls. So, so we need these cultural changes. One last point. For years we've been talking of revenue capital. Why should the budget not be AI, quantum? The whole mindset has to change. If we do all these kind of things, we will find the necessary talent and all to do it. And this last point, we have to see, in these high-end technologies, every startup is not talented. There are few startups who are. Now they have matured in your IDEX system. Please identify them, handhold them like the Chinese have done, make your old models, take them to commercial viability. यहाँ एक बेचारा स्टार्टअप जिस पहली बार वो सक्सीड हो जाता है उसको हम बोलते नहीं आपको रिपीट ऑर्डर नहीं देंगे. It is all this is so silly. So you have to hold them and to destroy adversary competition. And let me make one last point. I'm writing a book on civil-military fusion. If there is one reason why China has beaten all democracies, including India, it's civil-military fusion. And 70 years we've wasted in civilian control of the military. So we have so many silos today that is very difficult to get them together.
So excellent points. And Gupta ji, that gets me to my last question to you. I think this is segued very well. We are in a technological arms race. right? It's as much of a national imperative as the nuclear arms race was. And I think that we as a country get caught in our own bureaucratic quagmire where we're not able to move far forward. We're seeing the openness of on one hand you see the strength of American capitalism. On one hand you see the outcomes of the Chinese autocracy. Where do we fit in our regulation and how do we come out of it?
So I think we seem to be falling between two stools. Neither are we able to bring in private capital, which is what is happening in America, nor are we able to get the government to invest so much and also get the private sector. So I think we have to find our own model, which probably we are still groping. So it's a wake-up call. If it's a wake-up call for Trump, this DeepSeek, and which is already an old news these days, then it is more so for India. I just want to take one point which you mentioned right in the beginning about this AI summit and so on. More of it is like, show, frankly. Today, you must ask yourself a question that the regulations that you are making for AI, are you a taker or a shaper? So you can keep shouting that, look, let us share data, let's share LLMs, etc. It's not going to happen unless you have your own capabilities. And shouting horse that let us all share with the billions of dollars at stake, with AI race deepening, anybody's going to share? Yes, there will be some crumbs here and there. There will be some free model available, and the biggies will make some money out of it. But that is how they are going to control. So in India, you will see a lot of applications coming in. So Zomato, which is delivering in 10 minutes, probably will start doing it in 10 seconds. I don't know why, but they will do it in 10 seconds. But that is a kind of application that we are going for, whereas where we should be really putting, and agriculture was mentioned, health was mentioned, strategy, and your defense and security was mentioned. For that, what should we do? That is where I think we should just redo our AI mission, our semiconductors mission, and our quantum technology mission. A lot of money is there. Let them bring it all together. Let there be a top council which is looking into this new world which is fragmenting, where the habit of collaboration is disappearing, and where today what you do can tomorrow be upset. So you should be ready for those eventualities. Thank you.
I think we're all out of time. But thank you everyone, every one of my panelists. I think this was a very not enough time for this conversation, but a very insightful and meaningful discussion in any case. I look forward to speaking with each of you more and learning more about what you do. Thank you for your time today. Thank you to our audience.
We now move to a session titled US-India Technology Cooperation Take Stock. This is a conversation with Tarun Chhabra, former Deputy Assistant to the President and Coordinator for Technology and National Security, the US National Security Council. This conversation will be moderated by Rudra Chaudhary, Director, Carnegie, India.
All right. Maybe we'll just give it a minute for people to settle down. All right. If I could ask you to settle down, please. Yeah. Then we can get started. Thank you. I think DeepSeek stole about 5 minutes of our time, apart from a lot else. But Tarun, welcome back to GTS. If I recollect correctly, this is your 4th GTS. The first time I think was 2021, where I remember having a conversation with you about a potential US-India strategic tech partnership, which in 2022
came to be known as ISET. And then, of course, a lot has happened, and now we're in a different framework, and we're all workshopping a new pathway called trust. Just give me a sense from your perch. You've driven ISET. What worked? What, according to you, didn't work?
Well, first, thank you for all that you did on ISET, really, but you and your team, because it was not just a matter of convening this summit, but also staying in regular contact, offering your good offices, doing relevant research. It was really critical for the whole effort. So I just want to recognize your work and that of your team. And I see Lekan here, my colleague and partner in crime from the NSCS as well. I think we had a shared view with our counterparts in Delhi at the time about some of the structural forces, basically. We both had concerns about vulnerabilities in our supply chain. We saw opportunities in terms of talent flows and cooperation. Both shared concern about what it would mean to live in a world where China was at the frontier of critical technologies, and what our vulnerabilities would be there, particularly as those technologies apply to the national security space. So lots of opportunity, but as Dr. Jaishankar said this morning, and Jake Sullivan said in his last speech here, in January, these things don't just happen. And it really, we have lots of old habits and ways of working that ensure that very little gets done. That is the status quo, just to be blunt about it. And so it required leadership from the top, and so we were lucky to have both Jake in our system and NSA Ajit Doval in this system, both backstopped by the leaders of both countries, seeing this as really a way not just to advance the technology partnership, but really to deepen the strategic partnership more broadly.
So I think that's a good point on the strategic partnership more broadly. Do you think you require a clear strategic context? Because at least in the last 4 years, what we saw, whether it was Kurt Campbell, Jake Sullivan, there was an articulation of a very clear strategic context within which ISET sat. Is that key or critical to being able to deliver technology partnerships at a level where, frankly, within the system, you're having to, pun unintended, break a lot of China to get things done?
I think the strategic context was essential. I mean, I think in both systems there are competing impulses. You know them better here than I do, and in the United States too. I think kind of similar competing impulses. Parts of our system that were, not as prepared to jump energetically into this, and so the context really mattered, I think, and really conviction at the top about why it matters was absolutely crucial. So I think it's fair to say that at the end of the day, what the results of whether it's defense cooperation or whether it's work in biotechnology or whatever it may be, has broad benefit for both our countries. We talk about delivering good for the region and the world more broadly, and all of that is true, but a key driver is the strategic context.
So I want to, towards the end of your time in office, and as Jake Sullivan's visit on the 6th of Jan was successful for many reasons, there was a bit of a bitter pill if you're sitting in India when it came to AI, and that's because you had just introduced, a couple of weeks ago, you had introduced the diffusion rules. There are a lot of thinking on the diffusion rules. Some of it is understood, some may be misunderstood. Just give us a sense of what was the thinking with regards to the diffusion rules, which seems to have built on the IRA, the CHIPS Act, and then this was the kind of third sledgehammer in a sense. And what were you trying to achieve? And many in India say, thanks a lot, Jake Sullivan, thanks a lot, Biden, but why did you leave us on coach as you flew away?
Yeah, so this came up a bit in an earlier discussion. I think it's important to give the preface for what was driving that regulation to begin with. It was really two things. The first was a concern that China was continuing to get access to compute that we did not want it to get access to. That could be through smuggling chips, through third countries, or it could be through establishing data centers in third countries and then remotely accessing that compute. And so we did not have in our regulatory toolkit the ability to track what GPUs were going into Southeast Asia, for example. We could track it in other regions, but not Southeast Asia, where I think a lot of it was probably happening and still happening now. So that was the first one. So there's no way to better track that without having some sort of system where you can actually follow globally where this compute is going. The second driver was there are countries in the world that have what I would call very significant AI industrial strategies. They're essentially willing to subsidize the energy costs, the land available, potentially even the compute, which would be similar to what many of us experience in the Chinese context, very difficult for the market to compete with. So what that would mean is if one company takes an offer to build, let's say, a 2, 3, 4 gigawatt data center in that context, the race dynamics for these companies are such that everyone will have to follow in order to compete. And we felt that would then trigger the rapid offshoring of AI training infrastructure that for national security reasons we thought should stay in the United States. Now, that concern did not apply to India. That concern was primarily about the Gulf. And it's important to say there is a lot of good cooperation with the Gulf that is happening and should continue to happen and expand. And the Gulf is actually a major investor, as you know, in building out AI infrastructure in the United States. And under the rules that were proposed, the Gulf could actually be the global AI hub second only to the United States under what was proposed. And it was very important to us to talk to all of the companies investing in very large clusters in India to know that what we were proposing would not be an impediment to that. And we had confidence that it would not be under what we proposed as well. So the tiering system you could disagree with at many levels, and I have my own personal views that I won't get into here. But as a practical matter, there's been a lot of discussion here of what is the real demand for GPUs. We did not think what was proposed would actually get in the way of the material ambitions of India when it comes to AI.
So Tarun, a bit of an unfair question, but do you think the diffusion rules is something that the current administration may be looking at? In the maybe many conversations I'm sure you've had with people in and around the administration, there's some conversation about, we were told a couple of weeks ago in Washington that they're rewiring the diffusion rules. Is there any insight that you have for us or for the audience here?
Yeah, well, just for background, we did, we put in there a delayed compliance date and an opportunity for all stakeholders, whether sovereigns or countries, companies, to provide their views, and it is up to the incoming team to revise the regulation based on all of that input. So I would expect some sort of revision. I think there, perhaps there'll be an impulse to simplify it, which I think could be done. I think my view would be, is it still addressing these two big concerns, which I think are probably concerns that would be shared? Offshoring, particularly in the context of the concerns about reindustrialization that the administration expressed, to me that should be resonant, and ensuring China doesn't have illicit access to this compute, I would think also would be as well. There are a number of ways to address those, but if those two core goals are being addressed, I think that would be important continuity.
So dealing with China was clearly central to the administration from a national security perspective and otherwise. Various industrial policy, regulatory levers were used to constrain China in certain domains. How successful do you think you were in using these instruments to constrain China?
So I think the question is not how far are we from perfection. The question is what is the counterfactual if we hadn't done any of it. And so I think we would be in a fundamentally worse position today in the AI competition if China had unconstrained access to these chips. As you know, we had to adjust the controls from between 22 and 23. We needed to, we took further action to actually constrain access to semiconductor manufacturing equipment. Key U.S. allies did the same as well. I think it's always fair to say, could that have happened sooner? Could there have been less stockpiling and so on? All very true. But I think absent that action, China as a competitor in frontier AI would be in a very, very different place. And you, as you know, and I think this might have been mentioned in the previous discussion, the founder of DeepSeek says he has only one problem, which is access to hardware.
So since you brought up DeepSeek, and I was listening to the earlier panel, and there seems to be some kind of a sanguine general view in India on DeepSeek, including from former army commanders, if I may say. And I think, so the point you seem to have made is that if the PLA can build ships, what's the problem if they build models? We don't operate those ships, we operate the models. So just to be clear and to have a serious kind of a discussion, the Italian government, the Australian government has banned DeepSeek on government devices. There is, of course, a need for DeepSeek in certain parts of the world where you don't have choice. I think Shiko made a really good point about what DeepSeek has done for different parts of Africa, and you can't argue with her on that. It's open source. You can use it, you can fine-tune it, and you have some data issues, but what do you care when you don't have anything else? For a country like India and for general democracies, how should we deal with DeepSeek, and why is DeepSeek a problem?
Yeah. Well, first I would distinguish the question of open weight models. I think there is enormous good coming from having open weight models available for experimentation and for enormous range of applications that the developers could never imagine. That's just unalloyed good. And I think there will probably be a stage at which we begin to worry more about what some of the risks could be, whether those are cyber risks, whether those are bio-related risks. But at the moment, there's enormous good from the proliferation of some of these open weight models. But it doesn't have to be DeepSeek. So let's separate the DeepSeek question. Both, of course, Meta has Llama, they just released their most recent model, and some of the closed weight companies are also releasing open weight versions of some of their models, distilled models. But I do think we need to take much more seriously some of the security risks associated with DeepSeek, and as a general matter, you know, how we think about supply chains from untrusted vendors. I think there's been a lot of good research about sleeper agents, about other risks for using some of these models. And that's independent of using the API. You know, using the API, you can read the terms of service and what the data security risks are. But even if you're just kind of taking the weights, there are risks that we need to be taking, I think, much more seriously. And you know, especially in the context of having banned TikTok, right? And some of the risks there, I would think you'd want to apply similar analysis here, especially when you might be using it in a much broader range of applications, industrial applications, and so on.
So since you brought up open weight models, a lot of, and you would have heard Nandan's lecture this morning and many of the discussions. A lot of what we're building at the moment is on open weight models. And I see Rob here, who's just launched Llama 4. Congratulations. We'll chat in a minute. But a lot of India's AI fortune, in a sense, is built on these models. And they're transforming many different things. Education, health. We're already seeing impact cases. But the one thing that scares people generally is when we start talking about export controls or controls in general, when it comes to these models themselves. Towards the end of the Biden administration, there was a sense that there is some possibility, and technically I don't know how it's possible, but there was a sense that there would be kind of guardrails or gating of open weight models, which kind of sent the chills down the spines of many in India, and I think pushed kind of Indian government in one direction, which is to say is that, hey, we were thinking of sovereign AI anyway, now we need to do it. We need an alternative. And then our developer community said is that, listen, if there are going to be controls on these models, then we should kind of embrace things like DeepSeek. So any general reflections on that?
Yeah, the administration only put out one kind of official kind of statement and analysis on this. That was the National Telecommunications Agency that put out, and the Commerce Department that did look at this question and recommended that there should not be at this stage controls on open source. That was really the official statement from the administration at the time. I think there were rumors and so on and so forth, but that was the official position of the administration. I think there are questions which I'm not well placed to answer, really about just the economic model long term, right, for open weight models, and you know, and will it remain sustainable over time as pre-training scaling continues to really significant expense over time. But But for the time being, again, the view of the administration was that there shouldn't be controls at this stage. I do think that there will be a common interest for those countries that have safety institutes to kind of look at core national security risks emerging from all models, and not just open weight models. And again, those could be cyber risks, those could be bio risks in particular, but that's something that we ought to be doing together.
I want to move to trust. The joint statement had some really substantive paragraphs in there. It was a long joint statement following the Prime Minister's visit in February. And the last 2 days, as you know, we've spent a lot of time on trust, on biopharma, AI, nuclear, defense, and a range of kind of other issues. If there were 2 to 3 things that you think that the current administration in the US should focus on when it comes to trust, call it work unfinished towards the end of your administration, what would they be? What are the kind of things that you think that the US administration should focus on, but equally, what should we be doing more here in India?
Yeah. Well, I actually think the areas that you're working on and with the administration and with the government here are good areas. In some ways, those are ones that we had been working on. The civil nuclear energy. There was a burst of activity toward the end of the administration on both sides, which was very, very positive to try to realize the potential of the civil nuclear deal. I sense there's a lot of interest in that and kind of trying to generate more activity from industry to kind of take seriously what the opportunities will be to invest and perhaps do some manufacturing here as well. Biopharma is another one. We had tried to pull together both a number of countries, India as well as our friends in Europe, in Korea and Japan, to look at vulnerabilities in our biopharma supply chain. President Trump said the other day that he's looking now at tariffs in this space, I think, but driven by some of the same concerns on the vulnerabilities in the supply chain. So that's another area I think that is ripe. And then on AI, I think that, again, there's so much that we could still be doing together, particularly at the level of application, which is what so much of the discussion here has been focused on. I do think there should be, whether it's in this context or another, there's still enormous opportunity in the defense and space sectors as well. And if you think about where we were, a few years ago on our defense cooperation and defense trade to where we are today, and similarly on space, whether it's on human space flight or our cooperation with Indian startups in space or Artemis, we made a lot of progress and we should take it much further.
I want to just, you brought up defense. I think 2 of the flagship outcomes of what was then the ISET process was the MQ-9Bs, which kind of came down to the wire, and the GE engines. Both are done. And sometimes, there's a sense that these things were delayed for political reasons, not necessarily for bureaucratic or reasons of export controls, etc. There's a general sense. You talk to people today, I have friends in the services, in the Air Force, and they'll say, I didn't get what's the big deal. We wanted an engine, and sure, we wanted 80% TOT on that engine. And why did it take so long for that engine to arrive for my LCA, right? We have a long way to go on export controls, right? We have a lot of work to do, clearly, and we have genuine concerns in India about ITAR, etc. But just give us a sense from the inside, what did it take to get those 2 agreements done?
Yeah, well, it's not a secret to say that our own defense industrial base is not where it needs to be. So this became very clear to everyone in the context of Ukraine, where the United States was trying to provide support to Ukraine, and our ability to do it at speed was not there. And it was a wake-up call overall for our defense industrial base. So when there have been delays, I think, in getting things here, no one should take it personally. We have these own problems in our own procurement system, and in the context of trying to provide support to friends in a time of war as well. So it required really leadership from the top to work directly with the companies to underscore that these things are a priority for the relationship, and to try to encourage some of these firms to think about working in India on a longer term basis. It was surprising to me the degree to which, and not just in the defense space, but in the semiconductor space and other companies, in other contexts as well, the question of, will the government support this kind of work in India as a long-term matter, right? Or is it something that could turn very quickly? Obviously, firms want that kind of clarity, but that conversation took some time to unspool, and I hope that our confidence in the fact that these structural forces will keep that cooperation going turns out to be right.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the effort now will be to take that motivation and that ambition and kind of put all of that energy into the new framework on trust, which we'll talk about in just a second. Time's up, but Tarun, you've done phenomenal things, if I may say so, over the last 4 years. Just giving, what was the one oh wow moment when it came to India? There must have been one, right?
I think during the state visit, when the Prime Minister visited, and we had President Biden around the table with the leaders of Indian business and technology, leaders of U.S. technology firms together, and sending the message that our fate is entwined, that really, I think, captured the imagination, I think, of folks in our system, and more generally, I think, sent exactly the message that we ought to continue transmitting.
Tarun Chhabra, thank you so much. Our fates are intertwined, which sets us up very nicely to segue into the next discussion. Are our interests intertwined as we product trust going forward? Appreciate your time here and look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
Evening, everyone. So there's been a slight change in the program. Mr. Nagaraj Naidu and Mr. Sushil Pal are busy in a meeting. So we will start with the trust panel meanwhile, while we wait for Mr. Naidu and Mr. Pal to join us. On that note, we continue to the next conversation. Trust, a new playbook for US-India strategic technology cooperation. I have the honor of welcoming on stage Ashley Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs and Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Siddharth Mittal, CEO and Managing Director, Biocon, Rob Sherman, Vice President, Policy and Deputy Chief Privacy Officer, Meta, John Neufer, President and CEO, Semiconductor Industry Association, Indrani Bagchi, CEO, Ananta Center, and moderating this session is Rudra Chaudhary, Director, Carnegie India. Video, please.
Sorry, I'm just getting resettled. All right. It seems that both the Joint Secretary and the Additional Secretary seems to have been caught. Must be an important meeting on the US-India. I don't know. But we have an absolutely fabulous panel over here, which I think segues really nice. So the whole idea was essentially quite simple. It was sit down, have a chat with Tarun Chhabra, get a sense of what happened with ISET, segue to trust. And I'm not saying that trust is a natural successor of the ISET. I see trust publicly as a new product, with some old ideas, but with some new. I'm going to start straight with Rob. Firstly, congratulations on Llama 4. We're very happy in India. We like open weights. We would prefer complete open source, but we do like open weights. But Rob, when it comes to the AI discussion between the US and India, and Tarun just said is that, look, there are 3 parts which we could do more on, right? AI, biopharma, nuclear. Semiconductors is a little mature, but we'll talk about it, John. Luckily, these are all the 3 things that we workshopped over the last 2 days. We're going to bake it into trust, and someone important is going to talk about it at Indrani's forum at the end of the month, hopefully, right? But the Meta story with India and the Llama story with India seems to be very much a good natural story of US-India. Just give us a sense of what you think should happen from an AI infrastructure perspective to cement that even further.
Well, first of all, thank you for the conversation. I mean, it's been a fascinating day, and it feels like we are really at an inflection point in both the U.S.-India relationship around tech, and then more generally the promise of this technology for all of us. So, just really excited to be here. Minister Jaishankar mentioned this earlier today, the speech that Vice President Vance gave in Paris, and there he talked about the U.S. wanting to be sort of the preferred trading partner for the world when it comes to AI. And he also said that it's really important for trust to be a part of those relationships. And so I think it's fitting that the framework that PM Modi and the President of the United States agreed to is called trust, and really focuses on what does it look like to have this kind of collaboration. And I think that, when I think about sort of what are the building blocks that are necessary for something like that to exist and for it to be good for the United States and good for India, I think there are a couple of pieces, some of which exist already and some of which we need to build. So the first is, of course, and this is, this piece is kind of long-standing between the US and India, is a robust developer ecosystem and a robust technical collaboration. So you mentioned Llama 4. We just released the newest version and most advanced Llama models ever this past weekend. And what we've seen is this sort of trend of building foundation models, open sourcing them so that people can build on top of them. And we already have, for example, we have a developer here in India that's taken Llama 3 and built an agriculture-specific model. So, for example, specifically tuned to agricultural practices here in India. So it's a domestic model that is specific to India, but that leverages the foundation model and the training that we've done centrally with Llama. And that's something that we've done, again, with this next model. But the goal there is really, if you think about the sort of history of collaboration between Bangalore and the tech ecosystem there and Silicon Valley is just a very storied thing. So that's one thing. I think the second thing that's really important is data. We talk a lot about inclusion and the importance of data in building models. And something that MIAT has been really focused on for quite some time, as you know, is building curated data sets, making sure that if you're building an AI model and you want it to serve a country like India, it needs to be trained on data from India. It needs to understand Indian language, Indian concepts. And so part of that is creating data sets that can be used, and that's something the government of India has invested pretty heavily in. There's also other work to be done around privacy and copyright and those sorts of things. But the final one, and I think the one that's specifically called out in the trust framework that was announced coming out of the PM's visit to DC, is around infrastructure. And I think it's hard to deny that, especially when you're talking about the most advanced models in the world, that infrastructure and both compute and then also connectivity is really critical. And so I think that's something that we'll hear a lot more about as time goes on. But something that we've actually just recently announced is a project, Waterworth, which is basically the most advanced, probably the most advanced or one of the most advanced infrastructure projects ever anticipated. And it'll be a subsea cable that will connect the U.S. and India, and then hopefully be to a huge advantage to both governments and people in both places in terms of giving them access to the technology and the connectivity that is necessary to be a first-class participant in this AI revolution. So I think those are the three big pieces that I hope will be a part of the discussion, but I think particularly making sure that we're investing in infrastructure that connects the two markets is going to be really critical.
Thanks, Rob. I'm going to come back to you on a question on controls, and I want to come back to you on the question of what does it take for the AI infrastructure piece to really succeed? Because it seems like an interesting model, which is the general trend in the current Trump White House is inward investments into the US. But on AI, it's interesting. The key issue seems to be big investments from the US into India for data centers. And the question is about deregulation in India and factor markets to make that more possible. So I'm going to come back to you on both those points. But John, it segues quite nicely to semiconductors. I think I said this yesterday in the closed door, but I'll say it again. I remember listening to you. It was January of 2023. The National Security Advisor was sitting next to then Jake Sullivan. They launched ISET in the chambers. Semiconductors were a big piece of the ISET piece. And you were very enthusiastic about what ISET could do for semiconductors. Are you still enthusiastic of what ISET did for semiconductors?
100%. I'd just like to say thanks for being here, and I learn something new every time I come to India. I just learned the word prepone, which is anyway. It is great to be here. India has done a lot right when it comes to our sector. 20% of our workforce is here. You have a for design of our chips. You have a great ecosystem for that. I think we're at in a very special moment right now. We have this trust initiative in front of us, but we also have a bilateral trade agreement in front of us. And I think those are two potential vectors for change that can really make a difference as India moves from not just design but also into the manufacture side of things. India has made some great progress so far. 2 years ago there was really nothing in play. Now there's 6 important projects in play for manufacturing, including the assembly test packaging facility being built by Micron out in Gujarat. I think there's been some great progress made so far. As India thinks about the next step in this area, I think there's many links on our supply chain that should be turned to. One of them is continuing on the assembly test packaging piece of this. Someday India is going to have a $10 billion, $20 billion fab.
Sorry, John, if I could ask you to put the mic up.
Someday India is going to have a $10, $20 billion logic fab, but not yet. That's a great aspiration. It's got to work up to that, take small bites of the apple. The other piece that's not talked enough about is India should look at PCBs, printed circuit boards. That's an important part of our supply chain. And then finally, critical minerals. There is one country that does a ton of processing of those critical minerals. And in this regard, and I think just generally, we are in an era where diversification of our supply chains is going to accelerate. So I think that's opportunity for a lot of players around the world, but in particular India. Our market size right now is about $600 billion a year in sales. Because of AI, automotive, many other sectors demanding our chips, we're probably going to be a $1 trillion sector by 2030. So the pie is getting bigger overall, and if India plays its cards right, its piece of pie will become even bigger.
Oh, thanks, John. I'm going to come back to the question of fab, onshore, friendshore, contradictions, opportunities for India. So that's the other one coming to you in a bit. But Siddharth, if I could come to you, you're the CEO of a very large biopharma firm. In fact, I think your chairperson, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, set this up back in the day in 2016 with External Affairs Minister and others. When we were in the White House in February, what I found was intriguing. The one thing that they were laser focused on was bio and pharma, right? I mean, there are a whole bunch of other issues. But the general consensus was, we need to get this right. We need to cooperate. And of course, from an American perspective, it was, we need investments inside of America. Let's leave that aside for a second. I don't want to put you on the spot. What more needs to be done from your perspective to, let's say, just grow a good ecosystem between the two countries when it comes to biopharma?
Well, thanks, Rudra, for having me here. I think it's a great pleasure to be representing the industry in a tech summit, because the whole fact that biopharmaceutical is part of this and it's a part of the trust initiative, I think is very encouraging. I think you rightly said that when in Feb biopharmaceutical found its way into trust framework, I think the reason is national security. I think we talk about defense, we talk about technology, but at the end of it, what saves lives of people on a grassroots level is medicine, right? And India and US has had a partnership since 4 decades, actually, on this side, because when the Hatch-Waxman Act was introduced in the US in mid-80s, India has been supplying drugs to the US, generic drugs. And if you look at the power of the generic industry, which is 90% of the volumes of drugs in the US, is generic, which represents only 10% of the value. Now, there is a huge opportunity. Today, 40% or 50% of the volume of the drugs consumed by patients in the US comes from India. And I think that already speaks a lot about the partnership that we've had over 4 decades, informally, right? Now, how do you take it to the next level? And I think there has been, most Indian companies who have set up their facilities in the US to manufacture drug product. And today, if you look at India as an ally of US, and considering we are in this together as one to solve multiple issues, it's not only national security, it's the cost, it's affordability, because the price is paid by patients or the payers, and there is a price-sensitive market, even though US is the biggest pharmaceutical market, but is also very price-sensitive. So how do you work together and how do you synergize? And I think there are a couple of points. India has a scale. I think that's very important. India has the talent, and India has a good understanding of the entire ecosystem. US, of course, has a great research ecosystem, and I think that's where I see a first opportunity, that how do you join hands to innovate in US or create joint innovation hubs to do same thing in a different way. And I'll tell you, there is a connect to China angle, because why, when we talk about national security, why do we talk pharmaceutical? Is because of over-dependency and reliance on China. So, and when you look at the entire ecosystem of pharmaceutical, while the API is manufactured in India and US, formulations mostly in India, but India is still dependent 70% on China to procure its starting materials or raw materials. So if we do not address the entire value chain, we will not fix the problem, because somewhere or the other we will be dependent on China, and there's a cartelization and so on and so forth, which everybody is aware of. So how do you address it at the grassroots level? And that's where I think innovation is the fundamental thing that I would focus on. That how do you innovate to manufacture drugs which have been manufactured for decades in a more efficient way? I think there's been focus of technology, that how do you do things in a efficient, using green technology, using flow chemistry, using a better enzymatic technology. There's so much happening, and I think, of course, American universities are at the forefront of such research and innovation, and how can they partner with Indian companies, Indian institutions to bring that knowledge in a very systematic way so that we address it at the grassroots level, and then create an ecosystem and infrastructure on key starting materials, intermediates, raw materials. So we are independent of some countries, and we are kind of resilient in our supply chain.
No, I'm glad you brought up the de-risking API piece, and maybe so that as a follow-on in a bit, I'll come back on what's the business model, because in the end, there's got to be a business model or a state incentive or some sort of a financial packages that actually gets the two sides. And I think over the next 10 days, if you can work that business model out, then there'll be good announcement on what can be done. But Indrani, let me come to you. Just a broad question. You've come back from Washington. What's the mood of the nation?
Do you really want me to say this?
This is a good closed door, don't worry. No cameras.
Well, thank you, Rudy, and thank you for putting me on the spot there. I think they're still finding their feet is the most optimistic assessment of what I saw in Washington. And I think it will be a little while longer for them to settle down. The current policy of flooding the zone with disruptive policies has some takers, but it has caused disruption, as you would have seen, across the world. And I think for everybody to come to terms with that would take a little bit of time.
That's great, and it's a good answer. But let me just push you on that a little bit before I come to Ashley. The general sense that we have, and you've more recently spent time in DC, general ambition for India is still high, notwithstanding 90 days and all of that, and I'll come to all of that. Very important. General ambition seems to be high, and the tech ambition, generally, the sense we get is high. Is that right?
Absolutely. So the general ambition, I think, from the US end, and frankly from the Indian end as well, remains very high. And it's not like India didn't expect the tariffs to come down. I think among many countries, Indians even had a sense of the band where the tariffs that would be imposed on India. I think India played well by preempting the entire tariff rollout with a bilateral trade agreement, by starting the negotiations for a BTA. I suspect the BTA will be done sooner rather than later, and that will be a first for India, because we are not known to do trade agreements at such a fast clip. So I think there are those that are at work. What we have to get over is not trust as in the acronym, but what we have to get over is serial disruption. And if we can achieve a space where both sides understand that a win is necessary for both sides, and it is not a might is right kind of an agreement, then we will be at a desired space much faster. So that's a long way of giving a very short answer.
So the main aim is let's design that win-win as soon as possible, and we can.
Yeah. Well, I think the idea is that we are. The US is coming from a place where they believe that they have been victimized, they have been hurt by the rest of the world. We come from a place where we believe if we open up hard enough and fast enough, then everybody will come and swamp us and we will be left nowhere. So I think both have to come to a middle position.
Okay, and excuse my informality, but just for the organizers, that was Mr. Pal. He's on his way. You may just want to connect with him. Sorry. Okay, great. Ashley, certainly not the last. I saved the best for the last, if the rest don't mind. This morning, the External Affairs Minister talked about the 2 Ts. And we talked about it so much that I got a little confused on which T we were talking about at some point. There's one T that landed yesterday. We'll keep that T out. 2 Ts are important. I wonder in general, in the bureaucratic landscape in India, do we fully appreciate that 1 T is as sharp as it is, notwithstanding the 90-day pause? And just take kind of trust at a larger context is how important is it going to be to get that T sorted the best that it can for this smaller T to actually happen? Hi, sir. Good to see you.
So thanks for having me. It's great to be back. Let me say a couple of things to that. I have been really surprised at how energized the Indian government has been to address the tariff T long before the tariffs were actually levied. I think there was great perspicacity in judging that tariffs were going to come down the line, that India was going to be among the most prominent victims of tariffs. And in a quite striking departure from India's normal modus operandi of, waiting for the world to hit it and then sort of adjusting, India moved preemptively, in fact, before the president was even inaugurated, in order to signal a willingness to address America's trade grievances. What we have seen since those early conversations has now been backed up with an extraordinary level of detail that has been conveyed to our trade negotiators. For me, the big risks are not in the Indian response. For me, the big risk is that at the US end, we will be overwhelmed by the number of such negotiations that have to be conducted simultaneously, and that there may not be enough bureaucratic capability to move on the timelines that India wants to be satisfied by. That's one big challenge which we have. There's a second challenge which has to do with sequencing. India has put very bold proposals on the table. It is likely that if we are successful, we will see a diminution of the executive tariffs that Trump has levied. In the best of all worlds, those tariffs will be completely eliminated and we will go back to the status quo ante. But for a really successful outcome, you can't simply stop at the level of executive tariffs. You have to engage a much larger set of issues relating to MFN tariffs. And MFN tariffs do not lie within the purview of the president to change. Only Congress can do that. And the mood in Congress is so dramatically anti-trade at this point, is so suspicious of providing tariff relief, that India may end up front-loading a lot of the sacrifices and then ending up in a situation where the US cannot deliver bigger fundamental changes on the MFN tariff side, which will come simply out of necessity down the line. So it's that juggling that I think will take the time and attention of senior leaders over the next several months. And obviously we have to be optimistic enough that this comes out right. My hope is that even as we do this, because there is really seriousness of intent, both in Ministry of Commerce and in USTR, my hope is that that will not disrupt the things that are underway in the other T. And if we can sustain that through, the National Security Advisor's visit, the Vice President's visit, and so on and so forth, then we may be able to squeeze, make lemonade with the lemons that we have. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
There's another lemon, it's called nuclear. So I just want to come to that for a second. If I understood you, Ashley, the general sense seems to be, the sense we had is that there's a sequential logic between US and India at the moment. You need to do a couple of things in order for that ambition that Indrani detected to really unleash itself on a whole bunch of other things, defense, AI infrastructure, bio, so on and so forth. What you're saying now is that perhaps because of the way the tariffs negotiations are going, there's a little bit more space. But on the sequential logic, nuclear's right up there, right? What needs to happen on the nuclear side, keeping timelines in mind, and keeping our legislative timeline in mind over the next couple of months, so that we can actually get the other stuff that Siddharth and Rob and John and all are talking about going. And I'll come to you in a second, so I'm allowing you to just get your breath. Okay, Ashley.
So I want to start with the point that Indrani made, because I think we need to appreciate this if you have to appreciate the answer I'm going to give you on nuclear. The US is starting out from a position of deep-seated grievances, that somehow the international system has treated it unfairly, and that a whole series of complaints have to be rectified. Nuclear sort of features in this list because there is a view that an agreement was signed now almost 20 years ago, and the US has not enjoyed the fruits of that agreement. And so this is piled onto that perspective of grievances, which means it is now incumbent on us to sort of act with alacrity, precisely because it has become a door opener. I mean, in a different world, we would have not had this necessity to overcome this obstacle. We could have done it at our own pace. The difficulty we have now is that the timelines to do it at the Indian end, because India is a democracy, it is a complicated legislative process to make the transformations in the law work out. Those timelines may not be entirely in sync with the expectations of the leadership in the White House. And so, I mean, there is no easy fix to this, right? India cannot abridge its legislative processes to satisfy our political needs, no matter how necessary that may be. So I think what we have to do is engage in a very serious conversation between the two sides about what the processes involved are. And some of that is literally involves elementary education, right? We need to understand when India needs to change laws, what are the things that have to happen. This is a new team. Many of the people in this team are not familiar with India. They don't understand India except at the level of 80,000 feet. So I see the next few months as being really important in terms of having these exchanges about process. I'm confident that at the end of the day, we will get an outcome that will be satisfactory. The real question is, will we have the patience enough to wait? Because the last thing, and I said this yesterday, I said, you know, after 20 years, we cannot have the risk of having a half-baked solution, which then we trade charges over for the next 20 years. So in my prejudice is, take the time needed, do it right, and that will be a far better outcome than rushing through a process that ends up, that is half-baked, and then takes us back to square one.
Okay. No, thanks, Ashley. And I think time seems to be the key one. And messengers, perhaps such as yourself, I think that role is going to be very, very important, especially with, with everything that you've just said. I'm going to come back to you on other parts of the trust framework around defense in a second. Mr. Pal, if I could turn to you. You held the ISET account in the Ministry of Electronics. You hold the trust account. You're also the interim CEO of our semiconductor mission. Could I just ask you to start with taking a step back, saying, on the ISET part, what worked for you when it came to semiconductors? Because from our perspective, from the outside, it looked like semiconductors was the big win of ISET. Do you feel the same way? And what do you want to do under the trust framework or under the AI infrastructure framework when it comes to semiconductors?
Thanks, Rudra, and apologies for being delayed here. I think, yes, ISET has been one of the most productive bilateral cooperation with the US. And I wouldn't want to name the companies here, but then, yes, I think the first India's semiconductor plant was with a cooperation from American industry, and the production from the pilot facilities have already started. And hopefully, by the end of the year, I think, from the main facility as well, I think it should be starting. Apart from that, not only in the fabrication and packaging space, but also in the design space, I think there has been a massive collaboration and interest being shown by the many companies of US origin. And from the design, I'll go to again on the R&D side as well as the equipment space. I mean, if you talk about the whole ecosystem, and there again, I think we have a strong participation and interest being shown by companies from US. I mean, be it applied material or be it Lam Research. I mean, establishing actually a product validation center here, a huge R&D center here, and Lam as well. Again, a huge R&D center, and also taking up the program of skilling some 60,000 professionals in semiconductor. The first batch has already finished training, second batch is on. So it covers the complete spectrum of the semiconductor value chain, right from the design till the fabrication to the tail-end building to the R&D and all that. And moving from the ISET, I think trust has been, I think it's actually built on the ISET platform, I would say, and in far more comprehensive manner. It's one framework which sees semiconductor and the technological security and national security with one lens. It's, that's a very encouraging part, and it actually lays down the blueprint of collaboration, technological collaboration between India and US. The most important part of the trust element is that it does clearly talk about accepting that, US, they'll redouble the efforts to reduce the trade barriers. That's the most significant part, and also it commits itself to kind of enhance and high-end technologies, right? To enhance trade in the high-end technologies, and also to reduce other trade tariff barriers as well. So these things clearly kind of lay down the path that US and India, both are heavily committed in a high-end technology and advanced technology collaboration. So that's one which has very emphatically been brought out in the trust framework. And another which is, as I said, that it's pretty comprehensive framework, and it also recognizes the very important role of the critical minerals, which these critical minerals play in these semiconductors as well as in AI. So it does recognize the importance of these critical minerals, and talks about cooperation in both in the extraction, beneficiation, as well as the processing of critical minerals. I think both of us are a part of a framework, but I think again there has been a further deepening of collaboration, and there's a SMRI, I recall the Strategic Mineral Recovery Initiative, which has been signed between the both, which has been announced by both the leaders. So I think that's also an important element. And as I said, it covers technology in a complete perspective, be it national security, be it energy security, be it normal trade and investment. So I think, yes, we do see that the trust will, take the level of cooperation to another level, I'm sure.
Can I come back to you with one question? The joint statement essentially seems, in a sense, a bit easy on export controls. There's a very big paragraph on making efforts on ITAR. So any reflections you have on that would be great. You've already been in some early conversations, perhaps with US counterparts, I don't know. But second has been on ITAR, the export control regime. But apart from that, we've had a lot of murmur and a lot of discussion around AI diffusion. And if you want AI infrastructure and an ecosystem to build between the two sides, I'm guessing from India's perspective, we want to be at least in category 1 or no category at all. We don't want to be number 2 or 3. So any general reflections or any vibes you're getting from the US side on how they're thinking about the regulatory architecture for infrastructure?
I'll just skip the answer to the ITAR part, let that be handled between the government to government rather than we talking in the forums like this. But yes, AI diffusion framework, I think we got this, we got this mindset of, getting classified into tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, either be it regarding to the trade export control obligations or in a similar fashion into the, tier 1, tier 2, 3 in the AI diffusion framework. But then I would rather say look at the intent of the leaders rather than looking at the categories, because, it requires some process on the part of the US, I think some approval of the Senate and all, as Ashley was pointing out, right, that there is a governance process on both sides and it takes time, right? So it will depend upon the legislative approvals on the US side. I would not go into that, but then the extent of technological collaboration which has been extended by the US during the ISET regime, I think it does cross the boundaries of the categories you fall into in terms of the trade export control regime, right? So, and yes, I think in AI diffusion, it does seem like a limitation in terms of the number of GPUs which, to which you might have access to in the next 4 or 5 years. But then if you look at the trust leaders' announcements in the trust, one of the announcement is the accelerated AI infrastructure partnership, right? So if you still want to, you can't be committing itself to, accelerated partnership for creating AI infra if you want to limit yourself to the 50,000 or 40,000 GPUs, right? And then the kind of a work plan which we are engaging with the US side, I think it does talk about, because, or even the framework itself, it talks about reducing the barriers to the financing, reducing the barriers to the building the data infrastructure or data centers, and, it talks about industry participation and committing, increasing the investment of the industry in creation of a data centers, cooperation in the large language model, access to compute. You cannot have all these, right? If you're still looking at whatever ceiling there is in everybody's mind, depending upon the kind of a GPU with regard to the processing power. So I'm pretty positive. I think I don't see that as a roadblock. I'm sure with the intent shown by the leaders, I think it won't be a challenge. I'm positive.
No, thanks, Mr. Pal. And now we're going to have to be intellectually agile and move on different dimensions of trust. And I'm keeping an eye on the clock. Rob, open models, export controls, are you worried?
I'm not. I think it's an important area to focus on, and I think there's still open discussion about it. But I think everybody benefits from having open models. India benefits, the U.S. benefits, et cetera. Just to unpack that a little bit more, you asked earlier, it seems a little different, the approach the administration is taking to AI innovation, and maybe unpack that and then come back to the, how I think about that in the context of the export control question specifically. So shortly after he came into office, President Trump issued an executive order that established as the administration's policy that the U.S. will lead the world in AI innovation. And this past week after we launched Llama 4, David Sachs, who's the White House AI czar, his reaction to Llama 4's launch was that the U.S. leading in open source is a really important part of this overall strategy for the U.S. to be the leader in the world when it comes to these things. Why do I think he said that? Well, if we look at the history of computing, open source technologies that are openly available for people to build on top of, typically become the platform of choice for the rest of the world. So you look at Linux, you look at Android, you look at encryption, a lot of the foundational technologies that the internet is based on, those exist and were broadly adopted because they were open sourced. And so the reason why I think that the administration is enthusiastic about this, and Tarun alluded to this earlier, and I think this, the Biden administration had similar views on this, is the same reason that Meta is so invested in it, which is our theory is if we open source world leading technology, let the world build a community, an ecosystem of developers who will build on top of it, we will make more progress, we will get farther faster by working together than if we were to just build something unilaterally in Menlo Park. And so if that's true, then what we want to do is we want to achieve those wins together quickly, and create the incentives for the world community to work with us on that. And so I think that if you look at sort of what that means for export controls. Obviously, if you are export controlling putting aside, I think, others can talk about the chips and the diffusion, which I think we've spent a bunch of time on. But when it comes to export controlling the model, it just sort of fundamentally disrupts the basic economics of that strategy if you do it. And so I just think it's, it's hard to see that as a thing that makes sense for the U.S. government. I don't want to overstate it, though. There are certainly people in Washington who are concerned about exporting models for national security purposes and things like that. And so I imagine it will be a discussion. But I think, fundamentally, if you believe what I just said, which is that open source, the models that are open source, the leading models that are open sourced will become a platform on which the world builds. And if the U.S. says, hey, we're going to export control that and just not participate in that space, then, we were talking earlier about DeepSeek. China will just take that space, and it's very obvious that they're positioned to do that if we don't. And so I think that's not in the U.S. interest to allow that to happen.
Very quickly, India will host the AI Impact Summit, first quarter of next year. US articulation is AI for dominance. Indian articulation is AI for impact. The two could be mutually inclusive. Is there a trust play? Maybe this is just a thought to keep in mind. Is there a trust play when it comes to the Impact Summit? Is to use a platform of collective agency with 100 countries around the world, every big company, to build out trust?
I think so. I think, the history of the summits, and, they started in the UK, and I think have become more focused on action and impact and sort of building together as time has gone on. I think there's a real opportunity, and I think, the Indian government is still in the early stages of planning this, but I think there's a real opportunity to actually build things together ahead of the summit so that we can build trust by showing that collaboratively developing, and I alluded earlier to some of the projects that we're already doing here in India, some that we're collaborating with, some that are just Indian developers that are using our technology, and that's true for lots of things, not just Meta. But I think, my hope is that coming together in February will be an opportunity to see how the policies that were adopted at the White House earlier this year have led to an ecosystem where people can build really incredible things together, and the countries can coexist and have mutually beneficial relationship.
Siddharth, we left off on the API conversation. Both sides, at least the political establishment, seems to be clear that let's find some way to de-risk APIs. That's a big impetus, especially from the US side. Is there a potential business model to do this?
So, it has to be explored. Yesterday we had a very productive discussion at the closed door session. Across the board, probably no, because two things you have to keep in mind. I think the two of the biggest challenges that we are grappling with is are one, that the pricing. I mean, the US government or what US government can secure or can commit on is a very small fraction of the overall pharmaceutical market in the US. Maybe it's 20% of the market. So 80% is still driven by a different trade where US government does not really have a play, and the pricing environment, the policies, the FTC rules are really not coming handy because it's left to the players to decide, and everybody is like, with so many suppliers, the pricing is really under pressure. So that's one. So unless there's a stable pricing framework and a commitment from the government to do like long-term offtake agreements and underwrite supplies at an agreed price, it's not going to be easy. The second aspect is the cost, and I think is linked back to the first aspect. I think we all know that manufacturing for all segments moved to China for a reason, which was a cost arbitrage over decades. And now you're trying to reverse it. So there's a price to pay. And in our industry, I'll just give an example that if a drug or API is made at X price in China, it's 1.25 to 1.3x in India. And the analysis we have done is if we have to do the same thing in the US, it's going to be 2x. So who's going to pay the price to bring back manufacturing in the US? And I think what we have to really understand is why are we trying to do it is national security, right, of essential drugs. So first, those essential drugs, we have to treat it differently than high value differentiated drugs. And where I see definitely an opportunity for manufacture in US is these high value differentiated drugs. So there are drugs such as peptides, the GLP-1s, or oncology drugs. These are not volume driven. So scale does not have such an important role. So unlike antibiotics, right, where the scale is so critical. And that's why China is a leader in antibiotics. So there is a possibility. We need to sit down and agree on a way forward. But I'm not saying it should not be done. It should be done. And we definitely can find ways. And India and US can be strategic partners in finding the right solution.
No, thanks, Siddharth. And national security, state subsidies, industrial policy. I don't know if that's the place over here. I'm going to do a bit of a rapid fire, but I'm going to just give you a heads up. I'm going to come to each one of you and ask you to put an idea in the trust box that's not in the roadmap and that's not in the joint statement. So think of that as you think of everything else. John, if I can come to you. We left off the last conversation on onshoring, friendshoring. Mr. Pal eloquently outlined the American interest and investments in India on semiconductors through ISET. I think it's safe to say today that Micron was an electrifier in the ecosystem in many different ways. Do you see a contradiction between MAGA and what some now call MEGA?
Yeah, so I don't see a contradiction. I think that it's important for us.
Sorry, John, just the mic.
I thought you were going to ask me about tariffs, so I'm so glad you didn't. As we think about our bilateral future and our cooperation within trust and within the BTA, we shouldn't over-index on the tariff piece of it. There's no doubt about it. That's really important, but more emphasis needs to be given on the non-tariff barriers, and that's been talked about in Washington quite a bit. There's customs problems. There's citing regulations that need to be streamlined. And if we don't get that right, we're not going to be able to fulfill the promise of what's embedded in the trust agreement. The AI piece of it is just a kind of a bold new territory for us to run into. And a lot of the problems we're facing with building out AI here in India are the same problems we face with building out more manufacturing semiconductors in India. I think we should keep that in mind, and I think we should keep a laser focus on the NTBs.
Since you brought up tariffs, Indrani, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Ashley. How much of trust is going to be shaped by the extent to which we make movement on tariffs, whatever that movement might be? Sweeteners, early harvest, lots of negotiation, lots of talk time, difficulties on both sides. Are the two connected, or do you see the two, will we manage to move the two parallelly?
The second being the nuclear piece?
Second being all the other tech stuff that we've been talking about, including nuclear, which I'm guessing is a huge sweetener. If nuclear happened, great. So since you put it, will we do the CLND? And two, tariffs and trust, can the two move together, or is there a sequential logic to this?
So CLNDA will be amended. It's not such a difficult amendment. A far more difficult amendment is the amendment of the Atomic Energy Act. And as far as I know, both task forces are at work right now. Tariffs and the other pieces should not work together and in tandem. In the case of movement on tariffs should not affect, say, defense or ITAR or, export controls or the other stuff. What will affect it is the intangible, and that is trust comes out of an understanding that the interests of the two countries are convergent. If we are agreeable on that particular principle, we will be able to work on the tariff front as well as on the nuclear front.
Ashley, if I can come to you, defense, not typically in the trust paragraph, but same ecosystem. Under ISET, some big wins, MQ-9B, engines, lots of work on export controls, 80% TOT, some hair-raising moments towards the end because of Congress and other issues. What do you genuinely see today as new avenues for general partnership between the US and India when it comes to defense, and why was there a line on F-35s?
If I knew why there was a line on F-35s, I would have told you. But
I thought you wrote it.
I wouldn't take that seriously. In the best case, you read that as an ambition that the US has, a signaling device to India to say, nothing is going to be off the table. We're going to work with you on even the best equipment that the US has, right? But broadly speaking on defense, I think the transformations that have been underway over the last 20 years are going to continue. I do not see them stopping. What I am concerned about is the pace. I think the pace is going to be much slower than both sides would like. And increasingly that is driven by the fact that at the Indian end, the focus is on technology not connected to operations, at least not connected to cooperative or joint operations. So the moment you focus on technology outside of operations, then the US treats it as a discrete piece on the table, and then you get into all kinds of bureaucratic conniptions about whether we should permit it or not. But if you think of a piece of technology in the context of things that the United States and India are operationally going to do together, then the incentive structure at the US end changes dramatically. And so my view is, obviously there are some things India will want to do apart from operations, and we will win some, we'll lose some. But to my mind, the avenue for future acceleration really has to come from a different model. And that model has to be, we have to do things together in ways that matter to the interests of both countries. And this is where I think the Indian Ocean space is really ripe for progress, because For us, it's an economy of force theater. We don't have the resources to put into this like we do in the Pacific. The idea of space cooperation is a huge opportunity. And third, I would say the area of defensive cyber. Because as we grow more interconnected in other areas of economic and technological activity, we want to make certain that whatever is lodged in India is not going to be vulnerable. And so the whole question of defensive cyber is really something that we have only tipped our toes into the water on and represent huge opportunities for us.
So military integration, exercises, special forces integration, let's work together maybe even on undersea capabilities, will in fact provide the ambition for a lot of the other stuff which may be disconnected from the ground of wherever that's happening. Okay? Mr. Pal, if I could for a second take you out of the typical trust hat and ask you, is we're just launching, or you're in the process of launching ISM 2.0. 3 years ago, at a forum such as this, in fact exactly like this, a lot of people said there is just no way in which India will get a semiconductor ecosystem. There were more naysayers than yes-sayers when it came to semiconductors. But as you've just outlined, a lot has happened, not just with the US, with other firms. We have alliances between Indian companies, Taiwanese companies, and so on and so forth. What's the next 5 years for the next version of ISM?
I mean, do I still have to answer that? What is the missing piece in the trust as a part of the rapid fire?
We'll give you that as a pass.
Okay. I shouldn't be kind of above my pay grade to making a kind of a policy statements here, because, however, I mean, it is for the industry to kind of read between the statements made by the leaders, right? I think we have made a very phenomenal progress in the ISM 1.0. I think almost all of the incentive or budget provided, roughly $10 billion, is committed for for projects ranging from the fabrication to the packaging to the compound semiconductors and I mean maybe micro LEDs as well. I mean, so so it's a pretty vast space and diverse space. Only missing piece is display fab. We already got 5 projects approved. Couple of 4 or 5 might be in pipeline, and we might see the announcement very soon. So that part is fully kind of done, and it's because of the strong interest shown by the company, that's a fully saturated piece. Yes, we are in discussion with the various companies with regard to and with the various stakeholders as to how the policy should shape up, and the intent is actually to look at a broader approach to the not only the fab, packaging, and the compound, or in 3 or 4 categories, but but looking at the complete value chain of the semiconductors. And as a result, though we don't have a Silicon 2.0 or a policy wherein the equipments are being covered here, but still you have I think companies which are operating into the R&D and the equipment space, and as well as in the space of as tiny a thing, something like a materials or materials or the solder paste, which are very essential element of the supply chain, which are being used to kind of paste the chip to a substrate. So even and Honorable PM has made an announcement that we intend becoming a $5 billion by 2030, 31, and so I think yes, we are positive. I think the intent of the government is definitely to give a policy stability to the industry with regard to the semiconductor ecosystem. So I mean, I'll leave it at that note. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Everyone's fixated on the trust framework and a delivery by the end of this month with a potential big visit. But beyond this month, looking to the future, one idea from your vantage point that should be put in the trust box, it could just be a puzzle that people should work on. Siddharth.
I mean, I really can't think of anything specific. There is a lot which has already been discussed, and I think we just have to come up with ideas. So nothing specific that I can think of.
Okay. Rob?
Well, I talked earlier about the building blocks that I think are important for a robust and successful AI endeavor. And so the first is a collaborative AI ecosystem, a collaborative developer ecosystem. We have that. The second is infrastructure. That's a core part of what's enumerated in the trust framework. And then the third is data. And that's something that both of the governments have done some work on, but I think is really foundational for us to be able to build world-class AI that is going to serve the needs of both countries. And I think that's something that I hope will be discussed more.
Okay, great. And Rahul will be picking up on there's a full data conversation tomorrow. Indrani.
For us to be able to get that trade agreement as soon as we can.
So an action point rather than an idea. Like
it
just
is
has
an
to happen.
action point because it is an action point that will inform every other points of action.
And we have the minister this evening who will hopefully be talking to some of these issues. Ashley.
I just want to, well, I won't say two things, but I want to endorse what Indrani just said, because this is not a logical problem, it's an empirical problem. If the administration has stated that it's a priority, then we have to deal with it because it becomes a door opener. On the idea of what can we do next, I think one thing that we haven't explored, both from trust, the acronym, and trust, the noun, is the idea of opening our functional warfighting schools to Indian personnel. I mean, we've never done that at all. And we've come to the stage where the Indian Armed Forces operate American equipment. They are increasingly sort of appreciating American TTPs and so on and so forth. So I think the next logical step is to take representatives from the armed forces into our functional schools and run them through the gamut of training and so on and so forth, so that the equipment they have can be used much more effectively.
Quickly, John?
All right. Very quickly, I would drop a stopwatch into that trust box because time is of the essence. As I mentioned earlier, our supply chains, which build our foundational technologies, which are critical to everything we've talked about here, are diversifying at an accelerating rate. If India is going to capture more of that, India's got to move quickly. So it's a stopwatch.
Speed. Last word, sir. Mr. Pal.
Wish that it should have contained something like reciprocal tariff would not kick in till the time the BTA is signed.
I think that's a very good idea, and Ashley, you can take that back if you want to. But with that, thank you so very much. Time is up. I'm sorry I forgot about questions, but very enriching, lots of ideas, lots to take forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for an insightful discussion on US-India tech cooperation. We now break for coffee. It's served outside. Please help yourself, and we'll return in a bit.